welcome to the Blast R6 Atlanta Major. Are we ready?
It's up to Trix now to stay alive inside of the vending hallway. It's gonna be all Trix all day!
You won!
Lots to look forward to in phase 2.
Every match is a do or die scenario.
Spoit walks in, Wolves can easily line him up.
I don't lose, Oregon, never. And what's the fish? That should be my first question.
2 will brave Atlanta for some Siege silverware. A second impact!
Huge by JV92.
This is semi-final Saturday.
Lowe's now can work around. One player picked up. Globin.
And they're starting. Flicks onto Virtue. The knife comes out!
Siege history will be set here in Atlanta. Are we ready? It's loose! It's W7M!
2 teams from Brazil in the grand final. This is going to be a moment in history that nobody will forget.
Loban with 1 kill, looking for another. JV92 pivots and says, that's quite enough. That map is over before it even started. Philippe Hawks and cameraman in a 1v1. Cameraman gets it done!
1 more round is all those need to push us to overtime. JV finds one. Maya against the worlds, against the Raging Bulls from Brazil. The region's most dominant force for years. A question posed in Montreal. A promise made in Copenhagen. History made in Atlanta. W7M are back-to-back major champions.
Got you tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man there, think you've got the gist. Got you tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
There's no hiding. Not for you. Not for me. Try not to disappoint me, soldier.
Everybody, and welcome back to Blast Star 6 EU League. A pleasure to have you with us here, as now our stage is done. Well, the group stage part of it, that is, because now we turn our attention to playoffs. It is a straight line, a straight flight also to Montreal. The major is happening in, what is it, 5-6 weeks from now? Not even. Between 5 and 6 weeks. We're going to have a lot of fun once we get to it. However, we still need to decide on the teams that qualify and represent Europe directly from the league. Of course, we'll be talking about LCQ teams and all that when the time comes. Hello, welcome again. I'm Elos, your host. With me are Fresh and Alphama gents. I mean, we've had an incredible stage so far. You guys have been here the entire time, but I'm watching from home for part of it, and I think there's been a lot of ups and downs, but we'll talk about that in a sec, because for those who missed out on the stage, I have a handy dandy video to give you all the big highlights in one go. All of our teams have one mission on their minds, and that is Mission Montreal. This is Phase 2.
It always feels like they're just swimming against the tide here, especially with that clash on side. They're going to try and put the diffuser down here, and Leighton, he might be able to stick this there.
What? How's it come down to the 1v1 and Free gets away with it? That's unbelievable.
So we find out whether the new players on Wolves can steal their nerve when the pressure comes through. As they make their way on forward, Asa has the diffuser in hand. Deadshot can cover for one, can cover for two.
They're going to be full HP. This is difficult. Needs to hit the headshot. Oh my word, Jum just drops into the open space. Damn, there's no way.
Mowgli finished off by the flames, and Solotov and Yudes have found frags as well. Deadshot punished on the flank. Asa cannot find anything. Blackpool wins his one against Grubby, coming from the other side. Leighton, nobody knew he was there the whole time.
By no means an easy feat, but if you give yourself away like that, it could just be. Jim on for 3. He's hungry for more. If he swings and hits on Torino, it could be over. 4 kills on the round, and Adrian to tie a bow on it.
Put him back into the force. We'll hear the door ripped, and Alabama more than ready, but as Noah gets Blads, hits the air jab. Worried about the swing, they're going for the counter defuse. The castle on the window! Brilliantly played by ITP!
No, what is that? Mowgli! You are a madman! Who does that? Tracked by the Deimos. Okay, time to scoot and boot. Quick kill for him. Nako finds a consolation frag, but that's a 3k for Mowgli on the round. Rykos against the world, and Mowgli finds his 4th.
What a time that has been, gents.
We've had some pretty crazy moments in EU, I'll be honest.
Even yesterday, man, there was the Scopus, there was the Kavira. Even looking at this Mowgli, that match on Consulate, he actually jumped outside 2 times.
Yeah.
And got a double kill, triple kill.
I honestly was just watching that. I was like, oh, I forgot about that. Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. That crazy game with Secret and VP where it was just clutch after clutch after clutch craziness.
The castle on the window as well.
Yeah, with ITV.
That's one of my favorite plays.
Well.
Yeah, and that was only a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
That's the crazy part of it, is that things really go by very, very quickly. However, there's some moments that stick in our heads, and I think they can be very positive. They can also be very negative. High and low, some would say. Let's talk about the highlights and lowlights, but I want to hear it from you guys. Any highlights from the two of you?
Yeah, so the highlight for me for the group, the entirety of the group stage of the league for me was BDS.
Yeah.
And the reason that I say that, it's not going to be because of what everyone thinks. You know, you're going to say it, Leo. It's because BDS are first, right?
They won everything. They are the first in Europe. I understand why they might be the highlight.
Yeah, but they're not the highlight because I think they've not played very well during this stage. What you're going to see in this clip here is a round that they really should have lost to Wolves, and in the end they ended up winning it and they ended up getting all 3 points. Leaky Effect's going crazy. But the thing for BDS for me is they've played 5 out of 10 in basically every single league game, and they've won EUL at a canter. But the reason that that's a highlight for me is because if they're only at second gear, that means they've got third gear to go through, fourth gear, fifth gear, maybe sixth, seventh. And then when they do that at the at the Montreal Major, they'll go and win the thing. On NA's home ground, they're going to go and win the Montreal Major because they've got so many more levels to go through.
It's actually a fair point. I mean, if you're a team and you're managing to be the first one in Europe at group stage, dominate everyone, and you're only at 50% of your level, you're only getting away with your individuals, what's going to happen when they start playing more together? And that's a good point. But the counterpoint is, what happens if they cannot raise their level in international play?
Of course they're going to raise it. It was at the Manchester Major final.
And they were 1 round away from getting eliminated from Cyclops. And they also lost to PSG Talon, by the way. So you never know with BDS.
Yeah, but it was in Manchester, and Manchester was months ago. It's just a different kind of vibe, right? We're here celebrating. We're in a positive light. Do you have any highlights for yourself?
Yeah, it has to be Wild for me. I know they're not on top of the charts in Europe, but that game versus Secret, the fact they actually beat Secret, the top 2 team in Europe right now, 7-1 on the new map, being a, 3 weeks old roster?
Yeah.
And that incredible play from Leighton. Again, I think there's everything in that match to show you just how good Wild was this entire season, with young players as well. And also beating G2 there, coming back from overtime here. They were led 7-6. They saved that round and actually beat G2 there. I think for me, Wild were the perfect roster made of new, young players that grew together and stuck as a unit and were able to play throughout the stage more and more diverse siege. And I cannot wait to see them in playoff and maybe develop a little bit more. I don't know if they make it to Montreal, but they were my dark horse for it.
See, Wild, they are a highlight. They absolutely, unequivocally are a highlight. I think they beat everybody's expectations, fans, players, casters, whoever, even their own expectations. You know, I was talking to people from Wild that were saying, maybe we can scrape playoffs. And I think they did a little better than that. And I think they'll actually be a little disappointed they didn't get higher because they played very, very well across the entire league.
The potential is definitely there, but with the highs come the lows. So, Leo, do you have anything else that sticks in your head?
Yeah, for me, it's always about expectations, right? I had low expectation for Wild. They surprised me. They're the highlight. I had high expectation for ITB, and they surprised me in the wrong way. Yeah, you know, they kept improving and improving up until this stage. And this stage, they lost to VP, one of the weakest team in the league right now. And they also lost to Ants, the weakest team in the league with them. And I think, to me, it was just hard to see such a team that I just love their style. I love the way they were able to play together. I love the cheesy direct execute, and I just didn't see anything of it.
It's crazy to think that it was only 3 months ago, no, 2 months ago, that ITB were playing on stage at Esports World Cup against FaZe, and they 7-1'd them.
Yeah.
And to see that downfall going from having played the Manchester Major to having played Esports World Cup to making main stage at that event to now not even making playoffs, that's a huge downturn.
Yeah, I think they're gonna be beating themselves up over it here. But Jack, what about you? Do you have anything that also disappointed you?
Yeah, I mean, look, lots of teams disappointed me, Milosh. I think, you know, basically every team has disappointed me over the stage. Fnatic are obviously a front runner, but it's not going to be Fnatic.
What?
It's going to be Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
Now, the reason for this is, I'll be honest, I joined the broadcast in 2021, Milosh.
Yeah.
That's before these guys were Virtus Pro. But what I was saying about these guys when they were on Team Empire, and, you know, a long time ago, they're too rigid. They've got a small map pool. They've not got good strats. They're just doing defaults all the time. Operator pools are constant. Yada yada yada. We're still saying it 3-4 years later. They might have snuck into playoffs, but again, it's been another disappointing stage. And you know, for me, that's a big low light because we expect more of them. You know, they were at SI. They got top 4 at SI most recently.
Yeah. And what's even more surprising, they stuck together from stage 1 to stage 2. And they still didn't learn a layer, or still didn't learn labs. When teams like Wild, that were 3 weeks old, learned a layer and have a bigger map pool. That for me is the biggest surprise.
Yeah, I can definitely vibe with the reasons why behind it. However, we need to focus on the future. And well, the future is as it stands, all about the playoffs, our bracket. This is what it looks like. Virtus.pro will be playing G2 and Wolves will play Wild. The winner of those games will advance to play Secret and BDS respectively. But there could only be 3 teams that qualify out of Europe. If you win in the semifinals, you're done. This is why you wanted to be in the top 2. This is why Secret were so happy that they beat Wolves and got to this position, because now they just need 1 win and they're in, they qualify to the major. That's the top 2 though. However, that 3rd spot is only for the 2 teams that make it to semis and lose. They'll play one another and get the 3rd and final spot directly into stage 2 of the major, or skipping that very first stage with way more teams that they have to face off against. And that empty box in the beginning, that is where those teams will go into. If you lose in the upper bracket game, you're out technically of the running. You'll be playing against one another for seeding heading into LCQs.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is if for the teams that will play today, because obviously it's VP, G2, Wolves and Wild that will play today, those are the games that we're playing today. If you win, you get 2 shots at the major. If you lose, you have to go through the LCQ. Like, the stakes for today's Siege is so high.
And there's only 1 spot to go through LCQs. However, today, the focus with playoffs is on this schedule. As you mentioned, Jack, it's almost like you know what's coming up. G2 versus Virtus.pro and Wolves versus Wild. The biggest difference between these games and what we've had in the past in the stage is that all the matches from now on, even through the major and up until that grand final in the Montreal major, will all be best of 3s. So there is a lot on the line. Don't quote me on that for the beginning of the stage. We're just saying it. The matches that are really important, they're going to be best of 3s. That's the important part of it, because that changes gameplay completely for our squads.
Yeah, absolutely. Go on.
It favors the better team, because you have less of that one-shot event that can happen on a bad map. It always happens. You always have a day off. If it's on the wrong map, then in the stage, that's it. You're done. But here with the BO3, you can always get back. That's fine. And for me, especially the teams that have worked the hardest and have the wider map pool are the ones that are going to benefit from it.
What Leo's just said there, map pool, is the key thing. Once you hit a best of 3 and a best of 5, every team that's won tournaments in the past has had a 9 map pool. It's why we harp on about it. You get protected in best of 1s because you get 4 bans, not in best of 3s.
Yeah, and this is the prova for what comes later in Montreal and deeper into our bracket. And speaking of Montreal, if you have not bought your tickets yet, well, good for you, because we have just the deal for you. Montreal Major tickets are still available. Get them while they're hot.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server.
Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
Get your tickets now. Yes, exactly. Especially if you live in North America and in the Montreal area. That is the home of Siege. The developers that created this game will most definitely be there, which they've been around for every single event we've ever had. But when they're in Montreal, of course, we're going to see more and more of them. You get to talk to them. There's been a lot of stuff in the past that we've done with panels with the devs and just seeing everybody together. An event with all the Siege fandom. You get to move off a Discord, TeamSpeak, whatever the hell you use, and just actually be together in one space cheering for your favorite team. Genuinely, for those who have never experienced it, it is one of the best experiences you will ever have in esports. That has my own stamp of approval on it, and I'm sure you guys will equalize it too.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, when I was just a little fan, Milosh, I went on my own to an event, to Pro League Finals in Milan.
Which event?
Milan.
Oh, yeah.
On my own, completely on my own. Met loads of people, loved it. I even got a picture with you as a fan.
True.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then three years ago, you started working alongside me, man.
I know. It's crazy.
Why did you do that?
Who knows?
You have to deal with my ass all the time.
I also have amazing souvenirs from Milan. Great loss against FaZe there.
Hey, you were
watched
watching.
that.
I was first rounded there.
You were
again.
upstairs on the balcony looking down at our desk. So, yeah, I left a little message for everybody that was looking down at us.
Yeah, that's what happens when you qualify to events and lose every single time.
At least you qualified. Anyways, let's talk about this. We have a game, as you see. Our logos are up. G2 versus Virtus.pro. Our first best of 3 of the day is up and ready. And these two squads, well, there is a lot between them.
Yeah, there is a lot. But there was also a 7-0 between the two.
Oh, yes. This is
About 7 rounds worth of difference between them, yeah?
Look, let's talk a bit historically, because way back in the day, this is basically the core of VP and the old G2 also that faced off against one another at SI 2019. And things have kind of moved on from there, and then Raleigh Major 2019, all the way to where we are today. And look at how things have kind of leveled off, which they actually have not leveled off at all. G2 is way up there. But at SI 24, things went high. Both of these teams went deep into the tournament, and then G2 just kept on rolling afterwards. VP were not there anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, there's so much history. That's the two thing is they might not necessarily be the same teams, but there's so much history between the two teams. You know, like you say, it starts all the way back at SI, but even regionally, they play each other all the time. They know each other inside out, Milos.
Exactly. And in the stage, they played off against one another, and let me tell you, the gap was definitely visible. Take a look.
Many players are down below. They look to flood the site. 1 minute into the round, and a big double C4 from Blaz. Now, and he's got information on the very low HP Doki. A single bullet will mean the end of him. And it is another spray. Blaz almost saved this round. It's all up to Always now, and he's to hide, but Blaz! Now he's got information on where one of those players is. Couple of big shots, and the joystick puts him down. Always against 2 to try and save what has been an atrocious match for Virtus.pro, but absolute heaven for G2.
Let's just say it was a shit show from Virtus.pro on that Chalet game. They tried their best. Their best was definitely not enough because G2 on the other side were looking incredible. And let's talk about G2 on this end. They've had a complete reformation going into the stage. For those who have not watched stage 2, they might be looking at this thinking, wow, what the hell happened over the summer and after Manchester? This is the squad we have today, and they're doing well, Leo.
Yeah, I think I was one of the guys that were the first surprised about that roster change. I think getting rid of Benja and Virtue was a big change for me, and getting Blaz and Loira was unexpected. Blaz, however, I know statistically he's not looking that good right now because he's a little bit of a yo-yo, you know. He's had some really amazing games and some poor ones, but I think he really stepped up as one of the best pickups for them. And also, generally, G2 has been doing really well. This entire stage, they actually have the best round differential out of all the teams, equal with BDS at plus 14. So I would agree right now that this roster change has had some success. I would be a little bit worried because so far there seems to be a limit to their playstyle, where whenever they cannot find a hole, whenever Alemao cannot find something to exploit, they seem to be more reactive than proactive.
I do feel like with G2, though, that I agree with that assessment right now, but I do think it's a case of trust the process that G2 will improve. Let's remember that is 2/5 of the team they changed out. Obviously, there's time to bed those guys in. I'll be honest, Blaz and Loira, being French-speaking and Portuguese-speaking, not going to be the most comfortable in English when they first get there. So it does need to be quite simple and a little bit chaotic at times. You know, just let them do their thing. What I mean by chaotic. You're going to try and keep the strats as simple as possible when you can. And then as they develop, I think G2 will be developing to be more proactive.
Of course, Loira speaking Portuguese fits in well with Alemao. They basically live together. Blaz also played in North America. So there are things to kind of look in that are even deeper on the surface. The deeper you go into this G2 iceberg, the more there is to talk about, which means we're going to have to set it aside for a moment to talk about their opponents. Virtus.pro, you want to talk iceberg, rigid as hell. They have been there, but melting under the pressure. Somehow they sneaked their way into the playoffs, Leo.
Yeah, they were really lucky. The last team to really make it. I think, honestly, they should be happy they're here already, seeing their stage. Like Jack said before, similar problems all the time. Map pool is a problem. Chemistry is a problem. Being slow is a problem. And most importantly, the executes are a problem.
How do you say, thank you so much, BDS in French?
Merci beaucoup, BDS.
Merci beaucoup, BDS is exactly what Virtus.pro was saying yesterday when BDS were 2-5 down against Fnatic, because they shouldn't have been in playoffs if Fnatic could have got it done yesterday. I think they're in the playoffs, so at the grace of the 3 teams below them that just threw quite a lot across the stage. And, you know, they haven't played great Siege. They've done it just about enough to take that 6th spot, but just about enough.
Gentlemen, I'm hearing all of this. However, I am someone who is a lover of economics. I want to understand the poor man's reaction to the world. And let's just say that there's nobody poorer right now than the average Virtus Pro fan. Look, let's take a look at 2024 and the average spending. Imagine this is MSNBC. I'm going to tell you something really, really, really ridiculous right now. SI24. The fan is spending a lot of money on food and rent. Sure, that's going to go up over time because that's just how it is. Who would have thought that that would happen? However, Copium at an all-time low spending-wise. SI24, all good. We're getting it deep into the tournament. Sure, they almost kind of took it to that final, but whatever. We'll get them next time. Stage 1, they fell kind of off a cliff. Very disappointing. Couldn't make it to Manchester. But you know what? They'll get the time. They'll get back into it. EWC quals are coming up. And then Stage 2, and then they failed at EWC. They couldn't qualify to it. Going into Stage 2, yo-yoed all around it. Barely able to scrape together any sort of points. And at the end of the day, where they had the final opportunity presented to them, they fail in front of the gate and yet somehow claw themselves past that gate and into the golden city of the playoffs. Copium at an all-time high currently for anybody that is a VP fan. I'm very sorry. If there is a VP fan in your vicinity, consider donating some of yours, especially if you're an ITB fan. I think they'll need it more than you for now. But gents, you're over there on the telestration, and I see map preference for Virtus Pro. I think this is going to spell disaster.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem right now. We're in a BO3, so map pool matters even more than before, and we've mentioned it multiple times on the desk. VP have the smallest map pool of the entire league. And if you look at it, Jack, it's worrying for them.
Yeah, so we've got 3 maps here. So this graphic, just to explain it, 3 on the left are favorites, 3 in the middle are light/middle preference maps, and the 3 on the right here are the disliked maps for Virtus Pro. Now, Leo, if you can put the red box on for me, what you can see is that Virtus Pro dislikes Skyscraper, Lair, and Labs. Now, this is a best of 3, so they can only ban 2 of them. Now, for me, I think I'm going to make a bold prediction here. I'm going to predict that they're going to ban away Lair, because Lair is the newest map into the pool. Virtus Pro do not play it. They've banned it every single time this stage, and it's very clearly a map they don't like. Now, that leaves Skyscraper or Labs. Which one do they ban? In my mind, probably Skyscraper, because G2 are incredible on that map. And they're probably going to be the 2 bans, but note that that does leave Labs open.
Now, at this point, when I'm G2, I need to get rid of my permaban. That's going to be Clubhouse. It used to be a good VP map, although not so good these times. But then I'm left to getting rid of 2 of the better Virtus Pro maps, right? And at this point, I can choose one, and I would rather go for Bank because Cafe is such a good G2 map right now. So that leaves open Cafe for Virtus Pro to pick in, but that's fine. That's a good map for me. So when I'm VP right now, what do I pick? Well, I'm left with the only good map I have, which is Cafe. So I will pick it, but that's not really good news, is it, Jack?
No, it's not really good news. Obviously, VP have not been able to play Cafe because everyone's banned it against them this stage because they are good at it, to be fair. But do you know who else is good at it? G2 are good at it. They won a 6 Invitational off the back of playing it, and they love it, especially inside best of 3s, where teams pick it into them and they get to start on the defense. So that's a great map for G2. But what I want you to focus on now is the 4 maps available that G2 get to pick into. They can either pick the lowest preference map of Virtus Pro in terms of Labs. They can pick Chalet, where they beat them 7-0. They can pick Consulate, where Virtus Pro played against Secret and it was just a clutch fest and limped over the line. Or they can pick into Border, where Virtus Pro picked a slow Border, the slowest Border you've ever seen, and again didn't look good, losing to Ents that day.
Lost to Ents on that one. So at this point on MG2, I've got 4 incredible options up to me, and even the map that Virtus Pro is picking is a good map for me.
Yeah, absolutely. So I suppose on expectations, I'm just going to say it, we would expect them to pick the Labs in terms of G2, but they could pick absolutely anything. And then obviously both teams will then get a ban and we will get a decider. But Leo, what happens if any of these 3 maps are the decider? I think they're all great for G2.
I think actually, even without the decider, if you look at all the maps that are remaining, if you just get rid of the 4 bans here, all of the maps are better for G2 than for Virtus Pro, I think. So right now, they're in a heavy favorite position.
And this is why we talk about map pool being so important, because Virtus Pro are really struggling with the 3 maps they've got a permaban. They keep getting beat on Chalet. They didn't look good on Border. They've basically got a 4 map pool that they're willing to play. And in a best of 3, at absolute worst in this map veto, if it goes as expected, G2 are always going to get 2 maps that they absolutely love, maybe even 3. And I think that's why we're going to set this up and say G2 are the favourites for this map ban phase, Milosh.
You know, we can theorize. It's just a game theory, as some would say. But what if we actually got down to brass tacks? All right, we got club ban. Okay, that's a G2 ban in there. That's their perma ban. You talked about it. Skyscraper's out. So far, so good. Banks out, Lairs after. So far, Jack, we are sticking to the script.
I'm going to be honest as well. We deliberately didn't really look at this map ban because we wanted to do that segment. So the all 4 bans, Leo, right as we expected. So now what we get to see...
We have 100% win rate on the prediction of the map.
100%. But do G2 pick into the labs? No.
What?
They go for
consulate.
the consulate.
That's a big one for me because it's the actual out of all the maps that we saw there, Consulate was actually the one where they got the closest to beating a good team, which was Secret. They eventually, I think it was 7-8. So it's a decent map for VP, still a very good map for G2, right?
But if you remember rightly, as we stay with that consulate, if you remember, Secret only did 1 rush, and it was the rushes that was causing VP problems. So G2 are going to play that very, very differently to how Secret did it. If we go through to the next map, we are, of course, going to see Virtus Pro pick into that highest preference map available of Cafe. We said it was a high preference map for them, but G2 also love it as well.
Oh, they're amazing on it. They've an incredible win streak, and honestly, when the opponent is picking one of your best map, you know you're in the driver's seat. Then we can take a look at the last bans and what is going to be the decider. G2 ban labs. That's a surprise for me.
Yeah, a little bit. I think they wanted to make sure of a Chalet or Border. I think, you know, we talked about, let's say that VP banned labs or G2 picked it, whatever, but they wanted to make sure that they got that good decider, whether that be Chalet or Border. That's the only reason I can see. It does seem a little weird from the outside. Of course, VP will ban away the map they got 7-0'd on, and that will take us to Border. And again, just if we do get to Border, G2 will play that very, very fast. VP will play that very, very slow. So it's a big clash of styles going ahead on that map, and you'd have to argue G2 are in the driver's seat in all 3 of those maps.
Ooh. Do you agree with that, Alfama?
Yeah, I agree with it. Although I would say VP got away with it pretty well, honestly, because they land on Consulate and Border, 2 maps where they actually took their last opponents really close to a victory, which wouldn't be the case for Chalet, for example, that we saw really poor Chalet from them yesterday.
Well, we'll see how much time has been actually spent on this. G2 were not playing yesterday, so they could watch and see what would happen and prepare for the bans for today, and specifically for Consulate, our first map. Gents, thank you very much. Leo and Jack, our casters await Virtus Pro versus G2, and it's Demo and Ollie to take us through it. Enjoy.
Hello everybody, back again here for our first day of playoffs. Demo, we are going to be running through both of the best of 3s that we have on offer here today, and what a matchup we have to kick things off. VP versus G2 in a best of 3 format. I cannot wait to get around this one. It feels like a classic.
It is, because it's kind of happened for a very long time. We've seen both rosters go up against each other. Yes, there's obviously been changes here and there, but for the most part, there's a lot of history between them. We know that. Look at the map bans. I think this suits G2 really well. I think all of these 3 maps, they can abuse the pace that G2 can bring into a server, you know, with the rushes, the way that they can call things. One thing that VP have really struggled with is dealing with those fast executes and fast rushes this stage. So I think any map that we go to here today, I think G2 are going to be favorites.
Well, let's see what happens when we get into things. Obviously, they've got that recent result that is going to mentally be a bit of a boost for G2. And of course, mentally, going to be a bit of a negative for the side of VP. There's no way of getting around it. A 7-0 is a significant scoreline indeed. So something to bear in mind there ahead of this matchup. We're going to Consulate for our first map. G2 going to be starting off on the attack. A Grim and a Fenrir both have been removed. Monty. And to round things out, an Azami.
So we've got Ying up, we've got Blitz up. for G2 that they can use. Obviously, look, Grim and Monty are also really good bans, as we know in the current meta, but there's still just too much that you can't ban. You know, even Deimos as well is another operator that you look at in Consulate. A lot of soft destruction that we know in the flooring. We've seen plenty of times players use the Deimos kind of like the way teams would use the Buck, where you go below, start ripping up the floor. Obviously, Deimos does it a little bit better because you can just secure the kill, you know, rather than kind of guessing where they could be with a skeleton key. So yeah, the main bans are just kind of what you expected. So yeah, he's going to be on VP today. We know that. G2, as much as, you know, the stick that obviously they receive because it's G2 and they're always going to get a bit of criticism if they don't go in and win trophies. We know the expectations of that team and that organization. They played really well, I think, this stage from where they were during WC. Obviously Manchester as well. The two players that they brought in, look, Blaz and Loira, I think they fit it in really nice. Blaz, obviously, with his kills, that's what he's been brought in for, and he's done a great job. And then Loira, you know, a product of Alamau, you know, that's why he's been brought in, because, you know, he caught the eye of Alamau, him playing inside of Brazil. And look, he fits the playstyle that G2 want to play, which is that Brazilian style.
Yeah, of course, it's worth mentioning as well that it's still a relatively new roster, obviously, with having two recent pickups. So, yeah, they've got a bit of experience under the belt. They've got a stage under the belt. They've done a bit of work elsewhere. But realistically, this is go time. Uno, just going to struggle to get the second tin opener off there onto that wall, leading into the small closet. The lineup that G2 are bringing here, it's looking a little bit pocket play-esque. You've got the sense and you've got the blitz, so that in conjunction with the Ying is going to be used for something pretty particular.
They're going to use the Thatcher to disable the Warden goggles and also the mute jammers that could be there, so it just gives the Blitz a free range. But however, they cannot stop the fire from going in from the Tachanka, but Alamau doesn't care. He walks in, picks up Patch, but VP Ollie, they've held their ground.
You got to question Alamau there for aiming down sides with the shield. He didn't really get the most out of the blitz there. Candelas can go in, but still waiting for the Vulcan canisters to dissipate. Loira not working off too much info right now. Knows that CEO is likely clear, but the Tachanka, 15 fire canisters. There's a lot of time denial and a lot of zoning that you can do with that sort of utility.
Yeah, the kit's not in a favorable position. They actually have to push through the defenders here, Ollie. Ideally, you would have wanted that and the player swinging in for the CEO window, but it's not going to be the case. Another Candela is going to be primed. Lawyer's just going to hold that until Blaz is in position as he takes up the same position Uno was in, and here comes the Ying, has to move in, has to try and find the kills, but VP again, playing very reserved, very safe. Shepard, a great rotate as he tries to take up ground inside of Baguette, which was left by Loira. But right now, he's just focused on trying to get Blaz in. Shepard with a swing, but Loira beats him to it, and now it's Blaz in 1v2. He does have the diffuser, bear in mind, so he can try and get this plant. But he is up against two, and he doesn't have the information, know exactly where they are. Any denial? Any flames? No. VP are going to let this plant go down, and now it's Blaz in the post plant. Ollie, is this doable?
If he can get out onto the rappel, this is very doable. Still got an adrenal surge. No drones, no nades. I'm very surprised that VP just didn't take this as a 2 versus 1 gunfight. There's a big risk now that they're going to split this up into 1v1s, but always he's going to get away with it. Hits the swing, hits his shots. VP secure round number 1.
So I could see the idea from Blaz. Obviously, you mentioned he could have easily just jumped out the window and tried to play the rappel. I think it would be very difficult because I don't think they had any claymores in the window for him below, so it's just a case of VP timing their jump outs well and they'll win that. I think what he wanted to do was almost bait VP into thinking that, oh, I am going to jump out the window, and then hope that we'd get a free kill, because he just kind of sat in the middle of the room. You know, a lot of people don't expect that, but maybe always isn't everybody, and he does expect that, and he gets the kill because of it. Look, G2, they tried to pull the trigger. They've went, you know, for that fast execute top floor. You expect to see that on a map like Consulate. Consulate, as we know, very defender-sided. The great success that we see is teams playing fast. You you kind of get murdered, don't you, sometimes on the clock as well. If you try and play slow on towards console, so fast is usually the way. But you can see the idea. They had the Thatcher, they tried to bring in the EMPs to disable the gadgets from the Warden, from the Mute, but the EMPs don't disable the fire, and there was a lot of that. You had the Goyo, you had the Tachanka, and that was the kicker for G2. They just could not break down all those flames. Where's the fire extinguisher operator? When is that being released?
Oh, I tell you what, you might be on something there.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
That could, I mean, that'd really put a cat among the pigeons, wouldn't it?
Just either that or just a water hose.
Well, I mean, yeah,
just
like...
the fire brigade, just breaking it. Surely that makes sense. You know, surely the fire service are involved in counter-terrorism. Maybe they're not involved in that, I'm not sure.
I think, I mean, just what if you just had like a little water bottle on you? I mean, I don't know if we can get another sort of UK-based operator, but bottle of water operator would go down a treat, I think.
I know plenty of players who you would think are probably water boys for their team, but no, they're real players.
That's what he could be called. He could be called the water boy.
The water boy.
He just runs on mid-execute with a six-pack full of water. Opening pick this time for G2.
Oh, Pasha.
They're going to get themselves two. Alamau.
Some drones.
Picks Pasha up. Pasha just getting caught out. He was I think maybe trying to hide his cap cans a little bit there, but it's going to cause a bit of a rotation. Shepard realizing that they can't really keep control of everything now, and they don't want to spread themselves too thinly. So he's going to retrieve that Electroclaw. But G2, they've got so much space to work with. Picking up 2 kills like that, especially on this attack, can be deadly. And there is the potential that this wall isn't opened so easily, or the hatch, excuse me, but it looks as though it's going to go down without a hitch. A couple of shots coming through the floor, but that isn't going to deter Loira. It's going to be able to get that hatch open, and G2 can continue to work their way with this top floor. The biggest problem that they've got is that they're probably not going to get the breach, but it doesn't look like it was a clear intention from the start.
It's just fairly standard take here from G2. They've dealt with the roamers well. They got a good lineup for executing, we know. You've got the Ram for the soft destruction. Got the hard breach there, get the hatches open. I think it comes down to Always to see how he performs on a bit of a flank, but Doki, he deals with that extremely well. Oh, actually, the breach, you know, can't really get in. The wall's gonna be electrified from him, so he can't get it open, but I don't think the plant is gonna be a main concern from G2, because all they need to do is find 1 kill. Oh, Shepard for the 1-tap onto Uno. That's gonna be Diffuser. Cold outside, but again, in a 1 versus 4, when you're being Deimos tracked. At C4, though, Doki goes down, and also Blaz with him. G2, what's going on? Shepard for the 1v5 ace. Alamau has to make it happen. G2! Why are you smiling, Alamau? Are we laughing through the pain?
That is criminal.
I'm gonna, honestly, I'm done with them already.
I cannot believe that Shepard nearly got away with that.
Oh, jokers, absolute jokers, the lot of them.
Mate, some of those kills. I remember when the TCSG first came out, and it was just a magic wand. It was like a god weapon. And it's been through some changes, but still in the right hands. And when you're hitting heads like that, it's not too much that you can do about it. That was a great kill there onto Loira. To be fair, Loira has actually made that a lot easier for Alamau, because Loira died, but his stun grenade still went off. And when you saw Shepard swing at the last second, he still had his hand over his eyes, so I think he would just have been coming down from that stun effect. But the C4 onto the Deimos as well was brilliant, because obviously you get that slightly delayed tracking information as to where the Deimos is. I'll tell you what, from the way that round started, it had no business ending that way.
It's the comedy club, also known as G2.
I mean, just why didn't they just get the plant down? They knew where he was. After the first person died, they should have just planted.
Well, I mean, the thing is, why are we not just, you know, playing together as a team? You don't even need just you literally know where he is. He's not going to run away. He's 1 speed. But they've just decided to swing on 1 by 1. So G2, they need to get their head in the game. You know, little moments like that, they need to focus up, because it was a good round until that happened. and almost washed all of the good work that they did up to that point just away. You know, almost allowing the 1v5 to happen. G2 will be attacking onto the split bomb site, Ollie. So VP have decided not to attempt the piano. Instead, they're going to try and change things up. But look at G2, Ollie, just as quick as ever, taking the ground with the blitz, using the Ying to give the cover to the blitz. And VP, just nobody inside at all to stop this. Nowhere to be found. Defuse is going to be stuck, and it will be planted. And again for VP, they're just letting G2 walk in.
Alamar's literally just walked in. Surely gets this pick. In with the bash, down with the finisher. Loira, he's having a good time this game. Uno will get picked up, but Doki there with the immediate trade. Lightning quick round there from G2. They were not messing about. I feel like Alamar was in the site within the first 30 seconds of the round, maybe. VP have just let him walk in.
Yeah, looked to be VP were a lot of players just off site, and G2, they analyze that weakness and they just walk into where they are, and that's pretty much the site. Again, I think whenever you're against a team like G2, especially on a map like Consulate where they have operators like Blitz, like the Ying available, you need to play a lot more compact. G2 are a great team at analyzing the weaknesses. Again, that's down to Uno and Alamau obviously being able to spot those kind of things within the round. If you give them that space, they will take it. We know that the aggression that this team has, all of them can gun, all of them can shoot straight. They're not afraid. That's one thing about G2. They never show any fear. They'll just go in and do it. You know, no hesitation. I always say to you, Ollie, as well, hesitation, that is, you know, that's what kills the team. If you don't have any hesitation and you just do what you want to do, you will get results in the current meta. So I think for VP, they need to play a lot more tighter on site. You think about the first round that they won, they were very compact together. They weren't giving kills away without getting the trades back. That was the complete opposite than what they had the first round.
Deploying explosive ordnance.
Round number 4 ticks on by. Couple of changes this time for this top floor site. We're not seeing the same Sense and Blitz Ying lineup. Instead, something a little bit more traditional, potentially a little bit slower. The wall's still going to get opened there into the closet. Just removes that little rat corner that a player can hide in. Frostmat's getting dealt with there, and Blaz can start to move through now with Flores. These Rotero drones and start to remove a little bit of utility. He's going to start by getting rid of that desk in the long bar. Again, just stops someone from being able to hide around it. Loira, he's going for a bit of a walk up Visa stairs here. He's got the Adrenal Surge with him. He's going to barrel stuff onto one and pick another. 2 down before he's traded, but that's damage done. He's opened things right up there.
Yeah, 2 players down and 2 important operators as well. Down goes the Dechanka, down goes the smoke. Great swing though from Passion. Knows he has to get aggressive to at least give his team a fighting chance in this round, and being able to take out Alamau. It's a good pick. Joystick now makes the lead in favor of VP as G2 struggling now to convert that lead that had been given to them by Loira. Passion just peeks and Uno goes down as well, and Doki's actually been flamed off. Couldn't help his teammate. He's the 1v3, the Asta for Clutchy. Does get the ping onto Dan. Takes a bit of damage from the flames, but he's still okay. That's the thing, Ollie, in the 1v3 with the Deimos. They now know where you are. You know, Dan can just feed that information back to his team.
Yeah, it's not great for Doki, I'll be honest with you. It's a delayed ping, but it's a ping nonetheless, and he's just not got the space or really the need to move around enough to keep them guessing. It's a shame because you look at what Loira was able to do there, and he was able to flood the bomb site, picks himself 2 kills. Sure, he gets traded, but where was everyone rallying around that? G2 in the opportunity spotting that we know them to be good at. When they were attacking onto the split side, everyone rallies around Alamau on the blitz, and I just don't feel like everybody was coming to Loira's aid there when he potentially needed them. That was the point there, and you just think, you know, even if someone's just at the top of Visa stairs, at vending machine, long desk, like, probably trade Pasha there, and they can just continue that domino effect thereon. But we have an equal game, 2-2 on the score. This is, of course, the site that nearly was for VP. Shepard and his fancy little 4K.
10 seconds.
We don't often get treated to a Shepard clutch demo. Few and far between, but he's capable.
Still find back to the Rally Major, and that was where he was just at his unplayable.
Which was the one where he shot the wall out?
Go near him. That was against Team Secret. I think, was that Rally against Team Secret? I want to say it was. Or, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. It was on Bank, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Bank Archives Teller's defense, if I'm not mistaken.
That was one of the famous ones, but
yeah. I'm pretty sure it was against Secret. I think it was the semi-finals or something like that, because that's as far as I'm pretty sure Secret got anyway. So yeah, again, people correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe, if my memory serves me right. But look, again, for VP, the top floor is working really well for them. That's what we want to see, though, Ollie, is a little bit more compact. I like the reaction, though, from some of the players from VP, realizing that we've lost 2 and we only got 1. We need to go out and get more. They were able to go and swing and get those picks against G2. They needed to turn that back in their favor. So the reaction from VP looks really good already today as well. However, you look to the basement, they went for a very extensive roam game, which G2 just kind of swept away. So I'm a little bit on the fence with, should they be going for that again? Do they maybe try and go for the retake strategy? Or, Ollie, they're going to go for the strategy of, let's just go for a classic Valkyrie camera and C4 combo.
Blaz has been seriously baited there as well. He will soak up another C4, though. The irony is beautiful. He's on the hatch, so he can't get damaged anymore. But someone is going to have to come and get him.
Yeah.
And the person that comes to get him is going to be playing battleships with a C4 operator below. Dan is ready and waiting. He's got the pings. Could give himself a lineup here. That maybe does the job. Oh, it could be perfect. This is brilliant.
And Blaz is dead as well.
VP. A masterclass with the C4s. 3 spent, 2 kills secured. Oh, the round is almost in the dirt as well. If you look at what's been lost, that hatch isn't getting opened. You've got 1 secondary half breach gadget. You're going to use it on the hatch, you're going to use it on the breach. You've no ram. Ripping open that floor is going to be hard work now.
I mean, I will
argue. There was an IQ! Oh, man.
I can't even. The floor has been open for G2 because the C4 holes. They have been able to get the hatch open because Uno does have the hard breach, but that main wall, it's going to remain where it is, untouched. So G2, all they have is yellow stairs and the hatch to drop into. VP, they can just trade man for man on site. They'll come out on top of that. I'm sure there's probably going to be some information fed from the mirror windows to stop that plant from happening, primarily towards yellow pillar, as we know. So G2, they need to try and look for picks, but VP, they're not going to give them any picks whatsoever. They have the mirror windows. They can just play safe behind them. Smokes go down. The drop comes in. Doki is gone, though. Swinging in front of an open mirror window. No, not an open mirror window, just a mirror window in general. Ain't the best from Alamau. And the final kill falls on VP. I mean, a classic strategy, Ollie. It's been there since the start of Valkyrie's release day. Just C4 them with the information.
It's just so beautiful, isn't it? It's a beautiful game at that point. I really enjoy the placement of that Valkyrie camera as well, because you've got to expose yourself to shoot it. Like, by the time that you've walked in enough to shoot it, I mean, I don't know if you could get the angle if you laid prone at the door, but that's just a faff, isn't it? I think it was brilliant there from VP. Done a good job there of securing that basement round. And we are potentially on for a level half. Of course, a lot hinges on this. We've seen kind of both sides of G2 today as well. We've seen some fantastic conviction and real speed and opportunity spotting. And then we've seen, you know, just sort of just dropping like flies one at a time. A little bit mixed, a little bit of a mixed bag, really. And I mean, the same could be said for VP, right, Demo?
10 seconds to go.
We've seen a mixed bag on their defense. Some of the rounds they've been giving the site away and getting picked off on the roam, left, right, and center. And other times we've seen them play with a real serious level of togetherness.
Yeah, I think against a team like G2, you can't have any weaknesses, which I know is really, hard to say, oh, you need to have no weaknesses, but it is kind of true. You can't give G2 that space. And, as long as you can just play compact together and your trade game's good, G2 is going to struggle because G2, as we know, they are going to be utility based. If they lose operators, like the Ram, like you mentioned before, they're not going to be able to get the soft destruction done. If you pick off a Ying immediately, then G2 kind of lose the pushing power that they want to have. So it's all about denying G2 that space that they want to have. So for VP, as long as they can just play together and get the trades on, they should be fine. But again, this is what I mean, the space. Surely a trap has to be here. I do mine anything at all, because you just cannot allow Uno to walk in and try and attempt the plant. He has the diffuser in hand, keep in mind as well. And you can see G2 Ollie, the idea is to rally around Uno and try and create a bit of chaos as he's trying to move in for this plant. But look at this position from Pasha. He's inside Piano. They let him cross into Piano. It was clear for a moment, and Pasha's going to try and take the front foot, and it's going to work out for him. A brilliant play by Pasha.
Fantastic pick from Pasha, and he's not done there. He's going to find 3. G2 seriously mudded there. The attempt was fair, but it's come to nothing. Again, Doki 1vx with the Deimos, this time only 50 HP. He knows exactly where Joystick is, but can't do anything about it. You gotta question the drone that was working at Uno's feet. How did Pasha manage to slip by and get away with that one?
I think it's timing though. It's just one of those transitional periods where they have droned and he's got off the drone, and as soon as he got off, Pasha's then rotated in. But look, all credit to Pasha. Closes that space, doesn't allow G2 to have that easy walk in, takes the fight to them, and he gets raw with 3 kills. That's what I mean. If you can shut down the initial plan from G2, they have struggled to actually kind of think on their feet almost, haven't they? And like really from what I've seen as well, whenever things haven't went for them, it's actually been Blaz pulling them out of clutches. Blaz has had a couple of life games this stage. Like, make no ways about it. He has played really, really well, but he's probably exceeded the expectations that you probably would have had on him. You don't expect him Blaz to come in and drop 17, 18 kills every game, but he's been able to do that this stage. Well, not every game, but you know what I mean.
No, I know what you mean. There's been some big moments.
Just think G2, they need to adapt a little bit better. I think that's certainly a bit of the game that they need to work on, is the adaptation. Like, they're great at opportunity spotting, we know that. But whenever things don't go well for them, they struggle just kind of getting out of that hole, don't they?
Yeah, the plan B is never ideal, is it?
Camera feed up and running.
It's a nice little Valkyrie camera I'll be taking. I feel like a policeman, like, confiscating things. I'm like, I'll be taking that, son. Confiscating your Valkyrie camera placements. Thank you very much. Certainly having the one that VP used. Well, sides of swap now. 4 versus 2. VP, a very favorable defender side here on Consulate. And it's now on G2 to really keep themselves in this one, because with the way that the game's been going, I'll be honest, I don't think a timeout's far away. Just been running a little bit deeper, but...
Well, here's the thing. It's defensive half now for G2. This is the favored side. So I think in that context, they'd probably want to keep the timeout if the defenses, already go wrong. I mean, certainly if G2 lose this round, the timeout has to come in, because then I think it's a case of maybe the mental starting to fail them a little bit. But again, for VP, in terms of how they've kind of attacked, look, it's been very minimalistic. We had the luxury of casting the VP's game against Secret, and it was just kind of all from the one direction. There wasn't a lot of split pushing. It was very kind of bare bones. They're taking in towards the admin side and just trying to push across for a default plant. They weren't really interested in Yellow, for example. But this time, Ollie, Joysticks actually picked a kill up from Yellow. So this is a little bit different than what we had seen previously from them.
I'll give them a call.
Gonna hit a logic bomb phone call just to make sure he's not immediately getting pushed, and Blaz is gonna see that as an opportunity to strike, but it's such a narrow angle that Joystick's holding. He's gonna move up aggressively. He's got the DMR, so kind of has to take the advantage in this situation. Gonna pick a second. He might even find a third here. Doki gets taken out by Always. Look at the team play. Oh, Always, just when Joystick needed you the most, you came. Flew himself over the skylight, and he's not finished. He's going to grab a second onto Uno. A desperate C4 sent through the hatch, but a flawless round to kick things off for VP.
What a fantastic round. I mean, all of it down to Joystick. I mentioned before that generally on every attack that they do, They always like to come in from admin. That's where they'll kind of start most of the rounds. They'll obviously try and, you know, go for a roam clear if needed, or if the top floor is the site, then they'll just try and push across and get the plant down. But this time, yes, they're coming in from admin, but that little lurk from Joystick using that Dokkaebi has really caught G2 by surprise. I mean, Joystick, for the most part, was by himself, and he was able to pick up 2 kills. Yeah, even if Joystick dies there, doesn't matter. He's done his job. He's got 2 kills. He's significantly weakened that roam game on the top floor, and then the rest of the VP can just push across as normal.
Well, here is the timeout. I mentioned I thought it might be coming. And G2 gonna try and steady the ship. It isn't a case of which side they're on. Is it attacking problem? Is it a defending problem? It seems to be just a problem at the moment. And hopefully for them, that's something that they can address in this timeout. Want to do something about it a little bit. VP, what a bounce back as well, Demo, from the game yesterday. That BDS, sorry, not the BDS game, the Wild game yesterday, 7-4 over on Chalet. We didn't really get to see all too much of it. Obviously 7-4, it's a kind of mid score line. It's not a stomp, it's not a long game. It's sort of lands in that middle ground, but some of the rounds from Wild especially were quite sharp.
Yep.
And VP have done a good job of turning themselves around in less than 24 hours to get their heads in the game, ready for this one.
Yeah. I mean, certainly G2. They're the ones under the pressure now. They're the ones you have to have question marks around. It's timeout being called. It has to be for mental. Has to be. You know, G2. Communication seems a little bit off as well. I've seen a few times where it's like they're surprised that a player's there whenever he's just killed your teammate. You know, it's happened obviously with Pasha making that play. You know, who was the sledge in that round, just running on bottom spiral as though he didn't push out in towards bench, for example. He even had that last round, you know, Joystick getting that second kill. Whoever the Melusi was looked surprised that he was there. He just killed your teammate there, you know? So just something seems off about G2 again today. But for VP, they look as sharp as attack right now. They're reacting really well to G2 as well. But look, we'll see how they deal with the top floor. And again, for VP, always going to be looking to push in towards that admin side. However, Shepard on the blitz. Did anyone have this in the bingo card?
It's not someone that you think of blitz and immediately think of Shepard, do you? You probably think of like an SAS operator, like a smoke or something along those lines. Yeah, Hibana. Blaz and Dan. No coming together, but they're in the proximity of one another. Trying to hold on to the top floor of this admin. Loira has got a C4 ripped and ready. No one inside yet, though. Just the drones working through. He's waiting for the repel sound so that he can send that C4 over the top, but this is something that Pasha is waiting for. The nade going to go in. That's the audio cue, but Pasha ready for the aim training, and he hits it. C4 neutralized mid-air. If that's the only way that you've got to keep in control of admin, then it's a bit of a poor do. They've been pushed back into the corridor now. They've had to give away that ground.
Surprised we're not seeing G2 bring in operators, you know, like a Goyo, for example. We know that VP on their day can be a pretty slow team.
Recovered their diffuser.
So you only have the smoke to try and stall it out. Blaz is not aware that Dan just slipped by him. Pasha with the opening pick onto Lawyer. I mean, Pasha has had a great game today. Second for him, yes. Doki gives him that luxury. And don't forget, Dan is still in that backstab. He's been unchecked, going up spiral. Blaz up towards Visa stairs where he will walk to try and support Alamau. But what's Blaz going to do? One to his left, one to his right. The Blitz and Nook will start to move in from spiral. Spots out 2 people as well. Good info being gained by Shepard.
Well, Blaz picks his time to strike and can take Pasha down. With it goes the diffuser. Quick revive here, potentially, but Dan could be in the right place at the right time. But Uno there with the cover. Shepard removes the Skopos. That's the tank, the smoke there, and just gets caught in a horrible situation. Smoke rotating through back into their own toxic babe canister. A little bit scrappy, but G2 get it done.
Yeah, great team play from Blaz, and I think You have to look at the Uno shot as well. The cover that he gave his teammates. You know, Blaz obviously coming up to support the Scopos on that on the meeting door. They both then work in conjunction to pick up their kills. Yes, Blaz gets downed, but the cover is there. And then as the revive comes in, Uno hits a cracking shot onto Dan as he tried to rotate over to pick up an easy two-piece. I mean, that's the better team play from G2. Much better.
Definitely a time where you think the balance was shifted in VP's favor.
What a shot.
That's the kill there. I think if Uno misses that shot, and it's a difficult shot to make, that's a long to medium range engagement with an SMG-11.
Through the wall as well.
Yeah, if he misses that, then
5 seconds to go.
it's almost certain that at least Alamau or Blaz is dead. Potentially both. Timeout good for a round. Is it good for 2? G2 still not back in this. They trail by 2 rounds at the moment. Seeing a lot of Scopos play from them. Going to be defending downstairs with Alamau on that top floor roam. Again, another good example of where Scopos is going to be good. Always. Gets 1 mirror window. Can he get 2? Nearly. Oh, he did. Goodness, Blaz, you dropped the ball there a little bit.
Yeah, good work from Always. Obviously, destroying the mirror windows early on is going to benefit the side. You know, mirror windows can be a bit of a tricky thing to deal with if you don't have the correct operators, but thankfully, they have a Twitch. Alamau has been droned out, but again, he's no real danger. We know the power of this operator, just TP back to site. The shell will be found out the Wally. That's the only thing, so it should be dealt with. But if VP don't, then yeah, looks as though... Oh, did you know about that mechanic? I did not.
I didn't know about that. That's very interesting.
So, again, I don't know if everyone at home knew about this. It looks to be if you destroy an active shell, it still drops a mobile phone, so you can still hack into the cameras even without somebody dying. Didn't know about that. Interesting.
I guess that gives a bit more balance to it, doesn't it?
The more you know. The more you know.
Because it feels very free for the defenders that they can just roam top floor with no consequence, waste time, and then TP back to site. At least by going up there and destroying the shell that is left, you get a little bit out of it. Now all the Valkyrie cameras are known as well, so there's no excuse really for dying to a C4. I mean, you've got the IQ anyway, so you should be finding them out. It's a little bit more of a typical VP round this though for the attack. It's
a little bit slow.
A little bit slower. It's about the minute mark until we get our first kill. It is going to be Blaz falling. I think it was joystick inside of yellow there. I don't think we're going to see those C4s to as deadly effect as what VP were able to do with them. Doki is just going to move up briefly onto pillar.
Yeah, he's in the hot seat.
I guess I've been droned there though. I mean, you can
denial.
assume someone is on pillar.
No smoke, no Goyo. A couple C4s, that's really it. So VP don't have a whole lot they'd have to worry about. But really, it's Doki. He's the danger man. Player I said in the hot seat, rotated in towards yellow pillar, actually swings onto the yellow door. Alamau's found another. Shepard is in the middle of the bomb site, but he gets doubled up by Laura and by Doki. They just flood in. G2 again winning a round from behind.
Yeah, they lost the opening pick. Blaz had fallen, hadn't he? I think you mentioned there Doki being in the hot seat. That ability to be able to rotate from pipes into the bottom of yellow, massive. Sometimes it's not an easy transition to make, but he did that and picked himself up a kill. Didn't even need the C4s. G2, 2 rounds on the bounce. Still trail by 1, but they're more in it than they were previously. Now we're going to see the split site brought out. This is where you'd think that, in my opinion, VP and their style is going to struggle a little bit because there's a lot more to do here in terms of clearing out, whether it's going to be vert, garage, depending on where the defenders are going to try and hole up. We're seeing a couple of 6 picks come from VP as well, as they prepare and have realized, right, we're going to the split site. What do we need to bring?
5 seconds to insertion.
What is Uno setting up over here? Just giving himself some nice little feet holes, it seems.
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
We'll have an electrical or two get that secret wall electrified. Which gives something else for VP to worry about. They don't have any secondary EMPs, so Cade Claw on a wall like that is going to be a bit of a problem.
VP have once again been pretty slow. And that's what is kind of been the issue for them the whole stage, just been the time management on the attack. Again for G2, have been losing these opening picks, but still have been able to win the rounds. I think that's just down to G2 catching VP by surprise with the aggression that G2 have been able to do on the defense. You know, say for example that last round, Doki just swings out yellow. You know, it's a position that you don't expect that a defender will come from, considering that the hatch and the upstairs is already being ripped up as well, but Doki just has the timing on him and makes it work. So I think for VP, they just need to make sure that their angles are being checked and being locked down, and they don't get surprised by these G2 players going aggressive. We know that's what G2 is going to do whenever they're down men. They're going to try and get the kills back and swing you.
Joystick on a bit of a crouch walk here. He's going to come to blows with the Scopo shield.
A bomb has been located.
You thought that was a person, didn't you?
Well, you never know. Didn't destroy it, though. He's just going to amble past. See how much ground he can cover here and what he can find.
There we go.
We'll get rid of the Scopos. Alamau going to send himself outside. You can destroy the shell, but not the man. Pasha is going to fall on the rappel. It's a nice opening pick there. You get rid of the ram. It's going to mean that the soft surfaces, excuse me, are a little bit safer. And look at Loira's position here as well. Really tucked in. Just inside of office. Oh, just didn't keep himself as safe as he could have done there. I think if he'd have tucked in, maybe it would have been slightly better, but Alamau, you saw him! He gets the trade, looks plainly always, and just doesn't catch on. Oh dear. Always doubles down. Finds one onto Doki. Leaves a lot for Blaz and Uno right now. But as is typical for these VP attacks, time is of the essence.
Just sat underneath the vertical, just looks straight up, and somebody walks in front of him. A double drop though, in towards the back. Oh, always is TK Shepard. Even though Shepard done such a great job of being able to find that kill on Uno as he tried to run away, and now Blaz has to clutch up in the 1 versus 1. Should know where he is. He ties him down to 6 HP. Is he gonna try and push for the kill? Did he think he downed him? What? What? What was that? No way you thought you downed him. You just go for the defuse. Even if you do that, why is he full sprinting at him? He could have long-armed it all. He could have just sat behind the wall and played mind games with him.
To quote a legend, why are you sprinting?
Oh, boy.
Oh, dear, Blaz. What a mess.
Wait, all he had to do was just go to where the defuse was planted and just start, trying to defuse it.
Yeah.
The attacker has to come to him. He's behind that concrete pillar.
I mean, always needed to win that. He did such a good job in the early part of the round. He got 2 kills, then drops at the same time as Shepard and TK's. It's a nightmare. Then finally manages to clutch out the round. He's been through a whirlwind of emotions. Oh, it's so unfortunate as well.
Like, he should just straight away start
it's at this point, start sprinting.
Like,
10 seconds to go. Bomb located by
It's a best of 3 demo, don't worry. We've got all night for this.
5 seconds left.
It's going to be going on all night, mate. 6-4.
Attackers are moving.
I don't feel like Consulate is done just yet. G2 need 2 rounds to take it to an overtime. They've already used their tactical timeout. So they just have to do what they can in the server, live in game.
Setting up a breaching sequence.
But VP, the momentum is with them at the moment. And a bit of a clutch like that, bit of lady luck on their side, always does wonders. Fast joystick, as he's boosted from his drone and remains boosted for a brief time. Bringing the IQ again. Should be able to spot out plenty of those Valkyrie cameras. That information has been something that G2 have really heavily relied on.
I think the Nook has been a big play as well for VP, hasn't it? Dan has ran that a lot. I mean, whenever you know you're against a team who's using a lot of information, you know, Valkyrie cameras, obviously, even the Scopo shield, it still acts like a camera. It gives Dan that bit of freedom to maybe look for that backstab.
Going for a drive.
But again, it doesn't look as though he really knows which staircase he wants to go up. It was Spiral last time, and this time he's lurking in towards Visa, and Loira gives him that kill. He had no idea he was in there. Of course, being the Nuke wasn't picked up on the cameras. And Joystick with another. Doki goes down, and once again for G2 on this top floor defense, Ollie, they have gifted the lead immediately to VP.
Yeah, someone needs to make a big play now for G2. Uno's going to start. He will take out Dan, the prowling Nook from below. Always isn't far off his tail, though. He's got a perfect line upon him through the wall now, but, I mean, he's not to know that he's on the other side of things. Uno is looking over in that direction. It's an engagement Alamar needs to win right now. Going to go for a Toxic Babe canister, but has to just use it to buy himself a bit of time and retreat a little bit further back to the top of those yellow stairs. Always had a brief chance at catching someone on the flank, but Pasha, how many times tonight are we going to see him win a crucial gunfight? Takes Blaz down and furthers that advantage here for VP.
Depends if they know if Uno's downstairs. Because the C4 could be quite deadly here for VP if it goes off and stops that diffuser being planted. Does leave Alamo though, and more or less a 1 versus 4, trying to hold back the masses as best as he can as the smoke, but yeah, too many angles. He can't watch them all, and all you have is Uno with a C4. Will place it down. Doesn't even find a kill with it. And it looks to be the VP are lock this round out, only unless Uno can do a miracle.
Well, Shepard picks up 4 kills. He was robbed of the clutch. Can Uno do the same, but this time under the clock? He's going to be at the bottom of Spiral. He had a bit of information to go on, but it was not going to get started at all. VP, we often say this team comes alive in a best of 3. They might not have the biggest map pool. They might not have the fanciest chaos gameplay, but they got it done there on Consulate, and they're going to lead this best of 3 series 1 map to 0. G2 really struggling to get started their demo.
Yeah, and I think for G2, it was more the case of VP were given, I feel, way too much respect. I think G2, they obviously were trying to play that game where they could try and go fast with the attacks, but VP were just holding their ground every single time. They were playing combat, they were playing together. I think VP played it really well. They played, you know, that counter play style against G2 today. I think they reacted well. It just seems though VP have improved on a lot of stuff that we've kind of said at this stage they haven't done very well.
Let's take it to the desk and see what they have to say.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm flabbergasted. I am at a loss for words. Virtus Pro take the win on Consulate, and we're describing them as flexible, reactive, bringing a Nook and a Blitz and actually using them, flanking. What the hell is going on? Virtus Pro are actually playing like a team.
I think I will say it. Leo was absolutely right in the pre-game of this, where he had 2 worries. One, why are G2 picking Consulate when it was a map that Virtus Pro have won this stage? And then 2, can G2 have anything more than just playing reactive and just throwing bodies at things? And both of those issues came to haunt them, Leo.
That was the big issue for G2. When you look at their attack side here, see the Blitz here from G2. You basically had 2 different styles of attack. 3 rounds, they brought Sense, Glass, Blitz, Ying, and Knock. So that's only for cheesy plays, for direct attack onto sites and trying to find an opening. And then 3 other rounds, they played Whistler. That's an example here of Loira going quickly, but they have the Capitao, they play for the execute, right? So G2 had 2 different completely kind of plays here. My issue, and you can see it here in this trade, this example here, for example, this triple kill from Pasha. That's one great example of what VP did to counter that. That's VP playing close to each other in Turtle and being ready for these cheesy plays and punishing G2 for trying to go for these direct attacks by themselves with solo moves.
I'm really glad that you've said that word, punish, because punish is the raison d'etre that VP will employ. They love to punish teams who are not coordinated, who are not in sync at all. And that is the one, in my mind, it's the biggest strength that VP have. Their playstyle is a little bit older. It is a little bit outdated. But where teams want to just throw bodies at VP, VP will gladly accept them and they will lap them up. And that's exactly what they did to G2.
And that to me is actually the second part. That's the second side is, okay, that's fair. You're getting a 4-2 split in defense on Consulate from VP. That's pretty good. And it's honestly because they had the right plan. Stick close to each other and get trades against solo moves from a team. Now in attack, the real problem, and I actually have a clip to show that in round 7, it's a good example of the problems in...
This was ridiculous.
This is ridiculous. He's gonna get a triple kill from just that yellow stair. So we're 140 into the round. He already gets the first pick. Sends the Tokai be cool. And look at G2 trying to get that pick again. One by one, picking him. No trade, no double up. At this point, Joystick is calling for a backup from the roof. He's waiting for the backup. He plays that gunfight, then gets the backup from the roof to get the trade for him. Look at the second pick here. That's Ace dropping and helping him. And at the same point, look, 1 minute into the round, 3 kills. What did VP do here to deserve this? They got yellow control. G2 throwing bodies at them. And that's just helping VP not having to problem solve anything. That's G2 throwing bodies for no reason.
That was a flawless attack that was flawlessly messed up by G2. And VP, like you say, dropped Joystick into yellow. That was the only action they did, and G2 had a huge overreaction. And G2 just throw bodies at everything. G2 kind of play I would say a numerical game of Siege.
Yeah.
If they're 4v5, they will throw bodies to get that 4v4, and it emphatically goes badly like that.
Why did VP lose yesterday? Because they were not able to execute in the last 20 seconds. So your game plan should be to get them to the execute and decide to just, at this point, deny that execute,
Yeah,
right?
you give them, you start off in the initial space when you're defending against Virtus Pro, then you take a step back, you go into the mid, and then you take a step back again.
You play the onion.
You get back to site, and you force them to execute whilst you're outside of the lights.
You play the onion. You really peel them back until the very end, and time has always been the issue.
And I thought G2 would have had the discipline to do that, but evidently they lost this on their defenses, not their attacks. On their defenses, they didn't have that discipline.
So I will say, it is not yet time to sound the alarm if you're a G2 fan, because this is a best of 3, which means G2 can still bring this back. They'll have to get into map 3, but there's, of course, one between the first and the third, and we'll have to talk about that right after the break.
This is the Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch.
Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva Barricades, to be a big nitro out here, and it's massive!
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP.
Line up.
3 go for VP!
Everything falls to Sploit, down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No matter!
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets! He's making the 1v4 look so winnable! There's no way! Resets to Ace to 1v4!
Esk is trapped in a corner.
The next can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane!
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2.
It looks like there's one left standing. It's Bolts against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
In combat, every second counts. And time waits for no one. Unless you can slow things down.
So many players all around this attic position at the moment. Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Another one for Solotov. Information from the bees. He goes dead. Shotgun.
3 kills for him to claim, but it's Hyper to grab shot. 2 remain for Astralis, but a shotgun at close range.
Iconic.
Let him go in. Iconic, be patient. Be patient. What are you gonna do? You know 2 are there, and he gets a bone. There's only 1 remaining, and Astralis are in good shape. And JR and 4K from Iconic.
Batman showing up. Save the day, save the round.
I think what makes Wild the team we are is kind of in the name. We're like aiming to be a pretty unpredictable team with a lot of aggression. That's kind of what the main strengths of our players are. We have a lot of good shooters basically on the team. So when you have that, you need to take advantage of it. And we're hoping to go into the season basically and be able to struggle with our aggression and our play style. We think we have a pretty unpredictable way of playing the game, and it's gonna shake up a lot of teams for sure.
If we're coming for you, run. We don't stop for anything or anyone. We are the danger from above.
The danger from above indeed, Ram. Couldn't have said it better myself. In this case, Virtus Pro are the danger from above for G2 because, well, they're 1 map above G2, sitting at 1-0 in this best of 3 series. is all on G2 to bring it back. Welcome back to Blaster 6 EU League, our playoffs, and see who can make it to the Montreal Major over the next few days. Let's take a look at our map bans one more time. Map 1, Consulate. G2 Spig has gone to VP. Our focus is now on Cafe. VP Spig on Defense, Jack.
Yeah, so obviously in a best of 3, I think you would argue most of the time in a best of 3, teams should win their own map pick. Hasn't happened for G2, but teams pick into maps because they're confident on them. VP, they love Cafe. Even if G2 like it as well, they absolutely love this map. So you would, in a way, you know, in an alternate universe, you'd have to argue that VP are favorites for this one.
Yeah, VP should be the favorites. On the other side, though, I want to say that it's still an amazing map for G2, and that's what happens when you have a shallow map pool. You go on the better maps for the opposing team. For G2, that's the case. They've got a 9-win streak on it, 100% win rate on it in 2024. It's a great map for them. And I just want to say also, incredible defense for them, 60% win rate.
It's not too shabby. But then for G2, what is there to bring back? Because there were clear problems that we saw in map 1. You both pointed them out and really went in depth into them. But Jack, can they make it happen from one map to the next?
They've got to change their play style
Yes.
from one map to the next, specifically on the defenses. I think when you look at it, they weren't disciplined enough in terms of layering their defenses and testing VP's execute. That, for me, Leo, is the big thing that they need to do when they get on the defensive Cafe. If they don't, they couldn't find themselves very behind very quickly.
That's as easy as that. You slow VP down, you play towards the execute, and you play denial. Smoke, yokai, all this kind of stuff. And as well, operators that will slow them down. So that's going to be Milusi, that's going to be Goyo. It's stuff that they have to clear so that they're losing more time. That's what I would change here.
But then what happened? Why do you think that G2 did not play that way on console? Because let's be honest, we've all been talking about this since forever, that this is how VP plays. They've been doing it for the past year.
It's because the style of Siege that works against everybody else, Milosh, doesn't work against Virtus Pro. So if we're against anybody but Virtus Pro, this aggression, this unpredictability, it works really well. But against Virtus Pro, they can punish it so well. You have to be on your game if you're going to play that way against them.
Put simply, they're overdoing it. Let's not find crazy answers here. Let's just play classic methodical Siege. Burn time for them. They will be too slow. You will win if you do that.
I still don't underestimate the gunners that we have on VP. We've seen what they can do, Pasha especially coming alive in map 1. But let's see our casters. They're back with us here, Ollie and Demo. Now, gents, both of you were losing your minds at game number 1. Who would have expected it? VP will take Consulate and set us up for it. How, you guys recovered? Where are you feeling now?
I can't wait to get stuck into map number 2, Milosh. We always knew it was going to be like this, didn't we? It's a bit of an El Clasico here in Europe, and we expect a little bit of craziness. Honestly, the Shepherd clutch that nearly was, I think if that had come through and he'd have won that would have probably been the icing on the cake.
Lack of discipline from G2. Again, on everything they do.
It happened multiple times also. I mean, that server take alone, the retake demo, that was ridiculous to watch.
Yeah, just teething issues again. I think for Blaz, he's kind of panicking a little bit, which I suppose you're going to get with a player on a new team, and he's trying to get used to that. I don't know, maybe the nerves is the weight of the badge too heavy? Did we start asking those kind of questions? You know, G2 is a heavy badge to wear.
They're not Man United, Demo.
I think that the big worry for me going into the next map is the big worry is that G2, they haven't really had any official practice on Cafe, which for me is the scary thing. This new team has not played it together officially. So as much as what we sit here and say, oh, you know, G2 can also be really good in Cafe, we haven't really seen that.
You know what? That's the best part of it, because you guys get to explore it firsthand and talk all about it. So please, gentlemen, take it away for match number 2.
Thank you very much, Milosh, and our wonderful desk. We, of course, are going to be headed into our second map here of the night. We've got G2, we've got VP, and we are going to Cafe for map number 2. VP lead the series 1-0 right now. And I'll be honest with you, I hope that it isn't a 2-0. I would like to see these two play all 3 available maps. Take us down to every last round if that's what it takes. G2 this time going to be starting off on the defense. That was the side where they really struggled on Consulate. VP starting off on the attack. G2 this time to ban away the Monty. Like I guess that leaves a little bit of flexibility for VP in what they remove. It's likely going to be something like a Grim. It's going to be the Ying this time. Ying, Grim, both are heavily used by G2. And VP aren't going to spend too much time thinking about their defender ban either. It is going to be the Azami. So much play for Azami, or I guess lack of play because of how good they are on this map.
Yeah, I think Ying or Grim, it's kind of that question, is would you rather lose an arm or a leg? You know, chat, would we rather lose an arm or rather lose a leg? Let us know. That's why I view them both, because either way, it's going to make things a little bit difficult, isn't it?
Probably a leg.
You think a leg?
If I had to pick, yeah.
If I lose an arm, how will I game?
Well, I mean, that's it, isn't it? It's
How
called
will you
mouse
fish?
and keyboard, not a mouse.
Can you fish with one hand?
I don't think it's the doing things, is it? It's everything else that comes with it.
Have you seen the guy who plays golf with one hand, where he kind of like does like the swing around his head and whacks the golf ball?
I've not actually
seen that guy before. That guy's
quite
crazy.
impressive.
Yeah, he's playing golf with one arm.
I've seen a guy fish with only his feet.
Maybe you could lose the arm then.
Well, we're going to have a mirror window set up on this top floor. Mirrors pointed in toward piano. Is the second one going to go and wash as well? We've already got one inside of the freezer. Good little trick for Cafe. Typically, you're going to defend the top floor in some capacity, whether it is the site you choose, I mean, ideally not, or if it's just somewhere that you're going to extend as a result of the lower floors that you're holding. But opening the glass on the windows is brilliant for that sound coming through, and you get a lot better sound of the players that are out there on rappel. It was a nice lineup, but it didn't come to much. A real bold run out from Doki there as well, and he's going to chip always down quite significantly.
Yeah, I think the kind of game plan for G2 is just go at them. I mean, they have a dock on board, so you would assume that they're probably going to try and go for the aggressive spawn peeks, run outs, get in the face of VP. You can then go back and get stimmed up by Uno. I think it's a great idea to go for, and obviously, you know, Uno can then play in some pretty, you know, risky positions, you know, potential nades, catapults can be fired at him. He'll be able to shrug them off. G2 having the mirror available, gonna be locked in immediately. It's just great for defending piano. You can see the mirror window set up by Laura inside of bathroom. He is kind of stuck here just a little bit. You know, he can't really cross in to Pixel without getting domed by somebody playing on towards the mini bar, but of course can try and rotate onto maybe the other mirror window, which is right beside him inside a freezer. So they've really doubled up to try and lock down all of piano as best as they can. So VP, obviously, it's something they have to try and go through. They need to get joystick rotated up and using those Ash rounds. And this is what I mean with Uno on the dock. Can just stim himself back up, can play in these risky positions against an aid, and he just shrugs it off and carries on his day. However, he's out of the molly and he's on 30 HP, and joystick just walks in and kills him.
How's joystick been allowed to get into long bar there? Bit of a problem. Loira needs to win that engagement, but he's going to fail to do so. Zofia Stun going to catch joystick there, and honestly, if it hadn't been for that, I don't really fancy Alamal's chances in that gunfight. G2 now going to start to drop off. This is a bit more about what the desk were talking about with these layered defenses and really eating into a lot of time, but it's no good if you're losing bodies on the way. Alamal, the next player to fall. Blaz and Doki again in a clutch. This time, 2 versus 3, so a little bit more doable, but Blaz doesn't have loads of info to go off here. And Shepard's got access directly into the site. There's not a lot stopping him from just walking in right now. He's going to go for the runaround. We'll get caught out on the BP there, and he's instead going to try and firm it. Obviously feels like the cover is good, and it is. Always. Takes Doki out as he tried to rotate up those white stairs. Blaz has just been out of the fight. He's got a bit of info to work from, but dancing around these pillars, it's really only a matter of time. VP, they dismantled that top floor hold.
It's just a complete lapse of judgment there from G2. You've just let Joystick just walk up long bar and kill 2 players as easy as that. should not be happening on the side of G2 to allow something as basic as a crouch walk ruin the setup. Obviously, Uno was trying to dig himself in as hard as he could, playing on that dock. But you have to support him. Nobody was covering for him. I actually think it was an element of bringing in the gridlocks that maybe just slowed down Lawyer's approach. Lawyer was the player inside of Freezer, don't forget. That should be his responsibility to make sure that nobody can walk up long bar and kill Uno. But if he's gridlocked off, he can't really do much about that. But then surely that information needs to get fed through the rest of the team.
Discovered the location of a bomb.
Yeah, strange, because Lawyer had a lot to do as well, because he was working on the mirror windows, trying to stay alive and keep control of Piano. So it kind of brings the question of what the other three players were doing in that moment.
10 seconds insertion.
Can't be allowing... I mean, if VP are just walking in, there's a bit of a problem, isn't there?
5 seconds to go.
Because this isn't the team that just walks in.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Joystick has been back to his old ways the past couple of days. We've seen him have pretty pop-off rounds. Well, I mean, you made the claim. You made the claim that he was back last night, and it didn't really last too long.
I hear from scrimmages, I hear from the pros that, you know, Joystick's back, and my immediate reaction was, oh dear, because that doesn't spell good for any team in the league if Joystick's back.
Oh, it smells good for Verts, bro.
Of course, VPs will be dancing saying he's back. He's returned.
There's a bit of a different mirror window setup this time.
Yeah.
Lawyer's instead got a mirror window that's going to assist him to try and hold on to that long bar just a little bit. He's still got lots to worry about, though.
Yeah, I like this mirror window a lot more. This is the more typical mirror window. You can see the difference. It just gives that control over towards the cigar shop door and also the new balcony as well. You can cover that from just the one position, as well as being able to cover Piano as well. So it kills two birds with one stone. So yeah, much better of a setup from G2 to stop that from happening. Good drone work here from VP, being able to spot out. Yes, they have the mirror window and also a warding plant upstairs. And not only that, he also sees the cap can traps as well. So they shouldn't get caught out by Uno on the cap can. But right now for VP, it's just a case of being able to whittle away at this top floor hold. They've already disabled one of the mirror windows, and because of that, Joystick has once again been able to get himself into that exact same position, only onto long bar.
He's got a bit of a different task ahead of him this time, though. Alamar's going to be harder to move.
Dead man.
Loira, way outside the map. Alamar going to come to blows and again win that engagement. Does get downed, though. No dock on side this time, so a manual revive is the best that G2 are going to hope for, and Alamar's going to desperately try and crawl himself onto these white stairs to get picked up, but he was really clutching at straws there. It was very likely he was to get finished off, and always made sure of that. The breach, or the hatch, should I say, should be open now. There's a bit of a utility exchange there with one of the Cade Electroclaws, but that has since been dealt with. Hatch now can be opened from below. Doki doesn't have a C4, though.
They've reinforced the white wall as well. They've used a light reinforcement Ollie, and they're just going to try and lock Uno inside of the bomb site in towards fireplace. You know, realizing that, yes, we've lost top floor control. That then means we've lost white stairs control. You just can't have that big rotate open going directly into a bomb site. So reinforcing that, it gives Uno that bit of protection to go for that swing. He does pick up one, and it was the diffuser. But as we know, VP still have more than enough firepower to get that over line, and they will do so. VP with, again, another great round. I mean, VP tonight, Ollie, they have looked superb. I mean, is this the same team we've seen throughout the stage? It can't be. Who are these people?
Doesn't feel like the same team we watched yesterday.
It's honestly, you sit there and think, wow, surely this team must have been, you know, top two. No, quite the opposite. They only got here because other teams fumbled the bag yesterday.
Oh, it was the nade that downed Alamau. I did wonder how he got down from that, because I didn't think Joystick could hit too many shots. It's the old curse, isn't it, of, you know, playing back-to-back days is really beneficial. I remember an interview that Doki did once, and it must have been a Copenhagen major or something like that, because G2 went straight into stage 2 or phase 2 of the major and didn't play in the playoffs and didn't do too well. And one of the reasons, and you know, it was a, well, you're going up against people that have already been playing for a week. And then the same can be said a little bit here again. You know, VP played last night, G2 had a night off. Sometimes you know, a back-to-back day is better than just a day out of the blue, because you can play better on that second day. And VP are definitely benefiting from it. They're playing better than they did yesterday.
100%. Yeah, I was even speaking to ITB as well, and obviously they have to go for the LCQs. And they were saying, you know, even if we do win the LCQ, they would much rather be in phase 1 because you get that momentum. You know, it's true. I think if you start off well, you just get better as time progresses, whereas phase 2, you're straight into it. And as we know, phase 2, only best of ones.
Yeah.
If you lose three games in a row, you're done. That's you're out of there.
Yeah. And then you start to think about, well, what's the quality of scrim that you're getting at that time and all this sort of stuff. And
it's rough.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
One thing I will say, though, about VP and certainly in terms of the kind of history, this side, as we know, has always been, you know, better in best of threes. Last time G2 and VP played in the best of three, I'm pretty sure VP beat them in a 2-1 series. I believe that was back in, was it last year? Like stage 1 last year, I think they played a best of three, and, you know, VP beat them then. So certainly I think VP, they do come into their own in a longer series where they can just get used to that matchup. Doki does find an opening pick, but look at this, Always is straight in, and he's planting the diffuser. A quick pocket play from Joystick and Always, but Uno is going to be enough to stop that diffuse from happening, and also picks up the second. Uno, the savior for the side of G2, Ollie, because if he wasn't ready, if he wasn't switched on, Ollie, could have been a disaster for G2 again.
Plan going down at 1 minute 55 left on the clock, by the way. Unbelievable. Loira, he died to the Claymore that Shepard had placed out. Now, Shepard is down, but he's likely going to get recovered here. Now, the biggest problem that VP have got is the location of the diffuser. Nice C4 over the top there. Thought Dan might get away with that and get the revive off, but it wasn't even going to get that far. VP, where is this opportunity spotting coming from? That's the quickest I've ever seen them play. It was brilliant.
I'm telling you, this is not the same team. It can't be.
It's like, oh, there's only Doki on the site. Well, we'll just try and walk in.
Yeah.
I mean, credit to Doki for being switched on there. He went for the double dip. I think he knew that there could be someone not too far behind, but you know, there with the all-important kill. I mean, and this second one, to be fair, Pasha was a bit out of the action. He was on the other side of that top floor, so he wasn't an immediate threat, but winning the gunfight is always going to be beneficial. G2, put one up there.
And they do. And now we head into our kitchen site. I generally just see this as a very attacker-sided bomb site, Ollie. You know, we've cast at Cafe quite a lot, and Kitchen always just seems to be the simplest of attacks, where teams will just do the roam clear, they'll rip open all of the floor, drop into freezer, and just plant. And there ain't a whole lot the defense can do to really stop that. Obviously, G2 are going to be bringing in denial operators. We see the Echo be brought in. They're trying to assist with that. But other than that, no smokes, for example, which is usually something we see played inside of VIP. You can use the smoke in that aggressive position behind the shield. You can then also smoke off the freezer drop, for example. But G2 have went very, a different approach. They went for a heavy roam game. It will try and be attempted. They're going to try and use the echo cameras. They give them some information for these quick jump outs. And they've also fully reinforced the freezer walls, Ollie. So they're not going to allow VP to go for any quick pocket plays. The VP assess and say, oh, look how many players are off site. Let's just hit site. They can't do that because the walls are going to be reinforced. So they're putting a lot of faith in Uno just to hold down the site. The good thing is, though, Ollie, this is where Scopus is really strong. If you feel as though a rush is coming, Scopus can just immediately come back to site to help that lone player. So that's where the power of that operator will come in.
I like this a lot better from G2 because it plays into the time wasting aspect. Finally, Doki having a bit of a problem with the drone there. It plays into the time wasting aspect that you need to play against VP. You have to burn out that clock. Looks like Joystick's just tried to walk in yet again. And Uno's going to deal with him, but he's got friends behind him. Pasha and Blitz, and in the smoke, they're going to get the plant down. Alamau is there with the cover, though. It doesn't stop Shepard from getting that diffuser down. I don't think that G2 know exactly what's going on right now. Now, holding on to this in the post is going to be tricky, but Dan's in a real hot spot to make sure that that happens. Shepard desperately trying to keep himself alive, but there's only so much he can do against this slew of bullets coming in. Always will be there for the trade. Dan has made his way outside and picks up Alamau. now. I'd only heard the air jab a fraction of the second before that. That must have been a banger. Joystick's face, Pasha's face, that says it all there.
Is this VP or Furia? I don't know what I'm watching, Ollie.
I want to see that shot Dan's just hit, because I reckon it's nuts.
I would never expect VP to come in here today and play this lightning quick siege. I really was not expecting this today, because it's just not what we're used to seeing from VP. VP have been one of the slower teams inside of the league. I honestly thought that VP, you know, they've tried a quick attempt, but I thought Uno, Uno getting that first kill, I thought was, oh, that's it. First kill is crucial if you're going for that rush, because it establishes your site control. He loses, Joystick loses that engagement against the Echo. Uno's still alive. But they never rotated Doki back with a Scopus. It doesn't look as though they reacted almost quick enough for that rush. Scopus was there. I mentioned it before. If a rush happens. Obviously, I must say for VP, Dan has hit unbelievable shots. Like
that shot is nah. You can tell from the sound. You can tell from the sound how insane that is, because the air jab literally just gets sent out. He's just flicked. Nomad's just flicked over to go back to the primary, and it's like bang. It must be like hip fire headshot sort of thing.
Yeah, something like that. I mean,
unbelievable
reaction. It got to be. I think Joystick watched it.
Yeah, so. Joystick and Pasha both were just going nuts over it. But it's again, where has this VP been all my life? Playing quicker. Not spending tons of time and double drone and everything, and really taking the time. Instead, just spotting an opportunity, getting the blitz on, and getting the plant down. It's devastating. G2 again. I mean, they can't be far off another timeout, surely.
I mean, it is a attacker-sided map. It's one thing you have to keep in mind. But I just think in terms of the way that the rounds have been won, it's been extremely one-sided for VP. Yes, it's an attacker-sided map, but they have been clear rounds. Just the way that they played, they've looked a lot better than G2. I mean, G2 in the kill department, that's where they've really struggled. Look, Doki, I think, is in a massive slump. I think he has been for quite some time. He's been really struggling to kind of get to the groove that we know that guy can play to. So I think things like that aren't going to help your season whenever one of, the main players who have been here for a while. We always look at Doki as, I think 2023, Ollie, he was the most consistent player, I think, of the year. He was always going in, performing. Just this stage, he has not been there. He's been really off his game. So G2, see how they get on with the next round, but it's not started off well. It is not. Shepard with a kill on the Alamau. I would say probably an overheat more than anything. I think he's probably stuck his head out the window and has been punished because of it.
Yeah, he's either stuck his head out or gone for the vault out. Joystick will fall to the C4. Loira trying to get himself out of dodge there, and will be able to get his way down the stairs, but no, Pasha's there with the cross. Brilliant cut off. Pasha's going to pay for it, but stays alive for the time being. It's just another angle that G2 have to worry about now. The C4 from Blaz unsuccessful, and Pasha again from the window.
Can't put a foot wrong.
I tell you what, he gets so many important kills. I commented about that on Consulate. So consistent. Always. He finds one on Doki from above. Again, the time. Really good from VP. 40 seconds, and they've already got the 4 versus 1. Uno, he's going to pick one, but immediately gets traded out, as it should be in that position. I mean, attacker-sided or not, VP, they're winning a heck of a lot of gunfights here.
They want it more. You can just tell by the emotions that they are up for this today. G2 are not up for this today. They're not. You look at the faces. I've seen more life at a funeral. Like, that's what it comes down to sometimes, is just who wants to go in and win it on the day. Who wants it more? And I think VP they are fired up, they're amped up. They're just energies bouncing off each other, aren't they?
But I mean, that's what happens when you get a couple of clutches and a few things go your way and the vibes are high. I don't really feel like G2 have had much of that yet.
No.
There's time for it. It's by no means over. We'll have to see how they deal with this last defensive round. Now, this is where we saw a pretty quick play from VP, and they're shaping up for something similar. Shepard's going to 6-pick onto the blitz, so we might be about to see that walk in again. It shouldn't work twice, though. It should be in the back of G2's mind that, right, if this is what they're going to go for, this is what our reaction's going to be.
Come on, G2, do something. Insert that video where it's, you know, he kicks him with a stick, and there we go. Quick, aggressive run out, eliminates joystick. I mean, that's one thing that's been consistent though about G2 is you've just tried to play into the faces of VP a lot of the time. But the gun skill today from VP has overcome that quite a bit. A lot of the aggressive challenges that G2 have attempted, VP have just, you know, nailed some cracking shots here today. Doki will begin to be hunted. He's actually got both of his shells pretty much beside one another, Ollie. But maybe one of his teammates can hop. Maybe one of the teammates can hop on the shell and use that for his weight information.
Yeah, I really like that because there's an assumption that the shell is just going to go all the way back downstairs. And yeah, that's it. It's over. However,
I think he's cooked here.
I think he's been misdroned.
No, he's been droned.
Oh, he has been droned. Oh, he gets killed on the way back though. Hops over the top banister, finds one onto Dan, and now can get himself back down to site. The shell will be destroyed, but it's a fair price to pay.
Well, I think Doki has kind of won the round. It feels like, you know, VP, they don't have a lot left really for an execute. You're missing out quite a decent amount of utility. You know, you would love to have the Nomad and the Dokkaebi in this kind of scenario as well, because Dokkaebi for the call obviously would be great for pushing in towards Bakery, and the Nomad for locking down those flanks. It's going to be a bit of an issue. Pasha is able to get one kill back, and finally they get that man they were hunting for, Doki, off the board. So they can open up the hatch, and they can open up some of the verticality, Ollie. But in terms of really making G2 feel panicked, they don't have much of that. You know, they don't have any flashes, for example, apart from the Blitz shield, but come on, that's not really a flash, is it? I suppose you do have some nades as well from Pasha. But really, as long as G2 can play together, Ollie, the shield shouldn't be that much of an issue.
Uno's got a tough job here, but he's going to be supported by Alamau. Alamau really keeping him safe and almost putting him in his pocket. Always going to be given an exit frag, but that's all it should be at this point. 25 seconds, no diffuser. Should only be a matter of time, but again, this is G2 with an overreaction. Overswinging the problem. Always should know that someone's going to be pretty much stood on the case. We can see both the G2 players have rotated now. One into prep, one into wedding. From this position, should be unlosable. And it will be. Loira sees to it that there is nowhere left to go. G2 get a much needed round here. It closes out that first half at a 4-2 round count.
Well, a nice recovery anyway for G2 to at least get that final round. So 4-2 half. Again, it's an all right half. You know, as much as what we've praised VP and the way that they played today on the attacks, it's still an okay half for G2 being able to get two defenses on an attacker-sided map. But then you kind of look at Consulate, Ollie, and the attacks that G2 went for in Consulate doesn't fill us with a whole lot of faith in them, does it, though? That's the only issue I'd have.
Well, I think you made a comment that we've not really seen G2 play too much Cafe. So
no, well, not with this team anyway.
Yeah, we don't really know, you know, exactly what they're going to do. You can obviously make a good guess and an even better guess once you see the operators that have been selected. Put Uno on the Deimos for me. He's been the shining light so far.
10-4.
10-4. give him the upgrade. Get Doki on the Ram. I mean, to be fair, Ram still gets the R4C, so it's hardly much of a downgrade, is it? But you've got a bit more to do on the Ram.
Yeah. In terms of the lineup for VP, they do have a bit of denial in the form of the Goyo. But other than that, it's a lot more of a kind of roam-centric, you know, lineup. You've got the Mozzie in there, for example. Obviously, Legion is also going to be pretty strong for roaming with as well, to try and support always. You know, Shepard can easily go for the rotates upstairs and help him while still being able to cover off his flanks, you know, in towards Wedding, for example. So G2 will take their time. Just going to try and run down the clock VP. Just know they can play around those Goyos as best as they can. Blaz, did you get that? Did that? No, we're just wasting util. Is this like the Drone Olympics? What is this?
It was a bit of a stretch for a Wub, wasn't it?
It's the Flores high jump, and he missed it.
He needs to go on the. He needs the pole vault. He needs the long stick where they run up to it.
That's it.
Surely we could
2 tracks.
Make that happen. Doki, I've not seen him get too much value out of the Deimos. I'm going to be honest with you. There isn't the information really for him at the minute. He's got a couple on the track, but where we see great Deimos play is it's the drone and the combination of droning and the Deathmark tracker. Now the time, you know, as the round progresses, you should get more things, you know, more PC util tracked, more operators tracked, so you should be able to get more options, but you've still got to have good information to do that. Always is a prime target right now, but I don't think...
they know.
Well, they should have the Mozzie tracked, yeah. Blaz is going to go for it. Knows that he stood there in the doorway and punishes him because of it.
Yeah, always. Tried to go aggressive, but the drone spots him out. Easy cleanup for Blaz. So Dan, gonna try and see if he can hold off the masses in towards VIP. He is gonna be tracked by the Deimos. It should be an easy one for Doki, but loses that out. How on earth does he bottle that one? Shepard eliminates Alamos. He tries to pick up the kill onto Dan as well. Blaz attempting to push in towards reception. He also gets battered back. Loira, inside a freezer, has dropped on top of the shelving unit. Has a nice angle on to Dan, but Dan isn't moving. Dan's just trying to play it safe right now. What a cluster of a round right now for G2. Where do we look? Where do we go?
How is the only operator in the site an attacker, by the way? Like, all the defenders are on the periphery picking up the kills, and Loira's just sat inside a freezer. Who knows going to get one, but Loira's got so much to do and so little time to do it in. He can recover the diffuser, but the goo mine, even if nothing else, is going to stop him from winning this round, as the time does the rest. You hate to point it out, don't you? You hate to single out individuals, but Doki on the Deimos.
Has to win that.
That was the kicker.
Has to win that. He was brimmed. He was tracked by Deimos. There was no excuse for not finishing off that Warden. There's not. He has to make that kill happen. He has to get that kill. And you see what happened? You don't get that kill. Dan's allowed to play in that position. And all credit again to VP. What have I said? Reactiveness today has been off the charts. Look how well they reacted to helping Dan there. You know, Shepard straight into the bar, making sure that nobody is able to push him coming in from restaurant side. Just little things like that that VP have added to their game has really been the game changer for me.
I think it's the levels of reaction as well, because VP have reacted in a very measured way every time. And G2, it's either been an under or an overreaction. They haven't really found that middle ground yet. Tactical timeout has been called. At the same point, by the way, as we saw it called on Consulate. Consulate was, of course, a 7-4, so there is still chance for G2 to get back in this, but VP firmly in the driver's seat at the moment. Only 2 rounds away from locking up the whole series. Look at the crossfires from VP as well there. Everyone was so confident in where they were. It really felt like G2 were just being given what VP wanted to give at points.
I think this is a perfect example of, you know, sometimes whenever we, you know, talk about the stage kicking off, we're excited for it, and yes, it's best of ones, but best of ones ain't gonna secure you a place into the major. Best of threes is what's gonna secure that. G2 7-0 VP and the best of one during this stage. Really? Did it matter? You know, what does that actually achieve? What a better position in the league stand? And I mean, it's not as though G2 got second in the top 2. This is where it matters. This is where you need to win your games. You know, if VP, if they go into every stage now and they say, we will take a 7-0 loss to G2 as long as it means we'll win the best of 3, because that's what matters.
The problem is with VP is that it doesn't make sense as to how they're able to keep doing it, because on paper they have got a very small map pool, and seeing them play like this isn't something that we get to see all too often. Now, obviously, it's a little bit different because they're on the defense now, so we're kind of seeing them play the game that's brought to them, and at the moment, it's some heavy aggression. It was a quick round from the start, and it isn't slowing down. Doki on a tear. We previously criticized him a little bit, but there's no room for criticism right now. 3 kills, plant down, all kills found. G2 explode into the map after their timeout.
Yep. A quintessential G2 attack. You know, that's what we expect to see from them. That's their kind of standard. It's those quick rushes, that quick opportunity spotting. Obviously, for that site specifically, you have a window directly into site, so you can go for those rushes extremely well. Joystick was the lone man on site. Missed the shots from the first guy jumping in, and then he's kind of waiting for that second guy jumping as well. Oh, look, it's a blitz, so he's just dead at that stage, isn't he? But yeah, all credit to G2. They just, again, that opportunity spotting, extremely well done. Obviously, as we know, for G2, their attacks, their rushes, they live and breathe on how that first engagement usually goes. You know, if Doki dies there first, no, they don't win that round. So it really hinders on how well they can do on that entry pick for the rushes.
Well, in round 8, they did well. I don't think that we're going to see a rush round every single round, but it's something that G2 can pull off and do tend to pull off quite consistently.
5 seconds to go.
However, that is the first round that they've achieved here on the attack tonight. And they're going to need a couple more if they want to take this to a third map. Different site, reading room this time as opposed to the mining dining variant. You mentioned there, Demo, with the single window that looks directly in onto the site. It is a gaping hole. It is a big vulnerability as a defender. This site, whilst it does have a window into it, it is tend to see as a little bit more preferable. And it does tend to involve that full top floor clear. Lion scan. See if Doki can gain any more information for his death mark scanners. And Loira on the prowl. Already got himself into Pixel.
Yeah, he's going to try and play off the bees that Blazer currently sending in the way of VP.
Oh dear.
As TK'd with an nade, Laura walked straight into it, and because of that, VP only actually end up on top as Joystick has been able to get a kill and then fall off. Another big mistake by G2, who are just playing themselves at the moment. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. So G2, yes, they've been able to take control of that top floor, but they've lost 2 players in the process, Ollie, and one of them was the buck, which they really needed for this site. You need to open up that self-destruction.
Yeah, there's no real good option for it now. You've got a Bailiff and a Vendetta. Blaz isn't in the hot seat. He's downstairs. He's not in a position to really open up that floor. It's time to come up with a bit more of a plan.
Deathmark tracker out.
Deathmark getting sent out onto Joystick. He's the Jaeger. Doki seeing if he can feed some of that information across, but Joystick can just run for the hills. Always gets a really important kill onto Uno. And how many times today have we seen Blaz and Doki as the last 2 alive? There's a bit of a retake going on of this top floor as well. G2 can't hope to hold everything right now. Plenty of Deathmark targets available here for Doki, but he's still got to find the kills off the back of it, and you don't really want to scan in this position. Going to get caught on that top floor as always. Has already made that rotation up as the retake has happened. Blaz, well, he's out in the cold. Nice shot onto Basher. You don't often see them come off. Could it be the start of something wonderful or something woeful for G2? VP don't need to do anything right now. They've got the case, 25 seconds. Same as Doki. As soon as he transitions that corner, just tries to nick the case, but when the defenders have got more men than you, you know that someone's going to be watching it. VP, match and series point now.
I think this is it. It has to be. I mean, VP looking good again. G2. Not only are they losing the fist fight against VP, they're also punching themselves in the middle of it as well. Ooh, a nade. Kills his teammate.
It's a difficult one to portion the blame, isn't it? Like, who do you portion the blame to in that situation? Uno's throwing the nade, Loira's the one walking into it. It's 6 to 1 and half a dozen of another, isn't it? There's no one really that's at fault. It's just an unfortunate circumstance. And that's kind of been the story of the night. VP have, by far and away, played better Siege tonight than G2.
Oh, play them off the server, yeah.
They have also had a little bit of luck on their side as well.
G2 haven't done themselves favors today. They haven't. The G2 have made a lot of blunders.
Yeah, G2 haven't played very good Siege. They have made a lot of mistakes, but also they haven't had anything that's really gone their way. They've had no 50-50s that they've come out on. At least none that are evident and have been in big enough consequence to bolster the team. And as such, they've struggled for it. They need 3 rounds in a row if they wish to take this to an overtime. And with what we've seen so far, it feels unlikely.
Well, G2 going to be locking in the rush operators again. We have the Blitz and the Grim available. I wonder if they're going to try and take things quick, or maybe it's going to be a slow round and then use those operators for their execute during the final minute of the round. It looks to be the second option of the two. Doki on the Blitz this time around as well. Usually it's Alama that we see in that operator. But Doki takes up the mantle. I mean, Doki and shields, I'll be honest, I'm not used to it because he doesn't really play shields, so it's a big risk, I think, for G2 putting him on it.
I mean, it's Uno a push, isn't it? Uno's usually the other shield player, but... Yeah, I'm not sure where that comes from. Not entirely sure. This is either going to be brilliant or it's going to be disastrous, but Doki on the shield is worrying me somewhat here. Going for quite a quick roam clear. Has been droned here. The C4, not successful. Doki quicker on the draw, and always is going to fall.
Secures the kill. Good start for G2. Take out that roamer, and of course onto Always as well, their top performer at the moment. They're going to try and get Doki down now and take that fight against Dan, and let's see if it goes better for Doki this time around on the Blitz. I mean, keep in mind he is a Warden, of course, so he can be immune to the flashes, but I really don't think it makes that much of a difference. Dan's still going to have to go up against the shield, no matter which way you look at it, which, always fun. But again, G2 can start going for the motions. As long as they can just secure the flanks, they should have no issues here. And this is what I mentioned, you know, about that kitchen. We see it so many times. The attackers have a lot of fun down here. You know, a lot of rounds go their way. Just because of how easy it is, you know, on the surface of things. You push everyone out of the bomb site using the vertical operators. You then push down in towards VIP. You clear that man out. And once that VIP side dies, you just walk in and plant. And there's not a lot that the defense can really do to stop you.
Doki's been taken out, got caught in a crossfire there. Loira will be there for a trade. But Pasha in a fantastic position to work from right now. And Shepard on his shoulder. 3 versus 2. Uno and Blaz nowhere to be seen. And there's information right now for Pasha. He knows that someone's going to be coming, but Blaz pre-fires the angle. His information equally accurate. 10 seconds. Uno has the diffuser, and Shepard's going to creep on round, but it's Joystick to find one. Shepard the last. And VP, they get it done in 2.
Oh, G2. Again, struggling with that kitchen attack. They just can't deal with VIP. Doki just looks the completely wrong way, not aware there's a Goyer just underneath the Christmas tree. Christmas comes early, but it's not for G2. It's VP this time around. Does that mean, Ollie, they get 2 chances now at qualifying for the major?
They've put themselves in a very good position. Bounced back incredibly after that game yesterday. We saw them struggle against Wild on Chalet. And they're just one of those teams that keeps proving everybody wrong. The math, the data, everything stacks up against them when they go into a best of 3. And somehow they come out on top. It begs belief. Let's see if Fardes can make a little bit more sense of it.
It's literally impossible. You can only explain this by the sky falling on our heads. Bachtutatis, what is going on? To borrow from our good friends of Asterix and Obelix over in the Brittany. What is going on? Virtus Pro 2-0 G2 are now 1 win away. A game against Team Secret from qualifying to the Montreal Major.
This is the Virtus Pro paradox, Milos.
What?
This is the Virtus Pro paradox. They've looked awful all stage. All stage they've looked awful. And then you get in a game where they're against a big, heavy favorite in G2 and you think, there's no way they can win it, right? And then they go and win it. And we'll talk about VP a lot, but I do just want to focus on G2 very quickly. For a team that has coaches and support staff that counter-strat so hard, against such a static team, they've got it so wrong today. And I don't know if the prep was wrong, you know, picking into Consulate, picking the wrong map, picking the wrong playstyle, or it was the team's interpretation of the prep that was wrong and playing to the wrong playstyle. But it's gone so wrong for G2. And they're obviously going to have to make an LCQ run now.
Yeah, I feel like the map veto was probably the first big problem for me. Is that
it's almost like you had a whole segment about it.
Yeah, we had a whole segment about how there was...
But they were still on 3 good maps for G2.
It's still decent maps, but you could have been 2 labs.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, there were moments that were really surprising there. But yeah, starting with G2, I think the map veto was a problem. I think there were better options on the table. They could have picked any map out of instead of Console, probably would have went for a Chalet where they beat them 7-0, or maybe go for a labs that they haven't shown yet in a long time. You know, I understand there might have been a reason behind it, but then there is also the play style. Like you said, like I think they needed to play first into a way that led VP to execute later in the round and actually burn more time, because they kept giving away bodies. But there is also the way VP played. Let's just praise VP here a little bit.
Yeah, we should.
It's not only them like doing the classic step-by-step stuff that we know them to be good at, really well on Cafe, really well. But they also included the blitz now.
Yeah,
they're innovating.
I was just going to highlight that. Shepard's operators played on attack. Grim ×3, Blitz ×2, Osa ×1. They've innovated a little bit. They've got a lot faster. You know, we saw Blitz rush for a plant, and I'm sure we'll come on to it later. But yeah, genuinely, VP played very well today. And I will say it time and time again. We sit there and criticize the hell out of VP, and we do, because of their style. But the one thing that we will never be able to take away from them is how good they are at punishing teams when teams are not coordinated against them. G2 were not coordinated today, but VP punished it every single time.
And that ability to go faster than usual, that was, I think, really highlighted by Pasha. I think Pasha was able to get in the entry, get those kills. Many times the G2 players, they thrive on individual play. They would give him 1v1s. I have another occasion. I think there's a round where Laura jumps out of the window. We may have a clip of that actually, where he's there, goes for a pick when he doesn't need to. It's a 5v5, 120 left. He jumps out for no reason, gives them an opening engagement. Alemo tries to trade, he gets that trade, but then get traded again by the nade. That's a 4v3 at 120 in the round. There was no reason to do that, just drop out.
Bad decision on defense to make against VP. From Loiva jumping out there.
When we say the win condition is bring them to that leg execute and deny it with the right operators, it's not about jumping out at 120 in a round, trying to get a pick there. It's just not that.
You don't play for 1-for-1s against VP. You just don't.
Because they will get trades, and that's exactly what happened there. There is another example, actually.
Yeah.
When they go in basement and they go for that plant. That we need to highlight that round. That's absolutely crazy. The plant is going down into a hidden smoke. They had no idea. They killed 2 of his teammates, and when the plant goes down, take a look at how VP is playing this. Isolating gut fight. That blitz is done. There's nothing he can do. All he does there, Shepard, is burn time for his teammates to be placed right. One tap here. That was crazy. That was crazy from them. But their ability to turn around rounds that they should never have won.
Joystick's reaction, yeah. But again, G2, no coordination in that retake together.
Yeah.
Alamo sold whoever, I didn't see who Dan killed her, but Alamo sold them and then died as well. Didn't even get the refrag. I just don't know. VP was so good at punishing that.
I know that looking at the scores and the performance of Virtus Pro over this past stage and over this past year, if you knock out SI from the conversation, leads you to think, oh, this is not going to be tough at all. But remember, these are still excellent players.
Yes.
Individually, they're excellent. And then when they play together, it looks like this, the well-oiled Russian machine that we've been talking about for years now. It's just, it feels so good. It's invigorating to see together. And I think at the top of it was the player that was brought in to fix it and give it life once more, Jack.
Yeah, Pasha, absolutely. So we'll bring him up on screen. And I think Pasha, once again, he's had an excellent day today. 21-14 across a best of 3. And I think, as Leo said, he was really at the heart of bringing that pace to the team. Played a lot of IQ, played a lot of Nomad. You see IQ and Goyo the most the biggest operators for him across today. There was a play that he made on Consulate where he got 1 kill on the piano and then stepped out into the hallway and then got a second and then got a third. And I think that's the big thing for Pasha today. He was really taking the initiative on an individual basis against G2 and catching their lack of team play off. And he did it 2 or 3 times to massive success, Milos.
I mean, Pasha, biceps or not, this man is definitely showing that he's flexing on everybody in the server itself. However, our victors, Virtus Pro, they join us on the interview here on the screen. Dan the man!
Hello.
Finally,
Hello.
it's been so long, and here we get to talk to you after a win against G2. First of all, Dan, congratulations on it. A lot of the reactions that we had from all of you throughout this game was pure and sheer surprise. Why?
I think it was the game when we finally trusted each other, when we were not nervous at all, because we already lost everything, we got nothing to lose. And we just trusted each other, and everyone was calling, everyone was playing really well, and that's why we played like this today.
Dan, one of the things that we like to point out with you guys, first of all, it's great to see you again, my friend.
Great to see you.
Is that you guys lacked innovation before, right? And I see you guys taking more risk, being quicker, bringing green blitz, Evan. Where does that come from? Is that you trying to change your playstyle to adapt the meta?
I think, yes, a little bit. We are trying to change because we know that right now you can win many rounds just abusing Ink, Blitz, like double shield, and of course we need to bring it into our operator pool so we can surprise enemy teams, and we are trying step by step to improve our gameplay and get more confident during the current meta.
Do you think that's helping you being quicker? Because that was one of the biggest problems, especially in attack, is to be slow and struggle to clear roamers, for example.
Sometimes we're slow, but I watched some analytics say that we're the only team that slow attacks. I mean, if you watch a game BDS against us, they attacked exactly the same. They just, in the moment when they saw that the timer is low, they know what to do, and we did not know what to do. So we're trying to understand the basic ideas, what we need to do when the timer is low, and what our chances to win the round, and understand it quickly. Not to keep pushing our default, just change something and do it all together at the same time.
Yeah, I think that's probably what you lacked yesterday, right? In this late round executes, that's what went wrong.
Yeah.
Probably that one last thing to fix. Do you think also the map pool could be an issue? Because we haven't seen Lair from you guys, or Labs, or Sky in a long time.
I mean, from other teams, we only saw Lair and Labs.
Yeah.
So maybe our map pool doesn't fit Lair and Labs, but other teams permaban our maps. That means that they don't have it in map pool? I don't think so.
Okay.
All right, fair enough. Dan, now you've beaten G2. You knocked them out of the running here in the bracket. The next game is against Secret. And just to remind everybody, and also yourself, you're one best-of-3 win away from qualifying to the Montreal Major, which would be huge. You have Secret in front of you. You played before. Do you have anything to say to them? How will you prepare for that game?
I think they're playing great this stage. They understand exactly how you need to play in this current meta. Maybe it's not great for the viewers to see their gameplay with double shield, but they're just abusing everything they can right now. It's not their problem. Yeah, I think it will be a great game. Against them, you need to be ready for everything, and I hope we will be ready.
I'm very much looking forward to it then. If we got VP today with that sort of flashy reactivity, maybe we'll get even better when Secret is on the other side. But hey, who knows? Again, Dan, congratulations on this massive win. Good luck next week in your final matchup here in the play.
Thank you very much. It was nice to talk.
Same here. Always a pleasure. There it is. Of course, it's a final matchup. That's the final matchup that they need to qualify directly into Montreal. But if you lose in the semis, you will still have a second shot, Leo.
Yeah, I feel like Secret is a tough opponent. Now, I would have said this thing about G2, but I think G2 really poorly played that match. No, it's not to take away that victory from VP. I think they actually played it well. But Secret right now, they're on a crazy momentum.
Absolutely. And you know what? Secret are waiting at the top. They'll be playing versus Virtus Pro, but we still have to figure out who will play BDS next week for that chance in Montreal. And actually, that's coming up right after the break.
Manchester.
Feels like this one has been a long time coming. Shall we show them how the UK does it, guys?
SSG sent home.
Scars came so close.
Talon have fumbled at the final hurdle.
R6 Esports has taken those that love it all around the world, but never before in the UK. That changes here and now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Blast R6 Manchester Major. Our 8 final teams. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our finalists.
The world champions defeated.
There's a fire sale on tournament favorites Manchester, and the underdogs are buying.
A semi-final Saturday of Siege. Let's have it, Manchester!
Action from the bees. It goes in. Shotgun in hands. Oh my God! Oh my God!
And it's heartbreak for Nath, but for BDS, their first shot in a year and a half at raising that trophy.
Are you ready to introduce our show match? Let's bring them up.
Get in there, Tom. Here we go. Bang!
How intimidating is that going to be having that stood behind? It is absolutely massive.
Our champione, Mr. Tom J. Sherlock and his team.
It's a pleasure and a joy to bring you all in to the final.
This is the Cinderella story, to say the least. I mean, they made themselves #1 NA, and now they find themselves here at the grand final.
BDS on the other side.
I think they are some of the best players in the world.
Manchester, are you ready? One more time, let's bring up a team to the stage. The job isn't finished. Can you do this?
100% we can. We're just going to keep proving people wrong.
Against the Solas, the bait of the intel. Day, holding up for the blood. If you didn't believe in us, I love you. Let's go.
Virtus Pro is our team. We are playing for a long time together, like maybe 6 years in a row, and we actually think that strategic is more important in this game than house. I don't know, chaotically. I don't know how to call it in English, but we like structure. You know, when you step by step know what to do and know how to win the round.
Listen up! Night Haven ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move.
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now. Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Welcome back, everybody. Our second and final matchup of today is about to begin. Wolves versus Wild. It's a WW. And now we're here to put the entertainment.
And who takes the W? Okay, I tried to be a good host. Come on, man.
That's good.
Help me here.
That's good.
For once. You know what? You know what?
I was in Team Milosh there because I was going down the same route. I was thinking of words that started with E.
Oh, okay.
He went WWE, you went WWW.
Yeah. I said Wolves Wild Entertainment. Just to make it very clear. Anyways.
Pennies dropped. On the cent.
That's it. I understand now. Nice. Thank you, guys.
Speaking of which, these two teams have played against one another 1,000,001 times, but let's look back at how things went in the stage.
This is going to peter out, unfortunately. 35 seconds left. 4 kills to find in 20 seconds. Vert being held.
Big shining light and a big reason why we believe that Wild has had the success that they have. He's a very talented player. Great mind for the game. Great aim. But I don't think he has enough in him to get this clutch.
Is on the prowl. There should be a flank cam knocking around somewhere, you'd hope, but the kills, they're going to come and it might not matter. Not going to need too many bullets from that Vector to do the job, and Mowgli already hitting the GGs in the chat. He's confident in his team's ability right now. Croxon having to go on a race to find those attackers.
That was it. Wolves victorious at the end of the day. They were quite happy with the result. However, Wolves yesterday were in the fight to try to get to top 2. Now, of course, that fell by the wayside. Team Secret were able to get the W over the line. But Wolves today, I mean, they've been incredibly consistent throughout this entire stage, Leo.
Yeah, it's a story of consistency, and yet there were some examples where only P4 is there, only P4 matters, and then the rest of the team is struggling. That happened against Fnatic. You remember on that lair where he had to 20 kills.
3 1v2s.
3 clutches, 20 kills to get the match. And then yesterday, he was the only player on the team.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So they're consistent, and yet the rest of the team is inconsistent.
Was he the only player, or was he just doing a Mowgli cosplay?
No.
Because he was the one that was going off and doing a lot of free-flowing stuff and leaving the rest of the team to get on with it. He was on the Cav and the Scope boss, as we saw. I do agree, he's had a great stage. It was just...
But the big difference is, with Mowgli, it's probably a bit on and off. On that game, previously against Wild, it was the Mowgli Fest. He was amazing against Wild, I think. In that 7-3 victory on laps, he was incredible. He was running around. The problem is, whenever he gets shut down, it's shut down and shut down and shut down multiple rounds in a row.
Yeah. The one thing that I do love about Wolves as a whole, if you look across these stats here, Wolves have been incredible. They've got up into, 4th place and maybe could have been 2nd had yesterday gone well. But it's much more of a team performance.
Yeah.
Previous criticisms of Wolves has been it's been the Mowgli show, and then it became the Mowgli and Deadshot show. Now they're kind of slotting into the system. Maybe personal performance has suffered a little bit looking at their EPSs. P4's obviously had a great stage, but it's a much more complete and well-rounded team.
Yeah, they are more complete and well-rounded than their photos look like here, because they're all over the place in terms of lighting and all. But I wanted to talk about their opponents, Wild, because at the start of the stage, none of us would have believed that Wild would get to this point, and yet here we are. So let's put all of that together. What was the public opinion like at the start of the stage?
Leo, it's pretty wild, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. What I find wild actually is that it looks like a team mixed of all the best T2, T3 players they could find out of after the roster change and all of the other teams, what was left. And then what could they build with it? It really looks like this, like a patchwork team. Now, I'm not saying it's not going to work. They have an interesting new pickup as an IGL. I'd like to see a lot from Leighton, actually. But I just don't really know where the identity or playstyle is there.
They're not going to have the pull power of a G2, of a Fnatic.
You'd see that they have the least expectations out of all the teams here.
Do you know what I'm happy to do? Just wipe the slate with Wild. Let's forget about last season.
Yeah, it's a reset.
Roster. Let's reset. Let's see what they would give us.
Hey, we were
not bad.
We were pretty good.
Yeah.
We were pretty good. I think, you know, everybody thought Wild were going to be shit. Somebody said they were going to come 12th place in a 9-team league. And do you know what we said? We were going to wipe the slate clean and see what we got.
Best T3 players they were left. And
yeah. We look great in that video.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good analysis.
Yeah.
This was all edited on the cutting room floor.
We were behind the editor making sure that we looked great.
Absolutely. What you're trying to say is don't trust the Reddit analysts.
No, I don't think it was that. I think perception of Wild was pretty low. I think, you know, even ours included, we said we'd give them the chance, but I think our perception was this is a team with a serious lack of experience that might well struggle at this level. They haven't. They've overachieved. They've overachieved on expectations. I don't know if they've overachieved on their own, but they've played some incredibly good Siege, some incredible unpredictable Siege as well, and they've shown a great level of composure, especially Leighton in the IGL role.
The entirety of the team. When I see a team like this, I think of hunger. That's basically what it is. All of these players, they were looking for a step or an opportunity to go into Tier 1, and where they were given that opportunity, they seized that chance. They really did.
I'm sorry, seizing the day. Let's talk about day one. They go in, they play BDS, they take them to max OT. It's incredible to witness all of this in front of you and not lose your mind.
And it could be a one-time thing, right? It's the first map. You could explain that by maybe 3 weeks of practice to beat BDS, but then they beat Secret 7-1. They beat ENCE 7-1. Then they beat G2 as well, 8-7. I mean, I think from the very start, yes, we were surprised. We were like, Wild are amazing. Yes, they lose that against BDS, but by the way, that's just a 1v2. It was very close, way closer than it should have been.
Yeah, there was 3 big games for me. It started off that very first day, and I think that day they carried it through. They had that belief that if we can get to BDS the way we did, we can get to anybody in this league. Then they went and 7-1 Team Secret on an incredible game of Lair, by the way. They showed some real attacking prowess onto that map. And then I think the very final game that impressed me out of the 3, thank you production for putting it right up on cue, was when they managed to beat G2 last week, 8-7 in overtime, 2 disconnects, 2 clutches lost, and they still had that mental fortitude and resilience.
When you look at the last time they played Wolves, it was a 7-3 win for Wolves, and they were consistent. There was a big difference of experience there. Yeah. Now, since then, and I want to point out what Nelo said in interview yesterday, they've been growing, progressing, and adding more and more layers. You can see how diverse they're playing right now. They've learned, they've matured, and now is the time for the revenge.
Absolutely, and a best of 3 is the best way to show it, because it's a completely different territory. You are gonna have to cede space to your opponents, and Wolves are no slouches, that is for sure. Let's take a look at our map bans. We'll bring them up on the screen for you. We'll start with our first 4. Jack, can you guide us through this first bit?
Yeah, so Wild are going to get rid of Clubhouse and Consulate. Now, Wild have had a couple of permabans throughout the stage. Clubhouse has not been one of them, so I think that is a token to Wolves at how good they are at
really
that
strong
map.
maps for
And then
Wolves.
Consulate has been one of Wild's permabans this stage.
Yeah, 100%. Both really strong maps for Wolves, right? And then you look at the other side for Wolves bans, and it's probably the same thing, right? Border is a permaban, and then Lair, Wild was pretty good on it, and to BDS
7-1 on Secret.
7-1 on Secret, and then there was also the 7-8 on. No, it wasn't on Lair. That's my bad. They actually Wild had an incredible game against ITB on that one. Yeah. So just removing the strong maps or the Burma bans, that's normal. What about the picks? That's what really matters here. We're gonna go to Skyscraper. Now Skyscraper, it used to be a terrible map for Wolves. They haven't showed it with the new roster. I'm expecting that one to be a bit of a throw-off from the back, right?
I do think that Skyscraper's been one of the maps that Wild have pretty much perma-banned through the stage. 6 bans in the stage out of the 8 best of ones they've played. So add on to the fact that Wolves don't like it, I think picking it into Wild, it makes a lot of sense. Now Wild, their pick, if we move on to that one, is going to be Chalet.
Four times.
4 times. They love this map. We've seen them on it. An absolute shit ton. They beat G2 there. They've
VP
beaten
as
VP.
well.
There we go.
And they almost beat Fnatic as well. It was 8-7.
7-8.
7-8 that they lost. So they played it 3 times. They look really solid on it, despite that really close defeat versus Fnatic. Otherwise, pretty good for them. But still, Wolves pretty good on that map.
So what's our decider in this case? We'll run the last 3. Cafe, Bank, and Labs.
There we go.
Oh,
Very
Wolves on Labs again.
Well, if it's a best of 1 game, you're very likely to get it as a decider in a best of 3 between the 2 teams, and that's exactly what we're going to get. And I think, you know, obviously Wolves will have the upper hand. They won the last time they played it, but Wild will be out for revenge.
So what's the general view on this map ban?
Honestly, it's pretty balanced. I'm really excited. I'm expecting this to be a little bit of a closer fight. To be honest, I expected G2 to take it versus VP, so what am I talking about? But I'm expecting this to be closer. I feel like both maps are really, you know, good preference for both of these teams, and they have exciting matchups as well.
The only thing that I'm going to give it to Wolves, in my opinion, as to I think Wolves take the upper hand. The only reason why is I think the pressure goes up a notch. There's one thing getting to the playoffs and the pressure that brings in EUL. We're now in the playoffs. You're fighting for 2 chances at the major, and I think Wolves are just a little bit more experienced with that core 3 at dealing with that pressure.
But Wild has less to lose. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, but Wolves also cracked under the pressure
but it's about to get real for them.
Honestly, I think this is too close to even call. And I understand you can argue either way, and that's what makes this such an incredible matchup for us. So how about we get cracking then? Wild versus Wolves for a spot to move forward and play BDS. Let's get on with map number 1.
Hello everybody and welcome back. Apologies, I was muted there and I didn't realize, but we are back ready for match number 2 now. Demo, we have got the W's Wild versus Wolves. Which side do you sit on, Harry?
I think I'm probably gonna back Jack. I think Jack was kind of leaning towards Wolves. I think the pressure is probably gonna get to Wild. And the reason why I say this is we had the pleasure of casting this game during the stage, Wild versus Wolves. During the time that game was going on, Wild were actually in a position where if they beat Wolves, they actually went into the top 2 positions. And we kind of said maybe Wild got ahead of themselves and they were thinking, you know, too far ahead. Is this kind of a similar situation where Wild could be thinking if we win this, then we get 2 chances at the major? They need to focus on winning this game first, so that's the main thing. Don't worry about the major. Focus on Wolves.
There is obstacles to get through before the major is even a thought at the moment. This is just what these teams are playing for right now. Monty Ying coming in as the bans. A little bit of banter going down in all chat. Where do Wolves go for their defender ban here for Skyscraper? They are going to opt for the 2-brow. Don't see a lot of 2-brow banning, do we, Demo?
Usually top is going to be used on bomb sites where we're looking at a lot of hard walls being opened up. I think
on bomb sites. Crazy.
I'm going to hit you.
Is he a defender? How cold's the gadget? Is it really cold?
Fresh. Comcast instead of him.
So
please.
when 2-brow came out, when obviously you read the patch notes, but you only learn by playing, and the interaction with like 2-brow's just got so many different interactions, and the standard com was just, well, it is really cold.
Do you know what the funny one was?
How does it affect this? Well, I mean, the gadget's really cold. I don't think you understand how cold it is.
The thing that was funny was everyone was freaking out whenever you could throw the Tabaro canister on the ceiling and you could see the footprints of the attackers. You'd be like, oh my, you can see the footprints. Everyone, put your hand up if that has ever actually, if you've ever done that before in a game. Has that ever actually worked where you've seen the footprints and you've got the kill because of it? Has anyone ever actually said, oh yeah, that's really cool, you can use that?
There's no one that can talk back, Demo. It's just me and you.
No, but they can phone in.
Phone in!
They know where to find me.
5 seconds left.
Round number one kicking off, then Wolves starting off on the attack. Wild on the defense for Skyscraper. Skyscraper, tough map to attack. We often say that 1 or 2 attacking rounds are often enough to tip the balance on this map. So Wolves are going to be looking for a strong start here, and they're not wasting any time. P4 is going to charge through that barbed wire, but the Toxic Babe canister is ready. Mowgli there for the assistance, though. P4 is full white flash from his own team. A C4 sent out, but misses. P4 is on 30 HP, but he's going to get finished off. The rush has been dealt with, but the Frostman on the floor. Oh, it's the oldest trick in the book, Mowgli. The diffuser can be recovered, but a 3 versus 3, and we've only seen 45 seconds.
I mean, Wolves, they've went for the quick rush up. Blackstairs using the blitz. What they really needed, though, Wally, was they needed the smokes being sent out a lot sooner to cover that approach for the blitz and his mate coming up the staircase. So Wild have actually been able to stabilize, even though they have lost that early control of Blackstairs, and have lost a few men in the process. I think Mowgli gifting away a kill, though, has certainly helped Wild a lot. Now Wolves, they have plenty of time to play with, but where do they go? That's the question. They still have a decent amount of utility. You've got 2 flashes still, and also 3 canisters of bees ready to be unleashed. This Lasman is actually looking for maybe a push up in towards main stairs, but there's a player right beside him. Dodo is situated there at the moment, but Leighton just needs to try and stay alive, because if he falls, then all of sight is going to be in control of Wolves.
It's a real strange pace to the round, isn't it? We've started off with a really explosive play, and now Wolves just circling, waiting for Wild to make mistakes. And Leighton going to get punished for his, just rotating kind of needlessly around in T. Lastmau has now been allowed to move through, and Asa from the window. It's going to leave a lot for Dodo to do. The plan will go down. This was the intention all along. It's just happening around 2 minutes later than it would have done. Dodo going to find one, and no, Deadshot. He came off the plant for that. That's really surprising. He's going to try and reposition, but that just leaves the door open somewhat. A couple of gunfights need to be won here, and Wolves have to be careful they don't line up. But why do you go to finish the kill? He's already downed.
Oh, what a round already. Kick things off. I mean, there's a lot to digest there. There certainly is. Look, the quick rush has been attempted. It's been stabilized. They've came out the other end of that. Not too bad if you're Wild, but Leighton gives himself up so meaningfully as well. He had no reason to just wander around the site. He just needed to stay alive and stay safe. Wolves, for a period there, there was a lot going on. They didn't really have much to play off, but giving kills away to Wolves gives them something to play off. Look, almost Dodo able to get that clutch, but I still think that would have been very difficult for him. But look, I'm surprised that they got off the plant. I think that was a big shock as well. Ollie, why is he getting off the plant there? He could have easily have stuck that.
There's so many questions, mate.
So,
neither team has got their hands clean in that round.
No, it's not a clean round from either team. Certainly issues here and there, but it seems to be as Wolves made less issues. Again, keep in mind, Skyscraper, defender-sided already. Good start from Wolves.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves made less mistakes. Wild, I don't know. Who made less mistakes, or did Wolves just make less impactful mistakes? It's one of them, isn't it? We're not going to see the rush around this time. Blitz has been left on the bench. Instead, P4 is going to be rocking the Zephyr. Maverick and Ace being brought to ensure that these walls can be opened. And it looks as though a bit of an across clear, at least setting up for the eventuality of a run out there as Mowgli deploys a couple of air jabs. One onto Geisha, one onto Terrace double. It's going to be Maverick's job to open up this wall into Geisha. And then Wolves can start this across clear.
Ooh, scared of C4s, I think. Making his teammate try and hold the angle for him. But nobody from Wild is going to be interested in that. The 2 C4 operators are not in position in towards Geisha. So it's going to be Croxon inside of it, in the hot seat, of course. Does have that wall open that drops in towards main stairs, so can easily go back if needed. So wall opens, so a good start for Wolves. No issues with the breach. But still plenty of players that they need to try and go in and eliminate. Croxon, I mean, come on. Come on, buddy.
Deadshot not done there. He might only be on 2 HP, but from this rappel, he's still going to have something to say. Wild, really suffering in this opening engagement at the moment. Croxon gave himself away quite lightly. Deadshot has been down, but will be picked up. P4 falls in the meantime to Packbull. But look at him storming through the site now. Leighton. We'll find Mowgli. I don't think anyone knew that Leighton was there, and Asta this time going to be going for the plant. Deadshot has to try and cover this. He's not really got the HP to do so. Instead, he's going to turn his back and hope everything goes well. Get himself out onto the rappel. Asta finds one. He's already got the plant. Is he going to have to do the lion's share of the work in this post? Hops over the banister just in time. Leighton on the chase. He's going to go for this. Gets full white flashed. Brilliant use of the utility there just to further delay the time. There's a chance he could try and long arm this, but the audio cue will go through the floor.
Hello?
No one's doing anything about it. Wolves! What are you doing? Leighton! Even he can't believe he got away with it.
We fell asleep at the workplace.
asleep on the job?
Yeah.
A little nap, perhaps.
It's criminal.
And then Wild take the timeout. What?
Right, listen, let's look. Before we talk about the timeout, right? Deadshot made the correct play. That diffuser goes down. He gets himself on the window. They know where Leighton is. Leighton's going to be coming in probably from the geisha side of things. So if he's on that window, should be fine. Deadshot lets the guy just walk through karaoke. Doesn't shut him down at all. Obviously, Asta's played it really safe. Went downstairs. But don't forget, that diffuser is not planted. It's not planted for the guy in the window. I think Asta thought it was planted for the window, but it wasn't. He planted it as well.
How can he think it's planted for the window when he's the one that planted it?
He thought it was planted for the window, but it wasn't. And that's where the long arm comes in. That's why he didn't move. He thought, oh, Deadshot has that covered. Don't worry. Wild's called the timeout, as you mentioned. I think that the reason why Wild have called the timeouts is they know this is the easier half. This is the defensive half. They have just, on both occasions, let Wolves run through them with no resistance whatsoever. They're very fortunate the Wolves have just blundered that massively. That's why they've called the timeout, because they need to steady the nerves. Because the starting point of each of these rounds for Wild has not been good enough. They've been giving away pointless kills. Yeah. Kills that just, you wonder, how have you died there? So I think that's why the timeout's been called, because Wild know how important it is on Skyscraper to get your defensive wins. Because attacking, it's like trying to go up a hill with a boulder coming down at you. It's difficult.
10 seconds.
I'm sure that Wolves are glad of that timeout as well, just to recompose slightly after what has been 2 fraught rounds. I don't know. I feel like we've gone from the G2VP game, which wasn't a smooth.
Yeah.
To something that's it's totally the other end of the spectrum, isn't it?
Who's Dastardly and Muttley? Here are the culprits.
I reckon I could do I'd need to lose a bit of like face weight, because he's got a very narrow like chin, hasn't he?
Yeah. Am I Muttley then? I'm guessing. Am I Muttley?
Yeah, you could be Muttley. I'll just shave the beard off and get stubble, because I reckon he's a bit stubbly as well.
Mm-hmm.
Deadshot in below.
Good pace.
He's on the book, so could open up that floor, but does need to be careful. Freck, he's in a good position there, just to hold on to that.
Yeah.
Better from Wild. They're not throwing themselves at anything at the minute. It's not like they're hearing a window go and everyone's running toward it. They've managed to stay alive for a minute, which we've not seen yet.
Yeah, need to make sure they keep the buck alive, though, because that's going to be their major way of dealing with that bandit, as we know, which is going to be on board from Packbull. So keep the buck alive so you can use the skeleton key. They will open up that single wall using the Thatcher and Fernback combination. So no issues with that VIP wall now. Drone as well from Mowgli. Nobody inside of Dragons. That's good info that Wolves have been able to establish. Nobody inside of Dragon. Maybe they're going to try and just walk into sight here all if no one's covering.
Well, if Wolves see the opportunity, we know they're going to take it. It's P4 to move through. He gets punished Some wobbly aim there. He will find one, but Wolves, the rest of them at least, falling like flies. What a shot from Freck. And he's going to pick the 4th. Even he can't believe it. Banged through the desk. Wild. Deal with the push.
Every time Crocs and Cam comes on, I don't know what he's doing. He's always doing something, isn't he? Either walking around or doing a funny face.
Mate, I think that Wild are they've got the best player cam reactions.
Oh, because they're the kids of the league, aren't they? Because they're all young guys.
Sound like
it's as clear as day.
They play to the camera, you know, they look over occasionally, they'll be up and dancing, like, they wear their emotions. That effort's really screwed P4 over, to be fair.
Freck is at cracking shots on the round as well. There's no doubt about it. You know, this shot here.
Both of these were nice. One tap and then bang through the desk.
I mean, again, for Wolves, they've tried to kind of look at the situation and look at it and think, okay, nobody inside of Dragon. We've opened up that single wall. Let's just try and walk in. But I think you need better operators, no? Like, you need to be... Oh, I think, obviously, Ying would be great for that attack, but it's banned out. So you probably need to go for, like, a really heavy, you know, flash dump. Because they've kind of walked in there blind, haven't they?
Yeah. I think, honestly, if they deal with the FNAT, it's probably a different round, because P4 will get 2 then. Yeah. But he was just left blindly
he missed a lot of shots,
spraying through the... Well, I mean, he couldn't see, could he? But yeah, you know, a bit of a... If Wolves are going to go for these quick plays, which I like, by the way, I think it's great. Your information gathering is not to be top notch.
I think a Skyscraper, you need to cheese some attacks, don't you? Because you do. If you try and play like default almost, it just doesn't work. Skyscraper's too defender-sided. Oh, Leighton. Again, feels like Leighton's been kind of getting caught out with, you know, that's twice now where I've just seen him give his life up for no real reason. You know, just aimlessly, just in front of a window, tries to actually challenge on to Mowgli, gets shut down because of it. Look, the guys in the desk made a big point about Mowgli. You know, they mentioned that usually this is the player we look towards on that Wolves team. Pretty up and down. I mean, he was MIA yesterday. You know, we had to put out a search party. I still couldn't find him, by the way. So Mowgli's a difficult man to find. But certainly we know, Ollie, at any given moment, this guy can turn around and drop 17 kills, 18 kills if he wants to.
He's got a ways to go in this fixture, at least. Still, he's not lagging behind as much as he was yesterday. And he's in a good spot right now at the top of these black stairs. Nearly catches Freck out there, but Freck's better on the angle. Holding it super tight. Those 2 players on Wolves falling. Do start to think it's going to be a tricky round, but again, Dodo there, like, bit unnecessary. Just giving that man count back evens. And leaving the door ajar here for Wolves. Especially at the halfway point in the round, because you look at what Wolves have still got. They've still got some bees.
Yep.
They've still got the skeleton key. Still got a bit of Zephyr utility. They've got flashes. They've got everything they need right now.
Mm-hmm. Still a little bit scary, though, for Wolves, because they don't really have any map control, which I think is the main issue for them. I think they'd be in a lot better position if they had the top floor, but that's still... Or, well, not top floor. You know what I mean? Black stairs, for example, if they still had that control, I think they'd be in a better place, but they don't even have that. Obviously, getting in towards Geisha is always going to be difficult, and Freck just wide swings for no real reason. But still able to get the kill. I mean, it's a risky gunfight that Freck has win for there, and well, I tell you, he's lucky that he won it. Because you could have very easily have given Wolves the upper edge there. So Wolves are just going to try and force their way into the site, but they don't have Karaoke under their control, and therefore the vertical angle is going to be open for them. Deadshot can try and flash him off the angles, but he's just running around downstairs trying to keep himself away from those angles. He's going to walk up and give Crocs a freebie. And Asa all by himself. Drops the diffuser, trying to bait out that Solus. That's just a nigh impossible position for him to win. Will now attempt to stick the plant. That should be easy enough for Packball, and it will be. The shotgun does the job. Wild, holding on well. Wolves, just not a lot to go off in that round.
Even the opportunities that Wild gave to Wolves there, Wolves weren't able to capitalize on. At the halfway point, 3 versus 3, and still with the utility they needed, it's strange to see Wolves not commit to that top floor clear. They had the bees, they had the ways and the means to try and make that happen, but instead just really banged their head against it. And you know, if you're getting into downstairs, if you're getting into kitchen and barbecue, and the defenders have still got control of Geisha and Karaoke, You're only there because they want you there. Wolves are going to need to come up with another round here on the attack. One. It's okay. 2 rounds on the attack on Skyscraper is better. We work on a very fine margin on the attackers here, and you do have to be quite critical, really, because the opportunities for the attack don't come around too often.
10 seconds to go.
It's not a bad rotate for a Wild anyway. Good rotation. Winning their sights. Go back towards that top floor now, which have lost here. We probably should have lost twice here in all honesty. Let's be real for ourselves for a minute. Wolves should have won that second round also. Looks to be now they're going to be going in for that blitz again, but I wonder how they're going to use that blitz. Obviously, we've seen it was a Black Stairs push the last time they went for it. Just based on where the operators have spawned, it looks to be maybe a clear coming in from the other side of the map, coming in through office and such. See, Last Mile and also Deadshot will be situated on that side of the map. So, and also playing very slow, Ollie. So I'm assuming it's going to be a quick push in through Terrace, coming in through the door.
Quite possibly. Although nothing happening right now. Wolves have made this mistake before of moving quickly and then being caught out by bits of utility that they've maybe not fully droned out or known are there. And things that you'd look at in this instance are going to be stuff like a frost mat. That could be devastating for them, but I'm just going to be slowly making that approach and trying not to make any noise. Barricade is going to be the giveaway, but by that point, the wheels should be in motion. Isn't going to be anyone in the terrace. They're really just looking to try and hone in on Croxton right now. You can almost feel the net tightening, can't you? His senses are obviously kicking off, and, well, for good reason. There's a blitz on his tail. He will get out of there. The ground has been given away. A successful C4 from Breck onto Deadshot. Mowgli, here's one of his air jabs go off, but isn't able to do anything about it immediately. Instead, has to wait a tick. We'll take Dodo out before being traded. Still, Wild with an advantage right now, and the blitz, whilst this gains space, it hasn't done much to really achieve any kills.
Should be good for Wild. I mean, as long as they can play safe and don't allow that blitz to have these individual gunfights, should be okay here. And again, immediately from Packbull not wanting to give that blitz any kill whatsoever, drops downstairs, plays as safe as they can. Look, obviously they're forfeiting a lot of map control now, a lot of bomb site control over to Wolves, who will actually get this diffuser down. Nobody home for Wild. The blitz has been dealt with, but now look at where the diffuser's planted, Ollie. Perfectly planted for the player on the window.
Well, Wolves learning from previous mistakes. It is going to be difficult now. Asa isn't going to be able to do too much there. A lot now rests on P4's shoulders. He's going to get smoked off. There's a very good chance that this could be disabled right now. Wild have got the bodies to throw at this problem. That Toxic Babe's going to dissipate. A jump out attempted. P4 was ready for it, but he's not able to do anything about Packbull. Packbull watching the angle. The diffuser being disabled elsewhere. Wild. Really good job of salvaging that post plant.
Yeah, Wild, I think they played that really well. They analyzed the situation. Look, we don't want to give this blitz any free kills. If we give up sight, we give up sight. We'll play the retake. We have the manpower. We have enough men to do that. And look at that for a retake. They're able to target, obviously, the individual still left up. I mean, the blitz was by himself. Who was it planted the diffuser? Was it the Maverick, again, by himself? You know the last guy's going to be in the window. That's 100% always going to be there. You have the smoke. You then just time it with the player jumping out on the window downstairs. Easy retake. So Wild, they played that really well. Really good retake from them.
Last round is the side step. Wolves. I'm not going to say that you need an attacking round here, but it would be very nice to have. Can Wild hold on another defensive round? So far, they've looked good, and Wolves haven't had that same bite that we're used to seeing throughout the stage. Granted, these two teams had very different performances yesterday. Wild obviously got the 7-4 win against VP. We referenced that earlier, and Our first best of 3 of the night. Wolves on the flip side suffered a bit of a battering to the hands of Secret.
Yeah.
That game was a 7-1. And for very good reason. Secret were unstoppable yesterday.
Best bank we've seen, I think, definitely from Secret. You have to give them credit as much as we can. Look, Secret played it perfectly, but Wolves just didn't get the script, apparently.
Wolves also didn't really do anything.
No.
Was the big problem. Now, so far, we've seen them contend here tonight. We've seen them play better Siege, even though they've only got 1 round. Obviously, they didn't have the result they wanted yesterday, and it puts even more pressure on today. Breach will be open there at the top of house stairs, just inside of VIP. The rest of Wolves can start to go to work.
So Wolves going for the motions again, opening up the walls, doing everything that they can. I doubt that they'll try and go for that quick, play again where they try and look for those opportunity spots and just try and walk in. I think they'll just try and play a little bit more typical, which look, I'm not the biggest fan of. I think the lineup is a little bit too stale because you do sit there and think, okay, how do you deal with these mirror windows being set up? How do you deal with that final execute? You're not bringing in any operators for the actual execute. Not so we're dealing with a Grim or a Capital, for example, on the board. So that's the only worry you would have for Wolves here, but again, you still would expect, though, from this side, if they can just have that kind of, that trash compactor effect where you're just crushing in Wild from all different angles, and surely it's going to break at some point. But obviously for this push they're going for, they need to win the gunfights against these roamers first and foremost.
Is Asa okay?
He's having a horrid time.
Is this guy all right? That mute jammer is on the floor. It is going to be very close to the floor. Yep. That ain't getting opened anytime soon. Where's the Twitch?
I mean, what have Wolves actually done here within 2 minutes? What have they done?
Well, I mean, they've had a mare, haven't they, really?
Wild have gave them control of the map.
Pipeball, 2 kills on the round. Last mount and Asa both dealt with. Dodo, he's going to be the next one to chalk one up. Oh, they're dropping like flies right now. This is a bit of a disaster round, all things told, from Wolves. Mowgli, 8 HP, 25 seconds, and he isn't even going to get the first. Wolves, a simple mute jammer demo. Sometimes it's the humblest of things.
Honestly, get a new patch, because this ain't working for Wolves. That was, yeah. Look, obviously, I know Skyscraper, it is defender-sided, but it's just the manner in terms of how the attacks have went as well. Wolves, they've won 1 round. And that was the first round, and then that was it. Wild have been able to take 5 in a row here. Wolves still have the timeout. They still have that available to themselves. But Wild have, I think, played what's in front of them. I think they've adapted really well to Wolves. I like to highlight that round where they went for the retake strategy. That time it was, Wolves aren't really doing anything. Let's just fall back and then just play the cross on trades. They don't have any strong operators that will really push us out of our positions. We can just double up and play our trades. Like I said, I think Wolves, the success that they had, Ollie, was the fast round where they went with Blitz. The cheese round. Yeah. That's what they should have kept going with. That's the way you win Skyscraper.
I think you've just got to be bold, haven't you? And you've just got to play every round quick as you can and try and cheese those rounds on the attack. And especially when the regular stuff isn't really working well for you. The job isn't done for Wild, though.
Full send. Yeah. That's all you have to do.
Wild still need to pick up 2 rounds.
Easier said than done.
Easier said than done, but Wolves have looked more in it today than they did yesterday. We're dealing with similar scorelines to that Secret game, but Wolves they just look a bit sharper today. They don't look as flat-footed, so there is chance. Pipeball this time going to be on the Deimos. Deimos and a Dokkaebi being brought to really hammer onto this roam game. And already the wall has been opened and a bit of an across clear will now start. Nice drone for the flanks downstairs and keep an eye on that main stairs and the bottom of black stairs as well. Mowgli surely about to feel the pressure.
Well, the good news with the lineup for Wolves is they have a decent amount of mute jammers scattered around, not only in the site, but also assisting the roamers. So there ain't going to be a lot of value that the Deimos is really going to get. Mowgli able to pick up one, but almost gives himself up. Eventually does. I don't think he needed to go for that run at all. He really did not need to go for that at all. Deadshot C4 will down Freck. I think Freck for the majority of this game has been playing as though he can't be touched. He's got that ray shield around him. Packbolo able to not only kill Deadshot, but also keep his teammate alive. What is going on from Wolves here? What is going on from Wolves?
Look at Packball go. Secured the area around his down teammate. And now is in a good position to revive Freck and get him back on his feet. Wild can continue this 4 versus 2, and they've still got 1 minute and 10 seconds. Now, they've been softened up a little bit. No one's sitting at full HP. But you're going to take those odds any day of the week. And Last Mile and Asa, you need to try and single at least one of these players out and do something, because with the time and the util that's still available to Wild, they're not in the best of spots.
And the only thing you will say for Wolves is what they have going for them is probably the HP. You know, everyone from Wild has been softened up. Everyone from Wolves is full HP. The Bees come in, and Asa will play aggressive on that, just dancing in between 2 of the canisters, it feels like. And Dodo goes down. Also a gas canister to try and assist, and then there's Asmal with a long angle. Holds on to Croxon as he tried that backstab and does get caught out. The Warden has been pinged by the Deimos. Any mute jammers in the vicinity. Doesn't look to be the case. Slash have another one. Just taps Freck out of there. This is where the HP. I mean, all of those engagements, Ollie, that Wolves were able to win. We're just down to the HP, and that's a 1 versus 1 that Packball has to win after that nade was able to hit. But he just doesn't have enough time, and Wolves able to hold on. I mean, a great 2v4 has to be said from Wolves there.
I really thought, it just feels like one of those nights tonight where weird stuff happens, and I really thought Packball was going to get that kill as a wall bang. Asta and Last Mile played that to perfection. Wild on the flip side, I'm not sure that they could have played it much worse. I think the only thing that they could have done worse would have just been to run at them single file and just line up. They had 1 minute and 10 seconds. They had bees, they had stuns, they had death marks, they had drones, and yet they give everything away one at a time. Strange, strange round from both sides, from Wild and from Wolves. Not sure if we're in a timeout at the moment. I think Leighton's in a IRL timeout.
Leighton's locked in. He's locked in. He's ready.
Blinked for 4 seconds.
Oh. I mean, Wild just... It's one of those, isn't it, where you kind of look at it and think, yes, they're in the 2 versus 4, but it's still really difficult. And this is the thing about Skyscraper, is this what I mean? It's really defender-sided because there ain't a lot that you can really do to, like, put a lot of pressure. A lot of the gunfights that we see happen are always going to be coming from one direction. You know, all of that pressure was coming in through Drum, was trying to be pushed in from Dragon. The defenders just have to look one direction, just look one way. Yes, there was a bit of a backstab from Blackstairs, but even still, that was still looking in that 180-degree cone I like to reference.
10 seconds left before insertion.
You do enjoy the cone reference, don't you?
I do. It's just like, it's kind of that bottleneck thing I like to talk about as well. Everything's being funneled through the one thing. And if you don't have to sit there and 180 and 360 flick, you know, the worry that somebody could be there, it's a lot easier. It's just positional sense, obviously your aim. It's a lot easier hitting a 90-degree flick than a 180-degree flick.
Unless you're Reaps.
That's true. That's
in which
the
case,
only guy you can say.
The difference is about 2.5 millimeters. Well, Wolves needed that round, and they need a couple more. Wild still lead by a decent margin right now. They're going to be going for something similar again. Dodo is going to run across and immediately straight into the mirror. Croxon, he's got himself in the meantime. As the kills fly, it's fairly level. After that initial flurry, 2 versus 2. You got a Lion and a Dokkaebi up against a Valkyrie and a Mirror. A lot of information, but that's not going to stop Freck. Swings round, picks Deadshot up. Asa, C4. It's about the most he can hope for right now. The Logic Bomb phone call very easily could give him away. I think that Freck knows he's downstairs. He's going to get caught out on the Lion scan, but there's not a lot that he really can do. Tries for that Hail Mary C4.
Just plant.
We can see it won't be successful. Packbull, he's tucking in. He's going to get this plant down. He knows that there's no C4 left. He knows that isn't live. Got a very good chance of getting this down, and Packbull's job now is to secure this round, get himself outside. If Freck can do the same, even better. Or Freck just finishes it off, which is what he does. Wild, pleased with that one. Real explosive start to the round. I love that from them. So much going on.
That's what I'm talking about. You need to cheese the attacks on Skyscraper. You just need to bring the operators, which are so meta at the moment. We all know who they are. We've been harking on about this for the entire stage. Just abuse that. Ain't a lot that defenders can go for unless they bring like a full trap lineup. You know, that's really the only thing that we've seen work really well against, you know, the kind of current meta. But then you have to like sacrifice like 4 operators because you always need to bring like a Legion, you need Defender, you need a Warden obviously as well. You know, a lot of operators you need to bring into the fray of things, which it's just not feasible. So I think Wild are doing a great job at just abusing the current meta. And now all they need is one more round, just one more of that.
Wild could be in a very good spot right now. Especially when you think about the next map. It is going to be a chalet. It's where they did very well yesterday against a VP. And then a Labs if we need it. I'd like to get one 3-mapper tonight, Demo. I feel like the VPG2 game kind of sailed by a little bit.
That's not for myself and yourself to decide on, Ollie, I don't think.
No, but we can still want it.
We can want it, but I would say if you're Wild, they just want to go in 2-0, job done.
Oh, well, everyone wants to. Wolves still want to win 2-0. They've just got to win 4 rounds to get to an overtime first.
Yeah. But, I don't know, it just feels as though the players from Wild are just showing up. I mean, I said Freck, just, you can't kill the guy today. Packbull as well. I mean, I don't know where Packbull, the 11 kills have came from. Feels like we've hardly, like, really spected at Packbull as well, but he's sitting there with 11 kills, apart from that one Deimos round.
Honestly, I thought Packbull was back last night, and I think today's just cemented it. I'll be honest, I don't know if he ever left. The man's a machine.
No, he has left sometimes, I'll tell you that much.
No, he has. He's done this, hasn't he?
We have. Like, let's not mention first stage. Let's not mention the first stage.
Well, it's not the quickfire round that has yielded results for Wild previous, but that doesn't mean that it is a problem.
They're playing mind games with them. Like, I mean, they went really fast and now they're slowing down the tempo. You know, Wolves are probably being set up thinking, okay, we need to be ready in case they go fast again. We need to get ready for that. Nobody's home. Nobody's going to go for that push this time. And because of that, Wolves have forfeited a lot of ground. You know, they have played a few more people inside of the site, even a player downstairs as well. You know, nobody is towards Drum and Dragon, apart from really Mowgli over there. But again, it's just one guy. You know, Wild are doing the mind games on them. And even Mowgli, even he's fell out of Dragon as well. You know, he's feeling the heat.
Wild still aren't taking the space too quickly, though. They're still being quite cautious in their approach. Croxon, he is going to be in Drum now. Can look to pressure onto Terrace and behind that minibar, see if he can catch the player. Usually a Mirror sitting in that spot. There is a level of hesitation at the moment, and Asa's going to take advantage of it. He's going to reinforce the breach. It's going to make things a little bit more tricky. No dedicated hard breach being brought, just relying on secondary, and the opening pick goes for Mowgli. Finds it onto Packbull through the vert. Mirror windows will start to get smashed, but it's not going to stop Mowgli from going on a bit of a tear. We've said he can be a big talisman player a lot of the time for Wolves, and he's certainly filling that role in this round. So going to be a single doorway push here for Wild, and that is never the easiest thing to make happen. Mowgli eventually shut down, but there's not loads of time left.
I mean, Wolves just have to sit in their hands. They don't have to move. It's Wild under pressure, Leighton with another, but P4 in the perfect of angle position. Does actually get taken out though, as Crocs has been able to make up ground for that, but the diffuser needs to get planted. Dodo needs to make it stick, and Croxon has to hope to try and give the cover. Deadshot all on him, misses the first few shots. Goes for the double dip. Diffuser planted now. Oh, Dodo with a pistol. Just swings and one-taps them straight to the dome. Wild. Didn't look as though they're going to win that round just based on time, but somehow they get it over the line.
Wild pull it out of the bag. There was 20 seconds on the clock. And sometimes you just got to ask yourself, what would you do? Lion scan, time to perfection. 2 seconds, and then the plant starting to go down. I think Wild played that skyscraper exceptionally well. Wolves were kept guessing throughout the course of it, whether that be on the attack or on the defense. The pacing today from Wild, second to none. Really, that's what you see some of the best teams in the world. They are able to play with that level of pace, knowing when to turn it on, knowing when to dial it back. We're going to send this one over to our wonderful desk, and they're going to break it down.
Yes, we will, because Wild were breaking it down on Wolves on the other side.
You're getting down with the kids there, Milo. What was going on?
You know me. How do you do, fellow kids?
How do you do, fellow?
But it was impressive to watch Wild on this skyscraper matchup because they dismantled Wolves throughout it, Leo.
Yeah, if you actually watch at the opening engagements, Mowgli actually won 5 opening kills this game.
That's crazy. He was 5-0 on entry.
That's absolutely crazy. When you consider the amount of rounds that were played, he was the opening kill. He managed to get the opening kill in half of them. And still, there is this huge inability for them to transform later in the round. Either step 2 or step 3, whatever happened, they just couldn't do it.
I think the last time we saw Wild, when they were up against G2, not the last time, but when we saw Wild up against G2, they had incredible composure. They had great resilience.
Yes.
They had the ability to just stay in the game and stay in rounds, and that's exactly what we saw today. I will say, Freck apparently is on his main character arc tonight.
Yeah.
He had that kind of invincibility shield that you only find from like some of the best ranked players, and he was just peaking everything, and everything was happening on those first 2 or 3 rounds. And I think when somebody's having that kind of day, if the team can follow up on it, it really starts that momentum to snowball.
Hell, even Packbull showing up in this game, which is impressive because there's a lot of pressure on Packbull, yet leading everything, putting everybody in place, helping his teammates, figuring out where to be. That's a lot of jobs to do for one person.
So lots of individual plays, amazing plays from these guys, but also, and you said it, composure. The round where they're doing the retake, that round there, we can actually show it. It wasn't karaoke, so you had that fast plant, 40 seconds left in the round. It's a 4v3, it's gonna get down to a 3v3, 3v3 plus post plant into a 3v2. Now, instead of rushing and throwing bodies at the guys, they isolate the only kill they can get right now on that player that is completely isolated. So no panic, let's play together and isolate that kill. They find Asa, play towards him, remove the only player on site. Now at this point they realize, last player is on the window. We're gonna smoke him off, burn a little bit of time. Then one guy jumps out of the window, I smoke him off, get the initial control close to the window and have my teammate defuse. Perfect way to set it up. When he goes back on the window, boom, smoke can kill him. Now that composure, that's a top tier composure for a top tier team. That team was 3 weeks old before they started the stage.
Yeah, 3 things happened in a post-plant scenario within milliseconds of each other. The decision to smoke the window and then cover the defuse itself, and then also the jump out of the window, giving basically the Wolves player too much to do on the rappel.
In the span of 20 seconds. And this is where it matters at the top tier level, is that team being able to adapt, get on the same page, commit to the right plan in 20 seconds.
And that's what's more impressive to us, certainly as analysts, than Freck hitting that nutty 4K. And that 4K, we've got to say, was absolutely incredible in round 2 or 3, where he's just like pre-firing everything and it's just dead, dead, dead. But that level of composure, that level of coordination in such a high-stakes game is so impressive.
That growth within such limited time is something that is incredibly impressive from 4 of the 5 players that have had no Tier 1 experience up to this moment to come in and do it. And let's be honest, Packbull did not have the best career in the past before this game too.
Shots fired.
You're just taking the organ out and just...
No, I'm saying it because I'm impressed. That's why.
There
come in and do it.
There is so much talent on that team.
Yes.
And Packbull is part of it. But like, if you actually watch this, we've said they're great, they have a great unit, they have great composure. But there were actually 5 multi-kills more than triple kills in these rounds. So almost half of the rounds, again, were down to some incredible individual plays here, for Wild. They're so talented, that team. It's great to see them come together, but you need to point out, they were incredible T3 plus prospect as well.
Absolutely. Talent on its own does absolutely nothing. You need to put in the effort to make it work. But that is only map 1 in this series. We have more to go. We'll see if Wolves can bounce back, but we'll talk about that after this break.
Come in. Are you still tailing Deimos' men from the Heartbreaker?
Affirmative. And you never guess where I am. Thunderbird, they have hostages.
I'm a few minutes out.
We don't have time. They don't have time.
Go. I'm on my way.
I was too late. We have to stop Deimos.
Well, now we know where he's going next.
Emerald Plains.
Yo, man, pull up, ain't talking a reload. Bust doors, no need for a key though. Man, I take aim, but this ain't a free throw. No, man, I'm busting if you're coming at me though. Busting if you're coming at me though. Busting if you're coming at me though. Man, I take aim, no free throw. No, man, I'm busting if you're coming at me though. Man, pull up, ain't talking a reload. Bust doors, no need for a key though. Man, I take aim, but this ain't a free throw. No, man, I'm busting if you're coming at me though. Busting if you're coming at me though. Busting if you're coming at me though. Man, I take aim, no free throw. No, man, I'm busting if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at my head though. Fuck sexual innuendos. At the door like I'm coming for the rent. No, man's not running like I've got no legs. No, me, I'll bring it to you first. Not a coroner, but I bring it to your hearse. Man, I'm on full. Man, I put you in the dirt. Man, plotting on the best and I bring it to your worst. Always had a comeback, no banter. I'm known as a serial ranter. Means I don't hold back, nothing put hands up. My emotions might lead me to snap up, wrap up something, no gift, not Santa. Do you know where you're from? Don't matter. Anyone can be food, no platter. I be wet man, let the thing splatter. Try no man, don't play that, don't play that. Been like that since way back. Man, roll around and spray that,
Virtus Pro is our team. We are playing for a long time together, like maybe 6 years in a row, and we actually think that strategic is more important in this game than chaos. I don't know, chaotically. I don't know how to call it in English, but we like structure, you know, when you step by step know what to do and know how to win the round.
Welcome back, everybody. Wild are up 1-0 against the Wolves. All that is on this game is a win, and you move on. You play BDS for a spot at the Montreal Major. That's it. You need to win these two games. And right now, Wolves need to get on the pedal and stop howling in that backstage. They need to get up there and make it happen. Now let's free frame. We'll bring up those map ends one more time. You'll get to see Skyscraper was first, Chalet second, Labs is third if we end up going for it. Now, Wild won Skyscraper, that it was Wolves' pick. Leo, how are we seeing Chalet?
That's a big worry for me because, like you just said, Wolves just lost their map pick, and Wild haven't shown many maps this stage. They've been playing, it's the fourth time they play Chalet, the fourth time. So that's the big thing for Wild, such a new roster, to be hiding all the maps. Now they arrived onto a map, yes, that they played 4 times, but they've had 2 really good victories and a close defeat on it, whereas for Wolves, they haven't played this map since the qualifiers of EWC and EWC itself, and they lost it twice. They lost it to Scars during EWC, so it's quite new also for them. They were hiding it. It's hard to guess right now, but on paper, looking at the stats, Wild should be comfortable on that map.
It's strange as well, because I think about Wolves on Chalet, and I think about maybe a bit of a longer term, given the core of this roster. And I've seen Wolves go on Chalet against some of the best Chalet teams in the world. You know, your G2s, your W7Ms, now Furious of the world, that they would used to go on Chalet against absolutely anybody, but it's fallen out of favor for them recently.
Yeah.
So I understand why Wild have picked into it.
So how are we seeing this going? Because right now, I feel a bit of an air of, I'm not really sure I was going to go.
I'm going to go back to it, Milos. In a best of 3, you're supposed to win your map pick, lose your opponent's map pick, and then battle it out on the decider. Wild have already got the advantage because they won their opponent's map pick. They just need to get the job done on their own map pick now.
It was so one-sided that it's the perfect moment to hit a reset. Whatever happens here, guys, we're back against the wall. Nothing to lose now. Let's just go at it. Right now, what's happening most of the times is Wild is getting away with it when they're losing the initial man engagement. Step 1 is great. Let's focus on step 2 and step 3. Let's not give them back that man advantage. That's all they need to do.
Wolves should have the experience to do that. They've played so many best of threes in their history. Even with this new roster has the changes, they should be able to pull it off. But hey, it all can happen in the server. Gents, thank you so much. We got Wild and Wolves. We'll go into map 2 and see how it goes with Demo and Ollie.
Hello, everybody. Sorry. Welcome back. Milosh, thank you so much indeed. Ready and waiting to get stuck into map number 2 in our second best of 3 series of the night. We've, of course, got a battle of the W's, but there is only one W to hand out, and the other team is going to get a big fat L. Wolves versus Wild. Wild successful on Skyscraper, and now we move into our second map, which is Chalet. See if this is going to be a 2-0 or are we going to see all 3?
So, Chalet, both teams, I think, will be more than happy to play on this map. Wild obviously played a good portion of the stage on Chalet. We've seen them play on quite a few teams. Look on the side of Wolves, a map which they haven't actually played during this stage. It's usually a map that they themselves have also banned sometimes, or, you know, teams have maybe banned it against them, but it's always kind of got down right to the wire before that Chalet eventually does get banned. So there is plenty of info that obviously the analytical team on the side of Wolves can look at and counter against Wild. And for the most part, in the Wild, I think, have looked pretty good on Chalet.
Well, we all know that it only matters what happens here and now. And we're going to find out. I like Chalet. Brava ban has come into effect. That leaves both shields open as Ying has also been removed. A Brava and a Malusi, 2 that we don't often see banned out, Demo.
I mean, the Brava is... I think we've seen this the other day, did we? Did we not have a Brava ban?
We had a Brava ban on Chalet last night, yeah.
Yeah. Again, just a little bit off the beaten track, I would say, more than anything. Look, you know exactly why teams go for it. You know why teams do it. But I just don't think it has that much of an impact. You know, for the most part, we see the Brava being used to, like, maybe pick off, you know, like a Fenrir trap or a Banshee to allow, like, a crouch walk, which I guess makes sense for a map like Chalet. We see a lot of Rat players kind of come to life in this map because it is quite open. You've got plenty of staircases, plenty of ways in and around the bomb sites. So to see that being neutralized, yeah, I get it, but I still think you're leaving a lot on the board. You're leaving the shields up, Ollie, which is the scary thing. Both shields. That would be my main concern, is the double shields will be in effect if teams want to go for it.
Shields are the scary thing on Chalet. There are a lot of maps that will sit here and say, oh, you know, it's a good map for Monty, it's a good map for Blitz. Chalet is one of those maps. So much space that needs taking as attackers, and you've often got quite a big job of clearing out rooms and clearing out roamers. Shields can often make light work of that. Wild's going to be starting off on the defense. Little mirror window there, just getting placed inside of stock. It is going to be a bar defense. And as usual, the main focus is going to be on this library. Plenty of tracks for Mowgli to be going at. His death mark's full almost.
No mutes as well. No counter to these death marks, Ollie.
Yeah, it's going to be, if you get tracked out, you should be very easily dealt with.
I mean, plenty of info. I mean, Dokkaebi and Lion as well, just as a bit of extra. I will see Lion as a good combination with Deimos, because if somebody is scanned during the Lion call, then it just scans you initially as an operator. That means Deimos can track you. Out goes the phone call, and P4 is looking for a backstab. That's what I mentioned. This is where the Rat players can do quite a big job on Chalet. And certainly P4, he's one of those Rat players. We know that from his long career, that he has always kind of had that playstyle where he can just get into those annoying positions that defenders need to try and deal with. But no movement really off of those Dokkaebi calls, though, Wally. Wolves are playing very slow right now.
It's unusual to see those not capitalized on. Wild still doing a really good job of holding on. They've not really lost too much ground at all. P4, I think he knows that someone's downstairs in the basement. Yeah, locked into the engagement, but misses his shots. I think he must have thought he'd got him because he kind of stopped firing for a second then. Croxon picks one, Packbull another. That's the diffuser now, left on an open portion of the floor. Leighton, he's going to add on to the pain. Wolves aren't even going to get a foot in this map. They're going to get stamped out on the periphery. Oh, it's just so free. Packbull. I mean, you know the verts there, Mowgli. Surely you don't go for it, but he went and hopped in anyway. Now Deadshot with
flawless. Just
about every conceivable angle to look at, and only one thing to look with.
I mean, Wolves just a big lot of nothing. The game plan there was they were really hoping that P4 would find the kill, you know, on that backstab. That's what they were waiting for. They were waiting to play around that because there was absolutely no movement at all from the players' top floor. Mostly because they didn't have the correct operators to deal with a top floor setup, you know, going up against the mirror windows, going up against the Azamis. You know, they went very information focused because they were trying to set up P4 for those kills. Whenever you're bringing in a Lion, you're bringing in a Dokkaebi, and you're bringing in a Deimos, you're sacrificing, you know, some of the key components that teams would like to bring, you know, especially for that setup. You know, you'd love to bring in operators like an Ashe, for example, to deal with the mirror windows. And you need more flashes to try and burn for the utility. You know, they just didn't have enough.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, pretty easy for Wild on the face of things. Wolves, especially with what's available to them, need to be doing a better job of these attacks. You've lost a Brava and a Ying. You're not going to bring a Brava every round. You might bring a Ying, but there are other things that you can bring as well. Ooh, the pesky microwave drone.
Hate it whenever a microwave
eventually gets it.
I hate whenever the microwave, you just open it up and there's a drone inside it.
Honestly, in this game, there is so much destruction. Microwaves, I don't know what they're made from, but they're the hardest thing in the world. None of them bust. Opening pick already. Deadshot on the sentry. He's going to fall. And the wall is going to get opened nice and quickly. Leighton not able to do anything about that and is instead actually going to fully rotate. Maybe go down those library stairs.
Oh, Wild just carrying over the momentum that they had on Skyscraper, it feels like anyway. Wolves just struggling to get anything on the board once again. I mean, Mowgli on the Ashe now, as maybe this is where he's going to become unleashed and he just needs to try and focus on playing for himself, because the guys in the desk, they had mentioned this before, Ollie, that maybe, you know, players like Deadshot and Mowgli, their own personal stats have suffered because they've been trying to get the two new players attuned into, you know, the game plan for Wolves, which I think happens to teams where you bring on these new players, you try and make them feel as comfortable as you can, and maybe you sacrifice yourself a little bit. I mean, surely this will be a dead man, and it will be. Dodo was droned out, and I don't think he had any idea that he was droned out. He's just praying that the rat position would work for him. So Mowgli on the board gets that kill for Wolves, but still, this is a basement, Ollie, and there ain't a whole lot of action being done onto that basement at the moment. Wolves are really trying to see if they can establish the control in towards that mid floor and see if they can deal with these roamers that will be scattered around the dining. Another player that's been droned, but this looks to have any idea again. Freck should be a dead man here, and he will be. That's twice now, Ollie. Just the drones have been working a charm for Wolves, and Wild none the wiser. But look at Leighton. Do they know about the third roamer, Ollie? That's the real question.
Just keep throwing roamers at them. They'll never expect the next one. Mowgli, he's going to walk down, get himself into blue. He's in a great position to move forward now, and he's going to do so. Takes Croxon down, and that puts the pressure onto Packbull. This could be an ace for Mowgli. We say he's a talisman player. This time he showed up. Last two with the pistol, by the way. Ace on the round for Mowgli. The drone's working very well at his feet. Like a guided missile. Dismantles Wild.
Oh, Mowgli. I mean, it's just one of those rounds where you look at it and think, yeah, just... We've come to expect that of him, don't we? We generally do just expect that of him. Obviously, I think there for Wild is they just got caught out by individual players playing by themselves. All of the kills that Mowgli had got were just 1v1s. You know, doesn't have to run up against crossfires. He can just focus on the one man he's fighting against. Every single kill that round. So that's a big worry for Wild. They were not playing as a team that round whatsoever. Honestly, if I'm Wild and you press tab, me think, oh dear, Mowgli's just aced us. You automatically think, we need to not let that happen again. It's the last guy you want to start popping aces against you.
Yeah, you need to get a handle on that quickly.
10 seconds
The only player that's actually got a kill for Wolves, by the way. We are only in round 3, but Wolves didn't do anything in round 1. And Mowgli putting them on their back.
Mowgli didn't let them get any kills, I think.
No. He certainly didn't.
Yeah, you don't see Mowgli droning, do you? Mowgli would never dare step in their turf for droning.
Absolutely not. Some people are built for droning, some people are built for getting aces, Demo. It's just the way that it is.
Some people are built for both, if you call Bride.
Not many people are built for both.
No.
Only a few. Well, the cat's still going to be dealt with there, and you can see P4 can get himself onto that double window and starts to put a bit of pressure on Freck. Just gives himself up. This is Wild again, and this want and need to just swing windows. And oh dear, Dodo, get the third. No. Taken out by Deadshot. 1 HP. So close.
Honestly, I think Deadshot needs to be really careful that a strong gust of wind doesn't come and take him out, because that's how low he is.
You could say he will be dead to one shot.
Dead to anything. I mean, Dodo, the fact he's got 2 kills is beyond me. The first one, sure, but he should never get away with that second kill.
No.
Mowgli just looks as though he's none the wiser, but he's right in front of you. He's just killed your teammate. So Dodo's been able to...
Wasn't Lastmar the one that died second?
No, it was Grim. Lastmar was first in as the buck. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, Dodo's done a job, though. He's been able to pull his team out of that, because they weren't looking good. You know, he falls. It's a 5 versus 3 upstairs control in favor of Wolves. But Wild, being able to still have some decent amount of control. You know, Wolves still don't have control of Office. They don't have control of Piano. There's still a player in Piano. Pack below needs to be careful. Don't give himself away, just like that. And now the tides have turned again, back in favor for Wolves.
Wild are just doing a bit too much when they don't need to, aren't they? And we credited them in the previous game on Skyscraper, where we said, look, you know, they knew when to turn it on, they knew when to dial it back a little bit. It just seems like they're not finding that balance here. Do you think Leighton has been misdrone downstairs at the bottom of West Main?
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Croxon, eyes trained on the hatch. It's an important pick that he needs to get if anyone does choose to drop it. He's likely going to get droned now, and please tell me you see the drone, Croxon. Not again, not like this. The drop comes in, and it's a brilliant pinch from both sides. Now Leighton. Maybe misdrone, but Deadshot's getting the plant down. P4 with a goo mine in his foot. He's going to be able to still provide the cover. Great shot, though. It isn't going to last too long. Deadshot might have only had 1 HP, but that's all you need sometimes.
I think that round really comes down just to Packbull giving himself up, doesn't it? Him dying, 3 versus 2, upstairs control fully in the hands of Wolves. Certainly think Packbull just needed to stay alive there. Would have made things a lot more difficult for Wolves. But still, Wolves have to make the shots land, and they did that. I mean, this was almost the conundrum here for Wolves that they couldn't figure out, was how to deal with this guy inside a closet. But still, a good execute though, using the flashes well, using the drones well. So one thing about Wolves, you know, already for what we've seen in Shallow, the drone work has been done to a very high level. They've really let nothing go amiss. Anything that's needed to be droned out, they've done that.
Activating jammer.
Wolves already look a lot more comfortable here on Chalet. We never really saw that comfort factor come through on Skyscraper, but already we've seen them have a good individual round in Mowgli's ace and then a good team round. And Wild, just this aggression is starting to bite them a little bit. see if it does continue to become a problem. This was the round that we saw in round number 1 where Wolves weren't really able to even get in the building. I think it was only P4 really that managed to get in, and he lost his engagement, his little 1v1 downstairs as he was on a bit of a backstab. But the rest of Wolves struggled with the library. Now, it can be a tricky place to take hold of. It doesn't seem the immediate focus this time, at least.
I mean, I'm happy to see, you know, a better lineup this time around from Wolves. You've got more self-destruction for those mirror windows. You're bringing in that Ash, of course. But you're still probably gonna lack, I think, in the flashes department because they have 0. So I think actually putting pressure onto these players from Wild is gonna be quite difficult. You know, we know that this bar bomb site, Ollie, it's all about that top floor control, and teams will just dig themselves in. Whenever you have Azami and Mira up, usually on a chalet, we would see, you know, one of those operators banned, but it's not the case here. I mean, bar's really difficult to attack. And if you don't bring the correct operators, you're never going to win it. And it just feels like Wolves are just going to lack in that. I just think the idea seems to be that they're going to roam very heavy, but Wild have no intention of doing that whatsoever. They're just going to try and dig themselves in and use the util.
What I want to see from Wild is for them to dig themselves in and to not over-aggress. So far, they're doing a reasonable job. We're at the 1 minute 20 mark, and we've still got everyone alive in the server. Pressure will start to mount onto Leighton, but he can keep plugging up that window. Deadshot, he's going to kick things off with a kill onto Freg. Dodo will get one as a response, but Deadshot's been on a bit of a tear. Last couple of rounds, he's picked himself up too. And this one's no different. Very effective on that Ash so far, and doing as well as Mowgli in the moment. That's a dangerous combination of players for them both to be having a good game, Demo. You really do start to think, what are we able to do against that if that starts to really kick off and ramp up. 4 versus 3 though. Wolves can't get too carried away just yet. There's still 2 C4s left. And Wild still dug in.
The biggest issue that Wolves have to go through is that mirror window I mentioned before, Mira being up. Difficult to go through. They have used both of the Ash charges. Twitch has not been able to secure it with the drone. So they should just be rallying around the mirror window. You know, Mira will cover everything that goes in towards game, so it's really the bar side of things that they need to focus on. They've actually left the mirror window for whatever reason. Ash has been able to just jump in because of that. Dodo inside of the 1 versus 3, able to pick off 1, but because that mirror window was left, Ollie, diffuser is going to be planted. I can't believe that Wild have took the foot off the gas here. All they had to do was play on that window. Because of that now, Dodo, a lot to ask off now. 30 seconds left. There's a bit of time to play with, but look at Wolves, as passive as ever. They're not waiting until they hear a tick. They're going to get P4 to kill. I mean, just Wild have just left the site. Like, they haven't played on their util.
Yeah, the ace in their sleeve, their win condition was that mirror window, and they've just left it. Now, granted, there was a couple of kills that came in, so maybe there was pressure. Maybe Wolves found an avenue. Maybe they found an angle, but it's enough for Wild to call a tactical timeout. 3-1 at the moment for Wolves, and they're showing no signs of slowing down whatsoever. Mowgli's had his ace, he's had his moment in the sun, but Deadshot's been the consistent performer for me so far. You can't afford to be in a position where you've got 2 players that have a lot of potential between them for them both to be having a very good game, and no one on the side of Wild is standing head and shoulders. I think Dodo is probably the closest, but even then, if you look at the kills that he was getting in that previous round, a lot of them turn out to be impactless kills. Is the timeout here going to be good for Wild? Is it going to be enough for them to steady themselves?
Keep us secured. I'm just trying to have a look here and see, you know, when did they actually leave that mirror window? You know, Dodo was obviously on the stairs, which I think was a position, yeah, no problem being in there. Because really, you know, if someone's on that mirror window, you then have to try and flood in towards short and just in towards bar, don't you? And that's where Dodo was situated, try and stop that from happening, but the other 2 teammates just could not stay alive and just didn't play in the util, yeah. I'm surprised. I really am. So I wonder what change at Wild's going to have now with this castle being brought in. Again, probably looking at the lineup and saying, guys, they're bringing no self-destruction, which is rightly so. Wolves are running the exact same comp. A little bit of a change, though, as I say that, Ollie. We see a couple of picks coming in. The Blitz and the Capitao make an entrance. I mean, still, again, same point I was making. Nothing for the self-destruction. No Ash, no castle, anything like that.
Strange lineup, that's for sure. Speaks of something quick. And why not?
Is it just a jump in? Just a jump in and try and plant or something? I don't know.
I mean, Wolves have some rounds at their disposal here almost. They can afford to play things a little bit looser, a little bit faster. Wild on the flip side, they're the ones that have got the pressure on them. Packbull already been softened up. Sitting at 30 HP. Deadshot and the information that he finds out on this drone is going to be crucial right now. He knows that there's a real heavy concentration of Wild players inside of the site. Does have a nade, he could send that in. And that is going to be the order of the day. It's a serious stack up in a very one-dimensional push.
Yeah.
Oh, the stun's missed. Crucial. The Dokkaebi call has already gone. That was the cue. The stun needs to land. Now it's a question of do you go or do you go for a plan B? A second attempt at the stun and last miles in. Straight in there for the engagement, but a TK and a second one of the night. Deadshot. He's been so good, but even he can make a mistake sometimes. The C4 will land. Freck elsewhere has dealt with Mowgli. Asta and P4. I mean, Asta's in the site right now. Does have the mirror window to contend with, but it's smoked off. Packbull knows, though. And Asta's going to take advantage of it. Just barrel stuffs him. Levels out at 2 versus 2. Still a lot of time and another Logic Bomb phone call to come out. Freck and Croxon now, they've got some work to do. Croxon with a very well-timed swing onto P4. And Asta, he might be in the site, he might have the diffuser. But is he going to be able to get the plant down? Are they really going to give him that space? Freck, Croxon, now's the time to pounce. You can't let him get this down, and you don't want to break it down into 1v1s. Asta comes off the plant. The first swing from Croxon. It was early. Where was Freck? There's information. Yellow pings, red pings. Asta going to try and bait it out yet again. Freck, you've got to decide. Is he baiting? Is he switching? This is a long amount of time to play Ring Around the Rosie with. 34 seconds. Asta's nailed this. He comes off in the last second. Nerves of steel. How does he get away with that?
Someone has opened Pandora's box. Like, look at that round. Messy round. It has to be said. But boy, a 1v2, which, let's be honest, should never have been won. He has no right winning that. I mean, he's played the time, like he knows he has a minute, Ollie, and he just keeps baiting, he just keeps faking them out, buying games galore, and he wins both of the engagements. Honestly, I think at that stage, while they make the call, you just have to just both push him. He can't kill you both based on where they were. If one guy's pushing bar, the other guy's pushing the door, he can't kill you both.
It was, mate, it was so, like, the hatch is literally open above him.
Like, also, yeah, he could have
so many
above.
options.
The castle could have ran short. He could have ran free short into lobby and then just sat in bar as well. There is so many ways they could have played that. I mean, it's a massive throw. Massive throw. All credit to Asa. Has to make the clutch. Makes that clutch.
Oh, but he plays with what he's presented with.
It's so much on Wild that round.
The player in the clutch is only able to do what they're presented with. And if they're in a 1 versus 2 and the defenders split that up and just give him 1v1s, great. I love watching a clutch. There's not much better in this game, to be honest with you. I can take an ace. I mean, an ace is an ace. It's great. But show me a good clutch. I'm all over it. And that's the sort of thing that's going to give Wolves such a big mental boom. It's not a round that they needed to win. They're already dominating the map so far, but it just adds on to the pain. Potential for a 5-1 half right now.
I just sit here and think, why did Wolves not try this in Skyscraper? You know, these fast rushes.
Yeah.
It's worked well for them. I just think, you know, they threw so many rounds away in Skyscraper just trying to do default stuff. This is the Wolves I want to see. This is the way I want this team to play Siege. Well, an angry round from Croxon as he has went for a... Well, I wouldn't say a spawn peek, but sticks his head out a window nonetheless and is able to pick off the Thatcher. Takes down
He was lucky to get that kill, to be fair.
Dodo swings, using the Fenrir trap to his advantage and picks up Mowgli as well. So the two front runners for Wolves, Deadshot and Mowgli, both off the board.
I'll be honest, I'm surprised Croxon won his engagement. He's not even using the Boss G. Bursting into sight, though. Last Mao. He's going to be bearing down on the Monty. Freck from above, Leighton on the site. There's a bit of a throwaway round from Wolves there. They could afford to do it. They've already had a huge advantage here on these attacks. But that hasn't gone to plan.
I mean, it's one of those rounds where it's kind of done just based on how the first minute went. You lose Mowgli, you lose Deadshot. The other 3 players are just, okay, let's just go next. And they just tried to rush in the bombs, like no info, no control, nothing opened up whatsoever. It was only ever going to go one way. Still a good half from Wolves, you know, 4-2. It's good. This is now where it's going to be pressure on Wild. They have to make these attack work for themselves. And certainly Wild in terms of the attacks on Chalet. They didn't play a whole lot against Ents because they won a lot of defensive rounds against Ents, so he didn't really get to the full prowess, I would say, from Wild, but still they won 2 attacks there. You then look at them whenever they went up against Fnatic. They were able to win 4 attacks against Fnatic.
10 seconds to go.
And then finally, whenever we had seen Wild play against G2, they were able to win 5 attacks there. So the attacking half from Wild, we know they can do it in Chalet, just based on how this stage it went for them.
Reloading.
It is going to be a bit of an uphill battle, though. And you have got to fight against a team that are all popping off, really. Asa. He's had his clutch, he's had his moment in the sun. Mowgli's had his ace. Deadshot, the consistent performer. And there's still time for P4 to do his thing yet. We've seen him have probably the best stage of his life. So Wild, you need to be cautious here. You really don't want to get Wolves with a flavour of winning at the moment. There will be a bit of pressure coming into Deadshot right now. He's going to be tucked into office just behind the half wall. There are a lot of the walls open nearby, and that's going to expose the angle into Piano window. The track stingers have been deployed, and that's going to stop his movement somewhat. Although he will be able to get himself into Ivy. Recovers the deployable shield, and maybe we'll look to replace that elsewhere, potentially the top of library stairs.
I think as he put it for jungle, maybe? It looks like it. Again, for Wolves, it's just making sure that the utility is correct, and they've tried to double up onto that lone player outside of the
Oh my life!
Freck! With not one, not 2, but 3 of them! What, I mean, that pistol shot, Ollie, is the creme de la creme! I've turned into Leo speaking French!
What a great play there from Freck. I like what Wolves did, to be fair. They tried to double peek him, they tried to double up on him. But Freck just treated it like an aim trainer.
I said in a Skyscraper, this guy is invincible today.
He's having one of those games, isn't he? Unbelievable. A C4.
I said it was a good idea.
Hail Mary.
What can he do? I mean, one guy is just hitting every shot. I mean, I feel sorry for Wolves. They've done the correct play there, but Fresh just says, nah, not today, boys. My word.
Leighton and Dodo rounding out what was a very impressive round from Freck and from Wild.
I'm astounded.
Over-aggression from Wolves? Do they need to be playing that aggro on someone on new balcony?
I think it's
maybe not.
I think whenever you look at a player who is just sat on the balcony by himself and really there's nobody here supporting him, I think it is the correct play. It is. 9 times out of 10, we always see that player just get absolutely destroyed. I think this is just the 1 out of the 10. I honestly think it is. Right, settle down. You haven't scored the winner in the Champions League final, mate. You know, why are we doing celebrations here?
Oh, let them have it. The revived team.
Three-time winner.
They're vibes, teammate. Let them have it.
Yeah, they are. And that's one thing about them. They're young, and they're going to be hungry more than anything. These players have waited a long time. A long time to get here. Packbull being the only exception, because he's been here for a while. But the other four, you know, Dodo came in as a sub last stage, and he got the sub position. Remember they put the tweet out saying, oh, we're looking for a sub, but he applied, he got the job.
Yeah.
The other three, Freck, has been in the trenches of Benelux for a very long time. Croxon, Spanish nationals that guy came in from. Played a bit of CL as well. Leighton, look, I know Leighton personally. He himself has been in and around the tier 2, tier 3 scene for a while. He was on that G-Who lineup where we've seen the likes of Adrian Kreese come from, for example. He's now getting his chance to shine. These players have been quietly waiting at the shadows for their opportunity, and they're not squandering it.
I think they're a likable bunch as well. Good team for the... I always love a team that can attract a neutral fan. I'm all for the die-hard supporters, but I do like the neutral fans as well.
Yeah, because you're a Furia fanboy anyway. You're not interested unless it's Furia.
Oh, there we go, dead shot. Track Stingers or not, he's going to run out and have you.
Yeah, Nomad as well, don't forget.
Well, Leighton deployed two air jabs on Trench, didn't he? Oh dear. Wolves, they've got aggression of their own and they're showing it. They tried for an aggressive play last time and Wild punished him, but this time it's Wolves doing the punishing. Say again, a couple of narrowly missed shots there. Uncharacteristic of the game that Freck has been having so far. But immediately on it, opening up the next line of sight that he can try and exploit. He's getting himself tangled in a real long-range, narrow-angle engagement. Wolves recognizing that, knowing that, hey, guess what? We can probably just retire. We can give them this top floor. There's only two of them. It's an ace and a twitch. What are they going to be able to do?
Yeah, this is the difference. And remember that round that we seen that Wild, whenever they were here, they had actually gave the control away from themselves into Wolves' favor. Wolves aren't doing that. You know, Wolves understand the bomb site, and they understand that, okay, we've definitely lost top floor. We can't hold it. We've got nothing left. We just need to drop off. You know, it's going to be really difficult, I think, for Wild to not only still do the drone work, but have enough for that utility. You know, they don't have any flashes. They don't have any smokes. They've got a few claymores, which makes you beg the question, like, how are two people being ran out on with 4 claymores, a Nomad, and a Gridlock? You know, it's criminal. Freck's gonna try and go for the defuse. Packbull not actually covering the person going for the plant, instead use that as a bait to kill the player coming up west main. Freck will now re-attempt the diffuser. This time you hope that Packbull's gonna be covering that. But is he aware that somebody's upstairs with him hunting for that? P4 took the initiative. Freck, he goes aggressive. This guy cannot be stopped today. For the 3rd time, he will re-initiate the plant. P4, he's been sold. He thought he was going to get a great flank off upstairs, but that's not going to be the case. Freck is on such low HP. 2 players to find. The HP is with him, but no! Loses that one as well. Wild out of nowhere, winning another round that they have no right winning.
He's at it again.
Oh!
I tell you, let him do it. Let him celebrate.
This guy,
I love it.
He's...
Some solemn faces on the side of Wolves now. I mean, after the aggression that Wolves showed as well, like...
So, yeah, 2v4 they call it. How have they won a 2v4 like that?
By the way, 4 claymores, 3 air jabs, and what was it? 3 run-outs?
And a Gridlock and a pear tree, I believe, is how that story finishes.
Unbelievable. Wild still win it after that. I tell you what, there was a point in this game where Skyscraper was just a distant memory. Like, it could have been a map that was played a day ago. It just didn't matter because Wolves were on the up and up.
I thought that was last week.
But now you get to a point where it's like, hang on a minute, Wild have pulled back 2 or 3 really good rounds where things have happened that they shouldn't necessarily have happened, but they're still riding that high. And then you think, and you go, hang on a minute, Wild could do this here on Chalet. There's a very real possibility that they go on to win another 3 rounds. It feels as though there's been a monumental shift inside of the server, and Wolves are back on that back foot now. It's all level, everything to play for, and Wild are already ahead of map.
So, Basement is where Wolves will immediately go to after losing that kitchen, which they just should never have lost in that position, a 2 versus 4. See how Wild wants to play that. Looks to be going for the main stairs push. Yeah. Again, they did this against VP as well. This was the take that we seen yesterday, Ollie, where they were able to just basically open up the main breach, get in towards that mid floor, which, as we can see, the Wolves are not going to give that up for free, Ollie. They have went for a very heavy roam game. A roaming smoke as well just sums it up. They're trying to get in towards that mid floor, use the ramp, and just plant on the bottom main stairs. Wolves have done their homework, Ollie. They have completely countered that ideology from Wild. They've played very heavy in the roam game. They know that they usually isolate at least one player on the breach by himself. You swing that guy, you kill him, it kills the round for Wild. Look, we said this last time, this should be an easy win for Wolves. There's no way they lose this. I generally do think there's no way they can lose this one. 2 versus 4 on a very tough site if you don't have that man advantage. Yes, you still have a bit of utility. You have the ram. You can try and open up the floor, and you've got the flashbang smokes, but there's just too many angles, I think, to cover if they try and attempt the plant.
Just keep saying it.
It comes down to Wolves. It comes down to Wolves.
Keep saying it. Keep saying how unwinnable it is.
Do not swing.
Keep saying how unwinnable it is. Because
it should be unwinnable.
Wolves are saying, hold my beer at this point. To be fair, they have consolidated, haven't they? They've all got themselves back down on the site. They know, guess what? We don't need to roam too much. There's so much time, and the last thing we want to do is give ourselves away. Freck, he's going to be trying from the hatch, Leighton, trying to make the vert work.
No, get me out. No,
he's going to get the first.
No.
Don't forget, Deadshot is on 6 HP. So, while it is a 3 versus 2, and we've seen him do crazy things on low HP before, he's still very, very low. There is information, and more importantly, time. Freck, he's going to announce his presence here at Trench Door, but do they know that Leighton's here as well? The player in blue is the one to deal with. That's the worry factor right now, especially seeing as Az has got a C4. It was the Q-mine that was shot, not the C4. I thought that was going to be very impressive for a moment. Hidden in the smoke. Mowgli. Stuns come in, picks the first. Can he grab the second? No, Leighton. He had a chance. But Deadshot and his 6 HP get the job done.
Wolves make me feel uncomfortable. They really do. I don't feel well. Can I go home? I am home, but... Oh, a good play from Mowgli. You know, clever little play, hiding inside of the smoke. Something that actually doesn't really happen all too often in Siege. You see it in other games where, you know, players will hide in the smoke and they'll try and, you know, get a kill from it. Doesn't really happen in our game, though. But there you can see a good example of how it can work to good effect. Just a bit of an off-angle position for Mowgli. Gets that first kill, which was the all-important one. And lets teammates do the rest. So Wolves, and keep in mind, Wolves still ahead here. They're still leading. 5 rounds to 4. But Wild, in touching distance, as we know. But the question is for Wild, is can they get it over line? Can they do it here? 2-0. On Chalet, and lock them into the next round of the playoffs for their chance at going to the major, which I don't think anyone had predicted. I don't even think probably Wild themselves predicted that.
5 seconds remaining.
Still in with a very real possibility. The series is far from over, like you say. Another round, another lineup. Capitao being brought this time. Not sure if we've seen Wild rock the Capitao as of yet, but very good for clearing out Library. And as bar is the site, Library is going to be a focus. You are going to need to clear out the player or players sat inside of Library. Packbull just going to make himself a nice little hop through. You can sometimes get that done with one canister, but he's going to move through and be able to make a couple of holes in that, stop any rotations later on into the round, and more importantly, might give him the opportunity to get in onto those main stairs and open up a line into that closet wall and just stop anybody from being able to play in there. It's interesting, really, to me, Demo, that Wolves haven't opted for the mirror, considering how strong we saw that be for Wild and how crucial it was in a lot of these holds.
Yeah, not opting for it, which, again, is a surprise. In terms of Wild and the lineup that they have, it feels that they may struggle with the same issues that certainly Wolves had, and that was a lot of the soft destruction Casa, just giving away an absolute freebie. Wild. Opting for a bit of a classic play there, getting the Maverick down into Snowmobile to open up that connector wall. Deadshot's also been downed. I mean, Wild haven't really done much here, Ollie. They haven't really put a lot of pressure on. I mean, that's just bad timing from Dodo. As P4 is able to stabilize, at least for his team. A jump in as well, as Deadshot has been picked up, and Wild are looking to see if they can storm in towards that top floor, but they just don't have enough here, and Wolves have completely ruined them and they went for it. Mowgli with the deagle as well. That's match point for Wolves, Ollie.
Bad timing there. P4 just crouching down at the opportune moment. Wild just getting a bit muddled there in what they were trying to do. You could see the vision, but I think Wolves reacted very well to it. Map point right now for Wolves. That Labs is looking more and more likely. This is a great kill from Freck. There's nothing worse than dying to a drone hole as well, because you know where they are. But sometimes it is gonna happen.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Wolves gonna take us to that mid floor, to that kitchen and dining. Their final stand, or what could be their final stand here, in an attempt to take us to a third map. But all Wild have to say about it, the lineup is going to do a little bit of changing. And for all that we spoke about Shields moving into this game when we were talking about the operator bans and how a Brava ban is maybe a little bit off meta, it's the first time we're seeing Wild bring the Monty. It's going to be a big 6-pick.
Attackers are heading out to
Monty is going to be the tip of that spear. Leighton, where are you going to go with it? That top floor needs clearing, and I think you're the best man for the job.
Yeah, it just took a while for that to Monty from Wild, certainly, to get things going. Did see a little bit from Wolves, but really didn't do much for them. I think for bringing in that Monty, they just want to try and play a little bit more slow and controlled, because certainly, I mean, that last round, Wolves just went really gung-ho with it, with the aggression. They were swinging a lot, trying to, you know, take those individual 1v1 gunfights. So you bring in the Monty, it just slows the play down. You control how fast and how slow you want the round to be played out. So yeah, it's not a bad idea from Wild. Again, for Wolves, Deadshot and Mowgli leading the charge. You know, that's sometimes what it comes down to, is whenever the two stars really for Wolves start performing. Ain't a lot Wild can do about that. There hasn't really been anyone who's been able to really take control of the Wild lineup in terms of kills. You know, everyone in and around similar kill tallies, but not quite in the same level of Deadshot and Mowgli. So this is where Monty is extremely strong, Ollie. The information he can just feed through. He can tell them, okay, I need you to get the Flores out, get rid of the shields. You know, there's also a Fenrir on the door also. So yeah, just classic opportunity spawn here from Leighton.
Yeah, Leighton can just sit in there and be a problem in Ivy. Mowgli is going to destroy that Rotero drone before it has a chance to detonate or activate. With the electrification, it's not going to be the easiest thing to get this wall open. It is a Cade Claw as well, so you can go from below, but you kind of need to know where you're looking at. That nade's going to see a good deal of value, though. That is able to remove everything. A couple of mute jammers and the Electroclaw. Bit of good fortune there for Croxon. And now with the breach open, no one really able to tuck in and play behind that half wall. Next stage of the job is to try and do something about this piano player. They're going to be a bit of a thorn in the side. And that's really where Leighton in this window play starts to come in. Freck just going to move through and start to work on that bathroom somewhat. Still a presence on this top floor, though. Wolves aren't giving up without a fight. You look at the time and you'd think maybe they'd have dropped off by now, but no. Oh, Last Mao. He's going to pick up his second kill of the round, making a third. Finds Leighton. There's no shield on the side of him, Monty. Go on, Last Mao. Rack him up, mate. 3 kills. Make it 4. Feeding the ace. Mowgli steals it. But you don't need the kills, Mowgli. Give him to Last Mao. What a final round there for Wolves.
Just sheer gun prowess there from Lasmau is out of this world. 1, 2, 3, 4. They all just line up for him. And I mean, and SMG in the right hands, Ollie, is a terrifying thing to go up against. And he's done a fantastic job. Look, Wild, they tried to slow the pace down that round. They tried to take a different approach than what they did previously, but it just still wasn't enough. I just think the kills, the individuals, I think more than anything, were able to win the rounds for Wolves there. You know, Mowgli stepped up, Deadshot stepped up, obviously Last-Man that last round stepped up. Much better from Wolves. The players that we needed to play well today, they've done so.
Well, we're going to send this one back over to the desk, and there might be one analyst that's particularly happy about how map 2 went.
That's supposed to be me?
The French guy.
The French guy?
The French guy. You know what?
I'm not that biased. Come on,
He's
guys.
happy. Token French guy.
Oh, really?
Oui.
Oh, nice.
To be fair, the amount of UK people that are on the show, understandable you'd say that.
I don't know. Only me and Ollie tonight, right?
Yeah. Fair enough. Anyways, we are back. We have a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. And here we are. Wolves bring this one back. Now, I have to say, on the back of a lot of effort from Mowgli.
Yeah, they had the mental reset that they needed. They really turned the tides on that map, playing completely different. In full confidence and in full control as well. Just the sheer aggression, for example, taking one example, right? The sheer aggression that they had in defense, in their heavy roam to counter the chaotic playstyle of Wild, that shows confidence there. And that was, for me, one of the biggest evident example of just how different Wolves are playing in terms of confidence compared to that first map.
Yeah, I think they took the chances when they were presented with them as well. I think, you know, Wild mismanaged quite a few situations in the late round on their defense. I likened it to having ants in their pants, where they've got a 3v3, Wolves have to still attack, and Wild is still peeking them and giving them freebies and allowing Wolves to regain control of the round. And apart from Freck, who was having a great game and a great moment on the attack, of course, Wolves really looked very comfortable inside the map of Chalet. It was smaller, it was more condensed, it was more gunfight heavy, and they were making all the right micro plays at the right time.
The one multi-kill from Frag there was amazing, right? But it was another example of how relentless were Wolves being as aggressive as possible in defense to try and disrupt that playstyle. They were matching the aggression from Wild. Now that's great. And whenever Wild tried to slow down on that last round, they had the composure to play the layer defense and slowly fall back and leaving Lasmo upstairs to just be annoying and disturbing. And that was exactly what was needed. Full control of the plan here.
I will say, looking at that scoreboard, when we highlighted in the pre-game, we talked about how Mowgli and Deadshot really haven't had the stage that they would be proud of. And I think inside of this individual map, both of them turned up, particularly Mowgli. Huge ace just off the back of following drones. And he also got a huge 3K on defense where he was just absolutely everywhere. And that's what Mowgli can do. He can just swing the tide of a game.
Deadshot was involved in 7 of the opening engagements this map. 4-1. 4-1 and 3 lost. But that, he really committed to that aggressive plan. And lots of them were also in the first minutes, by the way. Just how pacey that map was.
You got a clip for us, Leo?
Yeah, it's one example, though, of what Wild he's doing well right now. Wild have this impressive ability to find rounds that they should never win. That 2v4, they set up the plant perfectly, get the control on the bomb site before the defenders that were stranded away. Then they isolate each gunfight by baiting the plant, get the first guy up top, and then get the last player. That was really well played. So they will get that player first by swinging him because they hear that the defender is upstairs, and then they go for the plant and isolate that last one in a 2v1. So effectively, they went from a 2v4 to basically taking 2v1, 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 2v1 on every player. That's poorly played from Wolves, right, on that occasion. But what I pointed once again is the ability for Wild to have the right composure and salvage rounds that they should not get away with.
I thought they was going to kick on from that point, and then after that, they lost every single round. Yeah. We sat there and said, it's 4-4, this is the turning point. This is where Wild are going to kick on and win this best of 3. But maybe it was the turning point for Wolves. Maybe it was a bit of a wake-up call for them because, you know, like I said, it was the next round after that Mowgli just activated, and then obviously the very final round, Lasmo activating as well.
So there it is. Wolves come back in the game. They tie it up 1-1, which means we're going to head into map 3. But first, let's take a quick break and get back to it.
Welcome to the Blast R6 Atlanta Major. Are we ready?
It's up to Trix now to stay alive inside of the vending hallway. It's gonna be all Trix all day!
You won!
Lots to look forward to in phase 2.
Every match is a do-or-die scenario.
Spoit walks in. Wolves can easily line him up.
I don't lose, Oregon. Never. And what's with the fish? That should be my first question.
Who will brave Atlanta for some Siege silverware?
A second impact! Huge by JV92. This is semifinal Saturday.
Lowe's now can work around. One player picked up. Lobin.
And they're starting. Flicks onto Virtue. The knife comes out.
Siege history will be set here in Atlanta. Are we ready? It's loose! It's W7M!
Two teams from Brazil in the grand final. This is going to be a moment in history that nobody will forget.
Lobin with one kill, looking for another. JV92 pivots and says, that's quite enough. That map is over before it even started. Philippe Hawks and Cameraman in a 1v1. Cameraman gets it done! One more round is all those need to push us to overtime. JV finds one. Maya against the worlds, against the Raging Bulls from Brazil. The region's most dominant force for years. A question posed in Montreal. A promise made in Copenhagen. History made in Atlanta. W7M are back-to-back major champions.
Tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man here, think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist.
There's no hiding. Not for you. Not for me. Try not to disappoint me, soldier.
Welcome back, everybody, to Blastar 6 EU League. Our second best-of-3 matchup of today is underway and is currently tied up 1-1 between Wolves and Wild. They are playing for the chance, the opportunity to play BDS in these playoff semifinals and to possibly defeat them and move on and qualify to the Montreal Major in 5 or so weeks. Welcome back to the analyst desk for this final matchup. Milos, your host. With me are Fresh and Alpha Man. Let's bring up that map ban one more time just to make things clear. We went through Skyscraper. That was Wolves' pick. Wild won it. We went over to Wild's pick on Chalet. Wolves won it. Now we go to Labs, where Wild were able to ban Bank. Leo, your thoughts?
Now we're going to a direct rematch of what happened in the stage. And let's be real, it was a clear victory 7-3 for Wolves. And I think Wild had a really clear game plan going into this. They banned the Thatcher. The reason for this was, first, the last time they played Labs, Wolves abused the Thatcher, played every round. So they removed it and played their whole strategy around the Mute, the Kaid in defense. But Wolves countered it perfectly. They abused and started the defense, they abused the wall denial themselves, and then they problem-solved that Thatcher ban, abusing Maverick and clearing everything super quickly. So it didn't go at all the way they planned. Now they have learned this is probably not the win condition for them.
I did like it at the time, though, because if you look how Nighthaven plays out, the top 3 sites, the top floor, you've got basically 3 walls that you need to open, the connector, the site wall, and then the IT wall. The basement, obviously, you've got 2 key walls down in the basement and hatches. And then in the storage room, you've got the top floor, the IT wall that you need to open as well, and maybe even the basement. So I understand why you would place that win condition. It didn't work last time, so I'm looking forward to seeing what Wild bring us that might change it up this time.
Who can take it before we bring up the casters?
Whoever controls the pace, because it's been the win condition for the 2 last matches. Who controls the pace? Who is the one proactive and who's the one reactive? The proactive one will win.
Whoever controls the pace.
That's like sitting on the fence, but with a really good explanation.
Very good. Very
a politician.
Good. Well, fair enough. Let's bring up our casters on the other end. Hello, gentlemen. Extra Turk at Demo. I mean, look, we got here. We have a game on our hands. We got Nighthaven Labs. We got a rematch between the two. Ollie, this is going to be a banger.
It's going to get stuck into some siege.
He's going for you again, Ollie.
I don't know what his problem is.
He keeps calling things dingy out here in Copenhagen.
I know. It's ridiculous.
I'm trying to be you so bad, man.
Everybody wants to be you.
I really hope Wild win now. I would love to see the look on your face.
I'm not biased. I actually love both teams. Wild were my highlight of the day, of the stage.
Look, I'm going to take an unbiased vote here. Demo, what are your thoughts?
Probably Wolves. I think I'll go Ollie's method. The team who wins the second map usually goes on to win the third. I think momentum's probably going to be with them now.
All right, fair enough. You know what? Let's discover it for ourselves in the game on our hands. Ollie, Demo, please enjoy.
Thank you so much. We are ready to get underway with map number 3. Finally getting a 3-mapper here, Demo. The second best of 3 of the night. The last map of the day. Last map of the week, I think, for EU as well.
Yep.
And here we go. Nighthaven Labs, a straight shootout, a rematch of the map played during the main stage between these two teams. We've got Wolves, we've got Wild. It's been a good, fun game so far, Demo. I think there's been real big individual performances, been nice little pockets of team play as well. But ultimately, it all now comes down to this. Wolves, of course, winning our previous map of Chalet. Wild successful on Skyscraper. And now all that matters is Labs. Wolves are going to be starting off on the defense, Wild on the attack. At this point, let's see if anything gets heavily targeted. The Blitz will be removed. That's a Wolves ban. Wild going to respond with their own. Do they choose to remove the shields, or are they going to be comfy playing with them? They're going to get rid of the Maverick. You don't see a lot of Maverick ban, but Maverick on this map, Demo, I know that we've both got a very similar opinion of it.
Yeah, don't do it.
It's a blooming bold ban, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, look, Wild, the last time they went for a Thatcher ban, you've kind of banned Thatcher's cousin in Maverick, you know, where it's there to bypass the electrifications on the wall. Obviously, Maverick at the moment is very risky doing so with the arc lineups. Pulse also getting banned away, which I think is a really good ban from Wild. It's something that Wolves had played previously, Ollie, if you remember whenever we casted this game before. We did see a good amount of Pulse coming in from Wolves. So they've really went for, I think, specific bans here. So Wild, they're going to try and change things up. They're going to try and go off the beaten track. Look, I think the Blitz ban, again, Blitz is Blitz, always going to be an issue. Last time they banned, I believe it was Ying. Tabaru is the same ban they did, Wolves, so they're happy enough to go for that again. Look, both teams have played this map. Both of them played it during the opening play day, during the first play day. Wolves winning that 7-5 against ITB. BDS losing 8-7 against BDS. And then the second time they both played it, it was against each other where Wolves were able to be victorious. So that's kind of where we're at with the map. So I think just based on the map and the history, you have to favor Wolves.
Yeah. You've got to give them the benefit of the doubt, haven't you? And it's on Wild to come in and take that away. I think Wild have left themselves nicely open on these first 6 rounds in what they're going to be able to bring. Well, they're not really taking full advantage of it here. It's quite a
one hard breach
conservative lineup. Yeah, no secondary on the book either, so stuns on the book, not the tin openers.
Yeah, worry a little bit. You just don't really have enough to open everything. Because don't forget as well, there are like quite a lot of layers to this top floor. You know, you open up the IT breach, you then just reinforce up garage for the defense. You didn't have to get through garage wall to get into the site. You open up connector wall, you then reinforce the walls inside the site. You have to get through that as well. So they just won't have enough hard breach to really open up everything that you would expect to see. And not only that, you also have to get through the bandit trick. You know, how are they going to deal with that Maverick ban? Yes, it's going to hinder Wolves whenever they have to attack, but Wild are the team who start in the attack, so they have to try and play it without a Maverick.
Look at the importance that Wolves are putting on this bandit trick.
And the wall reinforced as well.
They've got a clash. Bandit not going to be able to replace that, though. I mean, Asa, you had one job. You had 2 bodies protecting you there. You had a clash in Mowgli.
As safe as can be.
You're one of the sharpest shots in EU in Mowgli, and you've got a blooming shield on defense, and still the wall's opened.
Yeah, good reinforcement. That's what I mean. That wall's opened up. You just then go to the next layer. And already one Selma is going to be used. And obviously they didn't have to get through the bandit trick again, but just based on what Asa showed us, it looks to be quite easy to open up walls against the bandit trick against Wolves today. So Wilds, they will find it difficult. Both of the Selmas are going to be used on IT breach though, Wally. So that means that the side walls and garage as well ain't going to be touched.
Yeah. That's the problem when they've got a clash.
I really worry now for Wild. They just don't have enough. And look, already, only 2 minutes gone. They've got no kills. They've actually taken damage more than anything. I can only see us going one way.
Yeah, it's slow. And with a clash and single doors being the only real avenue into the site, you're going to come up against quite a lot of obstacle. Nade sent out there. Doesn't really do anything. Doesn't even catch the mute jammer. And you can see that P4's just been able to back away from that a little bit. Garage, still a real safe haven at the moment. There's no vertical work been done either. And there's not really the time for it. 25 seconds, Leighton. He's in below, but is he really going to be able to do anything? Is he going to start making any progress? There's not enough time to really do anything. 10 players alive. Some softened up attackers. This round surely only goes one way. Dodo bursts in, but he gets caught looking the wrong way. And it's just a firing squad from Wolves. Freck, the sole survivor. That round was blatant from the start. You could tell which way it was going to go. Wild. A big question in what you bring in to solve problems there. I just don't feel like they gave themselves options with the lineup demo.
It's just, if it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, what is it?
It's chicken.
not chicken. It's just, it's obvious. You bring the lineup, what are you going to expect? That's what's going to happen. One hard breach ain't going to cut on a map like Labs. It ain't. You need to bring more than one. I mean, even 10 openers would be enough. In my eyes, if one hard breach and 10 openers, that's fine. You can get by with that.
I'm wondering if Leighton was thinking he had the 10 opens and actually had the stuns instead.
It could be, it could be a case of that.
It might be something like that, you know, where it's just an honest mistake. But
it is what it is, though. Yeah,
it's a crucial
deal with the
mistake.
consequences. Yeah.
Yeah. I think Wolves played it really well. They recognized very quickly what their win con was, and that was just to try and keep walls closed. I mean, they failed the banditry, but it didn't really matter in the end. And they were kind of lucky that Wild didn't have sufficient hard breach, because that wall gets opened and then there's a bit more hard breach kicking around to really work into, then it could be a bit of a different story. But again, going for this singular hard breach approach.
I'm shocked.
Here.
I'm so shocked that they're going for this again. I mean, there is no bandit. There's no bandit, which is the only benefit that they would have right now, because a bandit, again, no Maverick. Bandit's a freebie. K's a freebie. You know, even K-Trick and Bandit bring both. So walls are going to be opened up with very little to really go against that. However, you do have the mirror windows, though, Ollie, that will be set up inside of sight. Hatches beneficially will be open for a while because Wolves are attempting a roam game. But even Wolves, I would have said, they honestly could just play Turtle. Like, generally, teams could just sit here and just bunker down today based on the bans with that Maverick being gone. But look, Wolves are just going to go for the roam game. They probably think, look, we know we have the better gun skill than them. We proved that on Chalet. We can do it here on Labs as well. We get defense. Calls come in. A couple of Fenrir traps, I believe, as well, were detonated, Ollie. So Wolves are aware that they are being hunted. Deadshot also being droned and also being Deimos tracked. It's only a matter of time before he goes down, Ollie. But I think it's a question of who does he bring down with him?
And how many? Mowgli. He's going to find one onto Frack. Just assisting Deadshot them from afar. Real nice bit of team play, but the site's been opened up. Croxon, he's found 2 kills. And Pikebull, he's got space to get that plant down. He's got the cover to do so, and there's nothing that Wolves can do about it. 3 kills for Croxon, a confirmed plant, and last mile left to try and retake alongside Deadshot. The last of a logic bomb phone call, just trickling out. Could give a bit of info away. But Wild, all they need to do is dig in and hold on. Last mile's going to be on the hatch. He's got an inkling that someone's going to be there. Croxon, could it be the ace? It is the ace for Croxon. Yes, let's go. We see him. Always an energetic one. Doesn't need much of an excuse to stand up out of his chair and clap his hands a little bit. Wild respond with a brilliant round.
He must be part rocket the way he's lifted off there from his chair, hasn't he? I mean, Wolves just completely caught in the open. I was skeptical. Like, you're going to go for their own game. I get it. I understand why you want to do so. But I just think with the way Wild are playing with a 1 hard breach, you could just sit and bandit trick all day long and there's nothing they can do against it. Reinforce the imagine if they had hatches reinforced. If hatches are reinforced and there was 1 hard breacher, would have been cooked. You wouldn't have been able to get in if you were Wild.
I mean, it's another weird round, isn't it? Let's be honest. How's Croxon got an ace? Where were Wolves defending?
I mean,
why aren't they bringing a bandit? I just don't get it.
10 seconds left.
Oh, I'll actually go for stories this time, sorry. They're still not bringing any wall denial again.
Right, this is going to give us the answer to the question. Leighton does have the tin openers this time. So I think that round 1 was maybe just an honest mistake.
Right.
We maybe criticised a little bit heavily, but they're rocking the 1 hard breacher, 1 tin opener. So you've got to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Swapping mags.
Let me just see the split between Wolves and Wild. Whenever we've seen them play on this map. It was... So it was a 4-2 half for Wolves the last time we were here on the defense. And already it's 1-1. So 1 more round for Wild and they have equaled their tally that they were able to do the last time they were in Labs. But knowing Wild, they probably want to try and improve on that because they know what mistakes they made last time.
The keeper barrier is activated.
And more importantly, they know a little bit more on how Wolves play. You know, it's been left in as a decider. It's a map that both teams are willing to go to today. Some good info being gathered. Azami and caught out there on the catwalk. Mowgli just at the top of Fish Stairs. Ooh, Croxon. Nice work from the drone. Fortunately, being the Deimos, he has to scan him to get that info. And he usually does get your drone shot. But he's still going to have that option for a death mark later.
Oh, a lot of players stacked up all the way towards Fish Stairs as well. Seems to be Wolves have dropped off from their hold, and it's right into the catching arms of Croxon as he waits and he finds Mowgli. Could have maybe had 2 or 3 there, but only just the one. But more importantly, doesn't die himself, so they have that man advantage here for Wild. Frex also in a scary position. He's been able to take up that position on bottom Fish. Looks as though his position is known, though, as Lasmau was watching that. Covers off the window to give himself a little bit of protection. But a minute left. Kill advantage is going to be for Wild. They have started to open up some of the flooring as well. I mean, P4, he's going to go for a really long rotate all day. They're after Freck. They know he's there. It's just a question of can they get him, but looking like he's maybe going to try and flank from upstairs now instead. So a lot of reliance here in P4 to see if this flank will work.
A couple of kills going to trade, and P4 is successful. Can immediately drop off. With Croxon down, he's going to have to be recovered. He will be able to be revived, and there is time for this, but there's not time for much else. P4 caught wandering. He had no business making that cross. Pipebull sees the opportunity and takes it with 2 hands. He can now start to get the plant down. Croxon's fallen elsewhere. Dodo has to drop and cover. Gets caught out. Just goes for the sprint when he didn't need to. All down to Mr. Bull, but he's not going to get too far. Dodo finished off, and the diffuser will be disabled.
Another close round. For Wild, it was the flank protection. You know, P4 should never be allowed to go for that rotation up and around Fish. And then, well, he didn't actually go through Fish. He came in through main stairs, didn't he? But you need to have the flank protection there. You know, a lot of people were kind of locked in towards Fish. We've seen Wolves, a lot of them came down from that staircase. Maybe they were so focused on denying the Fish flank that they didn't expect that someone would make the long rotation all the way up the main stairs and flank them from connector.
Yeah, Wild just dropping the ball there. You could see what the vision was. Could see the intention. But P4, even though he gave himself up, he's done a lot of the hard work.
Attackers are activating.
Dodo there in that engagement as well. You just sort of think, you know, if your teammate's planting and you're in a 1v1, it's 2 versus 2. You kind of just got to wrap that guy up. You don't need to be aggressing on for the kill. Like, Pipebull nearly had the diffuser down. I feel like if he just plays it a slight bit more passive, it's not going to change the outcome. If Pipebull's going to die, he's going to die, and there's nothing you can do about it. You maybe just got to trust the process a little bit more there and not go looking for that kill. But as it stands,
a little bit of nerves, I think. Just a little bit of panic.
Yeah,
it was.
It's just a panic play. Sort of thing you'd make a different decision in ranked or something like that, but when the stakes are a little bit higher, when you're playing for a spot at the major.
Look at this. Korea has made its way onto the broadcast. Fabian has an impact. Yeah, a few shields. We've seen this in Korea. A couple of teams have followed suit after it as well. But Fabian and his boys in PSG Talent was the first team that I've seen use the fuse shield whenever another shield operator's being banned. So you still have the 2 shields, either which way you look at it. So we have the Monty and we have the fuse. Obviously, the gadget for Fuse ain't going to do a lot. It is literally there because he has a shield. That's literally why he's here. And look at the play that he's going to go for. The Fuse shield straight in. A freebie on the Mowgli. Not aware of somebody jumping in straight for electrical. It will, though, however, just be a crumbling defeat, though, for Wild, as everyone else on Leighton's team has not done the job. Leighton got his kill, but his team did not do the rest. They've tried a quick rush ollie, but it has been dismantled here by Wolves, and they just have to sit back now and wait for the shields to aggress onto them. I mean, Leighton's got 15 HP, for goodness sake. They don't even have diffuser. It's with Team 2. Team A's done the job, but Team B, where are they?
The splinter cell that was Team B didn't do the job, did they? There's a smoke deployed, but it's only really going to provide a little bit of cover. Freck needs to be so successful on this walk-up fish stairs, and it's not going to happen. Deadshot, he finishes late and off. He was only on 15 HP, and, well, the rest of the round peters out. Wild, they went for something quick. They went for something bold, but it didn't pay off. And they now trail by 2.
Yeah, not good from Wild. I like the idea, but the execution just not there. I mean, Wolves, they didn't have anything for Electrical at all. See how easy it was for Leighton just to jump in and isolate that kill. It was the guys over towards Fish, which we didn't have the luxury of actually seeing, Ollie. That was the issue. They're the team with the diffuser, don't forget as well. I would say the idea from that was the 3 guys coming in through Fish. They have the diffuser. They're the main, they're probably Team A. Team B, I think, were the kind of bait team, weren't they? They're the team who don't have the diffuser. They're kind of moving in a little bit blindly. I think the idea was to take all of the attention away from Fish and onto the players who were moving in towards Connector and in towards Electrical.
10 seconds left.
Unfortunately for Wild, it just didn't work out. And Wolves were very quick to react to the side that, well, the majority of that push was coming from.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
Couple more rounds to the side sit, though. And Wild are going to need to get something going here, because Wolves are in a bit of danger of running away from it. And no one's having a massive standout. I mean, Asa, he's 5-1 right now. He had 1 kill right up until the last round of Chalet as well, by the way, and then gets a quad. So his kills really do come in spurts.
Wow, bandit trick on a basement has worked. No way. Gotta be kidding me.
I think it's one of those things where Wild just probably is out of the mind because Wolves haven't been attempting it.
They haven't brought since the first round.
Yeah, but this time Asa is successful on the trick. The main portion of the wall will get open. It's just the single that got tricked.
The singles where they planted from, though.
Yeah, the singles where you want, really.
Yeah.
In a lot of cases.
Because usually the tank bomb site, it's actually better the planting, isn't it? That's usually where we see a lot of the success. Trying to move in through that big double open wall, a lot of angles. You know, you've got 2 doorways, all of the soft walls in the other side as well. So usually it's just trying to move in through the single breach and then just plant on that single wall right above the hatch. You know, that's usually, or right below the hatch, sorry. That's where you want to try and get yourself into.
Leighton doesn't have too many trackers on the death mark. He's going to pick up the Lesion now as well as the Mute. I'm going to see if he can get a track going.
I'll find you, and then...
Bit of a shot in the dark, though. I mean, it's done something to push Lesion down, but it's not as if he had the info as to where Lesion was and was just going to go for a wall or a floor bang. It's definitely a couple of different schools of thought of using the Deimos, and one can lead to very effective roam clears and kills, and the other kind of just pushes the defenders around a little bit. Leighton there going for the latter. Top floor, for the most part, is clear, though. There is just going to be a straggler in Deadshot. And he's been targeted again. He played this position last time. He had Mowgli helping him out, but he's got no such joy this time. It's going to be last man. He's a little bit further off the pace. Stun going to come in. Deadshot full white. There's no one there to capitalize. Mowgli comes to his rescue again, and last man, he was in the right place at the right time. Leighton left in the kitchen. 1 versus 4. I tell you, if Wild can't deal with a roam game, it's a poor do. He'll find a second, but how many of these are going to be impactless kills? Don't forget, it's the Deimos. Last thing you want to be doing now is sending a track out there. You're going to give your live location away. Another thing you don't want to do is give him a lot of 1 versus 1s. 15 seconds, nothing for it but to go for the track, reload the Vendetta, and see what he's able to do. The goo mine is going to slow his down and hinder his progress. Can maybe look to try and zone off with the frag, but that's not going to do the whole business and help him get the plant down. Not a lot that he can do there, and Wolves quite rightly just wait for the time to do the work.
Asa and Lasmau, I think, Golly, have played really well this map so far, haven't they? You know, those 2 have really jumped up. Obviously, look, Deadshot and Mowgli are always going to be there, but you have to credit the 2 new guys in the team. Because we watched them at EWC. I wouldn't say we were entirely convinced that are these the right guys that they could have had. We kind of sat there and thought, who else could they really have gotten? You know, the French scene isn't the healthiest right now in terms of new players coming up. But this stage, Ollie, they have played really, really well. And I just think the Wolves lineup, they just seem so much more well-rounded, don't they? Maybe they lost a little bit of sharpness because, you know, Mowgli isn't getting as many kills and many pop-off performances because maybe Mowgli realizes that he doesn't need to do that anymore. He's got players now who can do that. So I think for Wolves, it's been the upgrade that, yes, Mowgli might have took a little bit of reserve now, but the whole team is playing better, and that's what we want, because you just can't play Siege relying that your sole strategy is Mowgli needs to play well or else we lose. That's not a viable strategy. So Wolves have kind of went through that transformation that BDS went through a long time ago. BDS for a long period was, if Shaiko isn't there, they're not winning. We're so far gone that period now for BDS, aren't we? Shaiko didn't play great yesterday. Still win. You know, and I think the same now. This is the evolution now that we're seeing with Wolves. And it's great to see. It's really, really great to see.
No, it is. If you can get a couple of players and they're going to take some of the pressure off. And don't forget, the talisman player still gets big Hollywood moments. Mowgli got an ace in the last map. He's still got it, you know. He just doesn't have to give it every single time, and it takes a bit of that pressure off. Astra and Lastmal really doing a number at the moment. 7-1, 5-2. The timeout has been used from Wild.
5 seconds to insertion.
And whereas players like Dodo and Freck have looked almost at some points invincible in this series, they've been made to look very mortal here on Labs. And there's a big danger for Wild that Wolves are just going to continue with this momentum. It's one of my favorites. If you win the second map, typically we see that team go on to win the series. If you go down at map 1, and if you're able to rally enough, very often we'll see teams chain that second and third map together, and well, for the most part, it looks as though that's what Wolves have in mind at the minute. They've not really got any other option.
Obviously, P4 this stage has been, you know, really the standout player for Wolves, but I think P4 will be actually quite happy that he hasn't had to clutch every blooming 1v2 this came his way today. I think he's quite happy he hasn't had to do that. You know, the team is all stepping up. You look on the side of Wild, kills just aren't there at the moment where they are for Wolves. And sometimes that's just what it comes down to. I mean, kills are kills. Yes, it's the tactical shooter, but what's that keyword? Oh, sure, that's right. You have to kill people with the guns.
I'm sure P4's happy for the night off, to be fair. He's had a hard stage.
It's a long stage. It's a long stage.
This is the best stage of his life. He's the info guy tonight. Last mile, he's going to be holding on to the top of Fish Stairs. Croxon. Nothing on his death mark as of yet. Bit of a heavy stack up here as Wolves are ready to challenge on the periphery. But Croxon is there for the catch. We'll take Mowgli out and pick up the first kill. Feels like a while since Wild have been successful in that opening engagement. But it isn't going to cause anything too drastic. There's no chain reaction off the back of it. Instead, still fairly careful, still fairly measured. Dodo going to start to rip open that floor, and more info required for Freck.
Do they have any players below? Because Wolves do have a hefty amount of C4s, Ollie, and they have Valkyrie camera info as well. You can see P4, he is downstairs with a C4 in hand, and nobody from Wild has assessed that. They haven't taken control of basement. So this is a big worry. It's this C4 from below, and as that time slowly ticks away, Ollie, and Wild don't look as though they're in a rush to really get into the bomb site at the moment. This is where the issues will begin to start to flood in for Wild. You know, 20 seconds again, still no movement. Finally, we start to see Pac will now move in towards garage and will eventually make his way in towards storage. Freck trying to assist that, but Freck also goes down. Deadshot in a hell in a cell. He picks up 2 before he goes down to Leighton. Diffuser is going down, but there's no C4. Where was the denial? It's too late. P4, you've got your kill, but the diffuser has been planted. Dodo in the 1 versus 2 into the 1 versus 1. He's up against P4. Is there any info? They're flicking through the cameras. Have they got eyes on him? They know where the diffuser is, but do they know that Dodo has rotated all the way above? I mean, Dodo can hold this from the vertical. Just sits on the stairs, plays it to a T right now, doesn't expose himself. Has to try and tap the diffuser. Dodo just has to wait. Full sprint. Pick up the man in the diffuser. Comes off it. Did P4 need to come off it? He could have had that. P4, I think he could have stuck it, Ollie. There we go. We have to have a replay. We need a replay. I'm fairly certain he could have stuck that. I 100%. Genuinely believe he could have stuck that.
100%. Dodo was in Narnia. Dodo was miles away.
He took way too long than what he should. I thought he played it. He played that 100%. He played it way he should have. But he waited for 1 second too late.
I think he waited for 2. I think he waited 2 seconds too long. But in Siege terms, he's in Narnia, and he's got no business being there. He needed to be a lot more present. Because the floor was a bit messy as well.
It's a blunder for blunder, really, isn't it?
Yeah, the floor. I mean, P4 is going to be kicking himself watching that one back. He definitely could have stuck it. You look at this. Still not got the angle.
He could have stuck it. He could have stuck it.
You got to get a shot through the bars. He's got to stop.
Yeah, you got to line it up. You got to shoot him.
Yeah, there's so many things that it's worth sticking it. Put it that way. Because I tell you what isn't going to happen. You're not going to get off it and just bang him as a one shot.
Yeah.
Where you've got no idea where. Well, you got a rough idea, but you've got bars. It's a horrible engagement. Like you're not going to get that kill as P4. Still, if that's as good as Wild have got, a scrappy old round of Siege, I bet they'll be glad to be off the attack here. Side swap, Wolves 4, Wild 2. Wolves have given themselves an easier time of things here, that is for sure. But they do have the weird operator ban. It is the same split.
Yeah. 4-2 again.
They do have the weird Maverick removal that Wild went for, which, to be honest with you, it kind of hindered him a little bit.
It did, and again for Wolves, they're attacking top floor against the Bandit and a Cade, and they have 1 hard breach. That is all they have, and it's not even like an Ace. Ace can open up 3 walls. Thermite only open up the 2. So, Wild, they've got 2 pocket reinforcements as well. 1 for the connector, 1 for garage, so they're ready for this. Looks as though the wall will be opened up. Ton of utility. EMPs, Sophia stuns, everything to get that wall open. But like I mentioned, you now have to pick your poison. Do you rotate towards to get the connector wall open? Oh, but then Wild just reinforce that wall up. They reinforce the lounge wall up. It's, yeah, big old issue for them. But I wonder, maybe could it just be the case of they're just going to try and go frontal push, you know, use the Monty, push from the one way, get garage open, completely forego the other side of the map, and just try and push in from one way. That wasn't very smart, Freck.
No, Freck's made a bit of an error there, hasn't he? I feel like he probably could have firmed it on the reinforce as well, because they're going to need that, but he's not going to be given a chance. Look at Mowgli go. We've said he's popped off tonight. We've said he's had his moment in the sun, and well, he's having another. Freck finished off.
Oh, Mowgli.
Nah. 4 kills on the round.
Cheat code. It just swings the door frame. Like, that is just Mowgli peeking and killing Wild. No strategy, no information, just Mowgli being Mowgli. That's all that is.
Makes you wonder how that round would have gone if Freck had just continued to reinforce that wall. That was the turning point. It was the right decision, and for some reason he stopped it. I mean, he was worried about getting shot from electric.
He heard the Kiba break, and I think he thought that, oh, somebody can then rush me as the Kiba's broke.
Yeah, but it was actually his own reinforcement.
Yeah, he just needs to firm it then, doesn't he?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think it's another one of those situations where coming off it is as bad, if not worse, than the outcome of it going wrong. Yeah. Like, the benefit of it going right is just is the win con almost at that point, because then it's a single doorway. Yeah, it's a Monty, but Mowgli isn't going to swing and get 3.
I mean, obviously the thing is with Wolves is it showed their hand. They're not interested in the other side of the map. They're playing minimalistic Siege. They're only bringing in the 1 hard breach unless they have brought in some tin openers this time around, which they have not. So again, just the Thermite to play with. So they will just do the exact same push. They will attack from one direction, get that garage wall open, probably rotate the Monty to fish, which we know that's an issue that Wild will have to address, is how do you get rid of that Monty, who really didn't have any impact because Mowgli killed them all before really the Monty could do anything. So I think for Wild, they need to try and play heads up here. They need to try and double up. Just don't allow Mowgli to walk in more than anything. I mean, that's a rookie mistake, isn't it? Allowing, Mowgli to pop off with another quad, similar to what happened to them on Chalet. You're just giving him these individual gunfights one after another.
I think this is where the Legion comes in. I think the reaction from Wild in their lineup choice has been good. They've doubled down on the hard breach. They've kept the mute, but also they've brought the Legion. That's going to do a couple of things. It's going to help with the Monty, and it's also going to help stop Mowgli from just walking in, or at least it should do. A successful bandit trick this time is going to cause a few problems. Wild now seemingly happy to just give that wall up. There's not a lot that Packball can really do about it. He was a little bit late to the party. But what they do now know is that Thermite has used both exothermics. So as soon as they get a handle on the lineup that's being brought, they're going to know there's no further hard breach.
Yeah. Still have a pocket reinforcement as well, but you have the Mira window, so you don't even really need to reinforce the walls up. Mira is going to prove to be quite an issue for Wolves in the lineup that they have, just based on they don't have an Ashe, they don't have a Kali or a Twitch to deal with them. I mean, I suppose they can maybe send the Buck below to deal with the Mira windows, which does seem to be the line of approach here from Deadshot as he's hunting for it. Mowgli with one, but there's the trade that we need at Ollie. They have not allowed Mowgli to pop off, but maybe it's everyone else from Wolves need to be worried about, as Asa finds two just sat in the main breach.
P4 able to feed that information through as well. Croxon can threaten with a C4, but he knows it's not going to do what is required. Does have to be really careful here as well. He's worried about a lot of angles alongside Croxon. And Wolves not in too much of a rush right now. Croxon needs to win this engagement and will do so. Draws for the shotty at close range. Little does he know, Asa is on the roof. A great pick. And it does something to bring the man count back to nearly level, but it's still a 3 versus 2. And one of the 3 is a Monty. P4 gonna tank a ton of damage. Freck takes last mile down. Croxon, he finds Asa. They're being gifted these 1 versus 1s. There's no way that P4 should be in this situation. Yet here he is. The diffuser cold, a little bit of info, but a brilliant crossfire. Wild stabilize, a much needed round.
How have they pulled off another clutch, another 2v4? I mean, a huge mistake from Wolves. The simple thing for Wolves to do, you have got 3 kills, 4 versus 2. You know the next place you need to attack is going to be Fish. Deadshot on the Buck comes up Fish stairs, but he's completely by himself. Deadshot needs to wait for the Monty. Monty needs to rotate towards that side of the map, Ollie. He needs to push in from Fish. Why is he sat in Garage? I don't know. Someone else can do that job. He's not going to have any impact just sat in Garage. He needs to be the focal point. He needs to be the tip of the spear pushing in. So you really have to question P4 there. He's the one who needs to rotate over, and everyone else needs to freeze.
5-3. After that last round, you just feel like there's a chance, isn't there? There's a chance for Wild to get back in this, but I feel like they need 3 rounds in a row. They need to get on 6 before Wolves do.
They have to go top floor again, don't forget. I mean, Wolves should have won that round. No doubt about it, Wolves should have won that round.
Attackers are moving
but they played their positions really bad.
Yeah. Well, it's down to the basement we go. Hard breach. Not really a plenty. Still only a single being brought. The Thermite. Asa will be making his way down to the breach and looking to try and get that open. Will be a bandit, but no trick.
Oh, they've K'd patches Ollie as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's it, isn't it? You've got to now make a decision. If Asa places this exothermic down, Packball has moved off. He was in position to bandit trick on the single. But instead, it looks as though he's going to give that up.
To be fair, this could actually be quite good for Wolves. Like, if you think about the setup, you've got reinforced hatches inside a garage with it being K-Plod, right? If you can, if you're able to get in towards the mid floor and open up all of the flooring, you could essentially just walk in and plant. You're not going to worry about somebody dropping from garage hatches like a roamer and then flanking you from it. So it actually could be quite beneficial here to Wolves, but it only depends if they can actually clear away the roamers upstairs, which at the moment they haven't done. As Freck's been able to get a kill just sat inside the storage, which, to be honest, Ollie, that's where the attacker should be right now. You have a bucket around for that very reason.
Yeah, it's strange to see that not a clear intention. Leighton's in and around the area to assist as well. Croxon. He's going to be on warehouse stairs. There's a brilliant little crossfire being developed right now from Wild. I think they know that they're in the driver's seat right now. They've taken out Asa, they've removed the thermite. So nothing else is getting open. It's at what point do Wild choose to retreat back to the site? Or do they try and play out on the roam for the duration and really just choke Wolves out? Wolves are now having to go for an entirely different approach. We've got P4 and Deadshot starting to move through cafeteria.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Wild aren't far behind. Freck, this time it's on to Mowgli. Surely he's not allowed to get another.
Why has no one went for him? He's been up here for the entire round, Ollie. Just sat here. Nobody's came anywhere near him. They found 2 kills from it. I mean, Wolves just not going for the hunt for some weird reason. I mean, where's Freck gonna go? Down the hatch? No, they've reinforced it all. I mean, Freck's a dead man in there. He knows that. But they've just allowed him to live, and it's very strange from Wolves. They've only got one wall open because, again, the lack of power breach, as we know. It's going to be onto that main wall, which it's not favorable for the attackers, really, because of how many different angles are going to be looked onto it. I mean, Packballs tries to write himself into a corner, but P4 is aware of that. And now Wolves are trying to make a desperate play into the site, coming in from Pillar. But is it going to be enough, though? I mean, Deadshot's been able to find 2, and P4 has to try and stick the plant. Freck's actually been down. I think P4 got him on the reverse. Now Leighton has to clutch up, but he's right beside him. They had no idea where Leighton was in the site the whole time. His best friend, the timer, will assist him in that.
What are we watching right now? If this was on a scale of, like, how winnable it is for either team. So the round starts and it sits in the middle. And then the attackers get a kill and it edges up. You know, the defenders are now less likely to win. The defenders get a kill, it levels out. Some utility gets used, it moves around. That was way up on the scale for Wild to win. And in the last 15 seconds, the scale just went crashing down toward the other direction. Both of these teams are making it so incredibly difficult right now.
Attacker's bomb diffuser had to drop.
I tell you, Leighton got so lucky then. I told you, Demo, that door has been left open. 5-4, round 10, big round. If this goes evens, it's anybody's.
5 seconds to go.
I mean, Wolves, I think the past 2 rounds have really done it to themselves, haven't they? You know, not rotating multi-rounds, and, you know, just you have a 2 versus 4. You just play the man advantage, and then just allowing Freck to sit upstairs and not going for him. It's unlike Wolves. Usually whenever Mowgli gets a sniff of someone, he's in there. You know, he is straight on them like a ton of bricks. I mean, we'll see how the third bomb site choice is going to work out for Wild as they head to the storage. I mean, don't forget, Wild were successful whenever they were attacking here. See if Wolves can maybe do the same. Wall being opened up. It's nice to see, you know, more than one hard breach this game. Although we've got a thermite and an ace for the first time, I think, in the game.
Wait, is that possible? You can bring more than one hard breach? Incredible.
You can bring 3 if you want to.
You can also bring a vigil without the boss G, it seems. Freck. We're calling out players that don't play the boss G. Too good. Well, this wall is definitely going to get opened. The Wolves are making sure of it. Seems as though they've changed tack a little bit and they're going, no, we just need to try and guarantee this as best we can right now. Last Mao. Maybe going to be coming up into position, and Croxon, just at the top of these fish stairs, does have the door to worry about. Now, we've seen situations where players have got a little bit overzealous, overswung. This is a time to be quite patient. Have to wait for them to come to you, and Croxon doing his best to bait him out, but daren't take his eyes off the angle for too long.
This is tense. No kills as of yet, but you just feel as though there's going to be a huge amount of them just appear in a matter of seconds. I mean, top floor is in the hands of Wolves now. They can get in here and start ripping up the flooring with some of the breaching charges that I think probably the Thatcher would have, and who knows, maybe Deadshot can try and do some with the pistol. I mean, Dodo has to get out of there. He was right below the soft flooring and to rotate it away from that. P4 dealing with some goo mines. Monty's worst nightmare, of course. But he's just looking to see if he can just control a lot of the kind of corridors. You can see the garage corridor will be covered now by the Monty. P4 can call out that the Legions went back into sight for Mowgli as he's waiting in that window. Lasmau will open up with the first pick. But Wild, they're really starting to dump the utility. Goo mines and smokes alike to try and stall them out. It's working. Only 2 kills back in favor of Wild.
P4 and Mowgli both downed. Surely a kill here for Asa as he does finish off Packbull. 3 versus 3. And the plan to commence. Final 10 seconds. There's no chance for Asa to get off this. He's got to stick it. And the cover has to be good. It's there and the plant is allowed. But it's going to cost Asa his life. Freck immediately in there with a kill. But from a Wild perspective, a second too late. Not a lot of HP on Freck either, and Vertical now frantically being opened as Deadshot. He starts to take a little bit of damage, drops prone, but we all know that that is nowhere to be. Dodo finishes him off, and Lasmau now has to try and keep control of this diffuser. Dodo going for the disable. Can he get the angle? He comes off. What is it with players and coming off today? He's now a sitting duck, man. It's another impossible angle through the floor.
Oh, again, I need to see the timer. I need to see if it was close enough. Could he have stuck it? You could see that obviously he was so focused on the other defender rotating up Fish. That's where he thought the retake was going to be. It makes perfect sense. Wild, one guy in diffuser, one guy challenging the guy above. Doesn't come up Fish, comes up garage stairs instead. So even I think he's quite lucky that he even won that engagement against the Vigil, because the Vigil actually had the first shot against him. But still, Lasmau able to win that out. And then, yeah, look, we need to see, did he have enough time? Could he have stuck it? This is the thing, like, Freck shot first, and Freck loses that.
Oh, he should have stuck it.
Honestly, I think he rolls the dice there. I think he goes for the defuse.
Well, it's the same thing that we came across earlier.
Exactly the same. Yeah.
What happens if he doesn't come off it? He likely loses the engagement. What happens if he sticks it? Well, the best option is they win the round. So just go for that, because that's the best possible outcome. Yeah, you might lose it, but you're probably going to lose it if you come off anyway.
5 seconds left before
You're asking yourself to hit a life shot. Like an actual life shot.
defuse a bomb.
A little bit of criticism as well to the player that rotated up, because I think it was Freck. He maybe doesn't need to continue moving in through that door. Like, he just maybe jiggle peeks from Garage Catwalk and just keeps an eye on things. He doesn't need to get the kill. He just needs to stop anyone from being in position to deny the disable.
Looks to me Wolves are maybe just going to try and finish this as quickly as they can, only because they're playing very slow, and they're going to try and use the Monty coming in through Fish, and here comes P4 up against the cage, spots out for his teammate, but Packbull actually ends up eliminating Deadshot. Asa with one, but Croxon still keeps his team in the fight. I mean, P4 needs to try and do something here to give the information out to his team. Nobody wanted to push. He walked into a C4, takes half the damage, 2 of them on Fish.
3 of them on Fish.
What is going on?
They're all on Fish. Oh, nice shot. Croxon, again, gives himself away. That's opened things back up. Leveled at a 4 versus 4.
Some really
now we start
weird
to see a
rounds,
bit of
Ollie.
reinforcement happen. Thermite's still got both exothermics, by the way. Like nothing's been opened yet. We're halfway into the round and we've just seen a
The thing
Monty.
is as well, we've had 4 deaths. None of them have been any to do with the walls. You know, both the electrifiers are still up. Thatcher Thermite's still up. What are the odds?
I'm not sure. What are the odds of this wall getting opened?
Oh,
no one in position to trick.
100%.
I mean, I'm surprised. I mean, I guess there's a lot to watch at this point, so you can't necessarily commit someone to being Bandit and trick him, but it gives a bit of an option away, and now especially with P4, he can start to move and make a bit of progress here. Move carefully. Dodo's still going to be in and around Fish, but if P4 can shove his head up toward this rotate, he's going to be able to gather a bit of info. And again, if you know where they aren't, then you've got a good idea of where they are. 2 players from Wolves now going to go for that rotate as well. Fish once again going to be the hot spot. And P4, his job is crucial. He needs to assist his teammates in getting in through that catwalk. In fact, he's just picked the diffuser up. Maybe he's going to go solo Fish. Oh, nice barricade.
Still a really weird round because obviously Wolves start off really fast, but they've really done nothing in that mid portion. Now they're just trying to bulldoze their way in with the Monty, but Wild are going to try and cement themselves in these difficult positions that P4 just cannot deal with. Really good angles being played there by Wild, and it should be an easy cleanup, and it will be from Leighton. See the way that they positioned the 2 players, one guy behind the bomb chassis, the other one really tucked deep in behind that desk. So P4 physically cannot look at both of them at the same time. He has to make a choice. He either looks at one or looks at the other. Whoever he looks at, the other player's shooting him in the back. So that's the positioning was key there for Wild to assess the problem, which of course is that Monty. So Wild, they've forced the timeout here from Wolves. I mean, Wild have obviously done a lot better in the defense than the last time these 2 teams met on Labs. They only took 1 defense the last time they were here, Ollie. So improvements, no matter what we can say about Wild. Yes, I know some of the rounds have been really scrappy. Improvements are still there.
Rounds around. Not many people remember how you got the round. Everyone remembers the result, though, and it's easy to go and look it up. So, again, Wild, that team that keeps gradually improving over time. Good time for them to have a chat as well here. I'd almost forgotten that Wolves had a tactical timeout. Feels like they maybe used it a little bit late. Wild now have the option themselves to have a bit of a discussion, figure out what they want to do and exactly how they want to approach this. I'm sure Nello will be in the call, directing them and giving them a few words of wisdom. Again, Wolves still on that match point. Downstairs is going to be the site. An immediate vacation for all of the Wild defenders. They all run around and start to perform various jobs. It was the roam clear, really, where Wolves struggled previously. And it was a lack of hard breach that we've been highlighting kind of throughout the course of this Labs demo. Now, there is potential that they do have the tin openers. We've got a couple of operators there that can bring them. The Book and the Ying, so they maybe do have just more than the Thermite. But my main concern here would be that roam clear, because we saw them bring the Ram, we saw them bring the Book in previous rounds, and they never really got in to make good on that promise of opening up the floor. This time they've only got the Ram, but there's still the roam game to clear.
So Wolves, can I go for the old ace up the sleeve volley? Oh, I'm not mentioning the ace, the operator called Ace, or Tim. The Ying is going to be the operator that we have not seen be played here on Labs, and Wolves are going to try and make good use of it. Thankfully, though, for Packbull, he's going to be on the Warden, so he's going to be a perfect counter to that. But the issue is it's everyone else. You know, Packbull needs to be at the right place at the right time, you know, to really neutralize that Ying there and then. Again, for Wolves, you see just going for the motions, making sure they can sweep away the roamers. They're not going to give Freck that luxury of just, I think, sitting inside the mid floor again. You'd expect that his days will be numbered.
Bomb located by attackers.
So again, for Wolves, they're just going to take things slow. Dokeby call goes out. Let's see if they can pick up any kills from it.
Typically signifies the start of a roam clear, and the Candelas and smoke, they usually signify a bit of an execute. Packbull in a great spot behind this deployable shield, just saving the battery on those glasses for a brief moment. It's a bit of utility that's been sent in, and no immediate response from Wolves off the back of it. Mowgli, he's going to get softened up a little bit, but takes Freck down. Look at that for timing. Freck,
did say they were going to get him.
Really can't do much right in this map. He's used all his luck maybe on the previous two. He's left flicking the cameras now. Mowgli is at 19 HP. And while some utility has been used, there's still plenty to try and execute on here for Wolves.
Yeah, it looked to be that the Yings were going to be used just to try and maybe bait out something from Wild, make them move around a little bit, but the main focus was just getting fracked. That's what they wanted, was the mid-floor control. They can get the Ram in. They've also used the Thermite Charge to open up the garage hatch. So that does give them an in to the bomb site. P4. Looking for a crouch walk down the stairs. Need to be careful, though, of course. Those feet holes will be opened, and we'll be able to catch them out. Again, for Wild, their backs are up against the wall here, but Wolves haven't really made their big push as of yet. But here we go. Here comes the Ying. Oh, perfect pop there. Great use of the Goyo canister from Packbull. Stops the plant from coming in now as Ash just has to sit and bide his time. The flank is going to come in from Croxon, but 2 kills for Wolves. Deadshot on Asa, Packbull and Croxon up against it. Croxon with the flankers work. Packbull has got his kill in the site, but 3 more to find. Diffuser's going to be called. Mowgli is able to take out Croxon. The Diffuser's going to be called. They need to try and plant, but no, never mind. Deadshot saves his team right at the bitter end. Pushes through the site. Able to pick up the final kill. The faces on Wild speak 1,000 words, Ollie. So close, but so far all at the same time.
I don't think there's a better way that fixture could have ended. Regardless of result, whichever team was the winner on the night, we needed a chaotic round to close it out. And that is exactly what we had there at the end of Labs. We were treated to all 3 maps nearly so close, nearly in overtime for the final map. Not a lot separating Wild and Wolves tonight, but Wolves will be the victors. Successful in map 2 on Chalet and successful by the skin of their teeth over on Labs. That sets us up quite nicely for an all-French upper bracket semi-final next week. We're going to send you over to the desk. They're going to break this down. They're going to set everything up and tell us exactly what this means for the remainder of the bracket.
Thank you very much, Ollie and Demo, for your casting tonight. We have our winners. Wolves will advance and give us a game versus BDS. Will the 14th time be the charm? That's a question for us to talk about later on next week. However, I have to say, Wild, impressive that they got from barely formed just before the stage to a point where they're almost able to defeat a team as experienced, as strong as Wolves, but it was all for naught at the end of the day. Mowgli was activated, Jack. He moved up. This was his map.
That's going to hurt so much, Milos. Like, Wild are going to be sat there thinking, how the hell have we lost that best of 3? Especially after they started out so well on that Skyscraper 7-2. They lost their map pick, and then they lost Nighthaven again. And, if we focus on Nighthaven, Leo, I think it was a really bad start from Wild on their attacks again. They really weren't breaching well. They weren't taking map control. They were struggling basically to do anything. The 2 rounds they won was Croxon finding an entry into site, and then a great reaction off the back of that, and then a clutch in the post plant. We're going to see here.
Yeah, different bans. So it's not a Thatcher ban, it's a Maverick ban this time, but the expectation or the results, rather, is exactly the same. Them struggling hard in attack, them struggling to open up these walls, and struggling to whatever was Wolves putting it together. Some of these defenses were really well put together and as a turtle and relied heavily on wall denial, but also lots of them relied heavily on roams with information, with the Valkyrie, with the traps, with the Mira, with the Fenrir, and the extensions were really good. I remember that one round where one player, I think it was Deadshot, that was stuck into kitchen. He was the perfect bait, and all of the players surrounded him and played the trades really well as a roamer. Overall, amazing play from Wolves, and they were the better team in attack, so they were the ones that won. That's as simple as that. It was about who was the better attacking team.
Now we look at the entire series, all 3 maps together. Finals are, of course, 2-1 for Wolves. Mowgli at the top, but people putting in a lot of work. Deadshot getting some incredible shots that saved rounds for them. And also Asa on map 3.
Asa deserved big props there. He was one of the, I would say, less spoken of the 2 pickups. Lasmo really showing up in the first game, so obviously we highlighted him. Asa was also on a difficult role. He was playing support. It's not an easy one. And he actually had an incredible clutch, a 1v3, and ever since then, great confidence throughout the rest of the matchup. Honestly, great to see the 2 pickups actually showing up turn by turn.
I think the flavor of Wolves that we saw is what we expected, where we said they're a much more well-rounded team. We saw that across the best of 3. That's where we said right at the start of today, at the best of 3, better teams generally win. But they needed that much more well-rounded team with a flavor of Mowgli to get them over the line in that very final map.
Absolutely, and honestly, there's a couple of those rounds that got incredibly close. Not even a second and a half before that diffuser got locked out.
Yeah, it's a testament of just how close we expected this game to be. And those two rounds, when we look at them, the amount of times where, look at the timer there. He just gets there, he just stops the diffuser just before it should have. Honestly, if he stuck this, I think he won that one. But it's always really hard to tell. Like, let's be real with P4 here. As a player, you don't know where the guy is. Even if you try to hear him up top, it's tough. Same thing here. Look, if he stuck it, again, I think he would have won that one. So it just tells you just how much nerves we're playing here in that game.
Yeah, the second one's definitely a little bit more, I would say, close cut. That first one, especially with the wild player being on the one speed there, being on the ram, you could hear them coming. You knew how, you could kind of gauge that a little bit more when you're against a one speed. And yeah, a 7-5, 2 rounds decided like that. The very final round decided by Deadshot on basically 0-0. Crazy game.
Now, we talked about Mowgli. I think we should highlight the stats there for the player himself because, honestly, the man was just opening up every single round.
Yeah, Mowgli was incredible today, Milos. When is he ever not incredible? I think we're going to see highlights from him across the entirety of this best of 3. He ended up with 13 entry engagements across 3 maps. He won 11 of them. He was so influential, especially in the very final map where he got 6 successful entries. Out of those 13 entry engagements, 6 of them came in the Night Haven, and he managed to win every single one of them. Plus 11 on the entry, you know, only plus 4 on the KD, but he came alive when it mattered. We said that he'd had quite a quiet stage so far. He stayed quite disciplined, and he's still operating in that disciplined system, but when he needs to, he can come alive, and he can propel his team into that playoffs. 2 best of 3s to go to Montreal.
Well, you got a player like P4, you got Deadshot on there, and also Mowgli whenever it is needed. However, we need to talk to someone that has not been a player in quite a bit of time. Joining us from Wolves, one of their wonderful staff, Mr. Furisti. God damn.
It's been a long time.
Honestly, ages. When was your last interview? How many decades ago was that?
Oh, I mean, probably some of my players were still like youngsters. I think last month when I had my last interview was something like 9 or 10 years old. So that says that's crazy.
We're talking SI 2017, the very first one. This man played on Xbox, competed, made it there in the OG days, and now you find yourself on Wolves that are now 1 game away from making it to the major. How has it been for you now being in the spot as support staff and having people like Helby and Loon that have so much experience also that you can work with new players that don't have much experience on the squad?
Well, right now I'm aging way too much with this team. I mean, there's so many roller coasters. We've had some great matches. I mean, despite from yesterday, that was quite of a shame, but I mean, today I'm quite happy with the team, with the changes we've made and the chemistry we've kind of brought to the Wolves guys. And not saying that I'm confident now because we're gonna play BDS next week, but I mean, we're in the best shape as we could imagine, so well, we're gonna give them a challenge.
I want to take the opportunity now that you're on the support staff. How has it been welcoming 2 youngsters in the team and really making sure the things mesh so well? Because it shows in game that things are meshing well right now.
I'm very proud of the 2 rookies that we have because they've been really hard working since they've joined the team, and that's always special to bring rookies to a top team like we are, evolving from. There's not much things as tier 2 teams right now, so basically from amateur and going to pro is kind of a change in their life actually. So that was quite a chance to move with them and compare, help them to gather things, help them with their routine. I mean, that's their first professional contract for both of them, so that's a lot of changes. Hopefully they actually qualified for the World Cup, which was like a boost of experience for both of them. And I believe today, when you see Asa popping off in a game like this one, I mean, they just already gathered more experience than you could imagine, and they're not rookies anymore.
Yeah, if you look at EWC, and the stint there obviously wasn't the best, but the team was really young. And now you have progressed throughout the stage, and I think they've raised the level accordingly. Do you think they're ready for Montreal? Do you think they will be ready for another international LAN event? Because obviously, knowing it as a rookie, it's not easy to come in and travel the world and try to be at the best level you can.
Well, actually, if we made those changes, releasing Bibu and Shinka to
they deserve that.
Last mode, yeah, obviously, yeah. I mean, they do, really do. Making those changes, the goal was actually to go to Montreal and perform well in Montreal. So we are closer than ever, and not saying that we are going to perform. That's still the objective. We want to qualify to the SI by an easy pass, not going through LCQ. So, I mean, they got the experience at the World Cup. Now they're going to hopefully qualify to Montreal. That's the goal next week. And we'll see what's going to happen there.
And to manage that, to qualify to Montreal, you have to go against VDS. Now, I have to say, man, I have to throw you under the bus here.
14th time the charm.
Now, you haven't beaten VDS in a Tier 1 match. I know you've casted, actually, I'm pretty sure you actually casted. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you casted the last time Wolves actually beat VDS. I think it was in the French Cup, if I remember.
French Cup, yeah.
But so in Tier 1 play, you haven't been able to beat VDS. What is it going to take for you guys to win next week?
A lot of confidence. I believe the guys have it, actually. We showed in the best of one that we could be close to them.
Yeah.
While if you look at the last 12 or 13 or 14 maps, I can't remember, but that was quite easy wins for BDS. We are closer than ever from them. So, well, that's going to be a best of 3. We show that we have the endurance to play 3 maps and be very strong on the 3 ones, even though sometimes we have a slow start, like yesterday, but happens. I mean, you know, it's gonna be the team that embrace the moment, and I believe we can do it. So, see you on Monday for BDS.
Yeah, that's going to be a hell of a game. Very much excited for it. You're 1 win away from qualifying to the major. Fioris, thank you very much for joining us. A pleasure to have you here on the interview. A legend of the French scene, European scene, joining us here.
Can I have just one word?
Yeah, sure.
Can I ask for one? I know everyone want to go to sleep.
Go
but
ahead.
Can I do it in French, maybe?
Bien sûr. Go
If you
ahead.
allow me?
Bien sûr. Go ahead.
Je voulais juste faire un petit coucou à toute la scène française qui est évidemment sur la chaîne Rainbow Six FR, aux casters, vous me manquez beaucoup, et à tous les fans dans le chat qui interagissaient, des énormes bisous. Ça me manque malgré tout de poser ma voix sur le jeu, donc j'espère qu'on se reverra bientôt. Mais comme vous le voyez ici, c'est pour le mieux. Des bisous à tous.
There you go. A bit of love letter to the entire French scene that has been around and seen Furious either on the cast or because you and I casted the Paris Major together. That was so long ago.
Exactly.
That's how long ago we're talking about.
One of my best memories.
Honestly, one of the best casts and most fun ones that I've had with you and Skok. Anyways, we can reminisce all night. Thank you again. Congratulations on the win and good luck next week.
Thank you.
There it is. A pleasure one more time. But hey, things are done for our day. The first day of playoffs. They give us 2 best of 3s. Here's what a bracket looks like, Jack.
Yep, so we have obviously seen Virtus Pro be successful up against G2 and Wolves, as we just saw, be successful up against Wild. That's going to give us a upper bracket of Team Secret going up against Virtus Pro. Winner goes to the Montreal Major. Loser will play the loser of the Wolves BDS game. And the winner of the Wolves BDS game, of course, will go to the Montreal Major. And therefore, we know 3 of the 4 teams that will represent EU in Montreal. It will be 3 of Team Secret, Virtus Pro, Wolves Esports, and Team BDS.
The big missing ones here, G2 and maybe arguably Wild, but really the big missing one is G2. That for me is the biggest surprise. To see VP there and G2 not there. Obviously, if you speak to me about this earlier in the morning, I would have been really surprised. Now, I just want to point out, I know we said a lot of bad things about Virtus Pro, but honestly, if they can play the way they played against G2, goddamn, it's great to see the Virtus Pro that we knew. They're back and they're innovating. I'm hoping for more, but I have to say Secret are on a crazy momentum, so I don't know. I just don't know if I think they're the weaker teams of the 4 last ones.
Can we just skip forward like 5 days, bring us back EU next week, boom.
Yes, just so we make sure that we have the right predictions.
Yeah, look, maybe you can use this moment in the future for the second day or the third day of playoffs at this point. So just kind of reference this to see what had happened, because at that point, that match would have been played.
No, what I mean is, like, let's just skip all time until those matches are played, because I cannot wait for them.
You know what?
I wasn't doing any Fugazi.
Ah.
What's Fugazi?
Yeah, it's not real. I just want to skip.
You know what
day is it? I want to skip Wednesday, I want to skip Thursday, I want to skip Friday, I want to skip Saturday, I want to skip Sunday. Get me back here on Monday.
That's funky fresh right there.
Funky fresh.
Funky fresh.
Funky.
The French accent made that a little bit weird.
Not gonna lie.
What are you saying to me?
Funky, okay? I didn't say anything else.
We can't skip the next few days too much, because there's also other regions that are having their own finishers, their own playoffs
We don't
that are
care.
happening.
EU matters.
EU matters. I can't say that too much. I'm also working. You're working Korea.
I actually am. I'm doing a guest appearance. I'm Korea somehow.
Yeah, so we have to be careful about what ends up being said here. However, here's our schedule for our next play day put up on the screen for you to see. It's actually pretty simple. Same again. Winner of each one of these two games, they make it to the Montreal Major. Simple as best of threes, all of them. Virtus.pro versus Secret, BDS versus Wolves. If you lose this game, you're not out of the running just yet, because two of those teams that will go against one another for 1/3 and final spot that you can earn from the playoffs. If you win, you make it out. Yes, you can win and be number 1 in the league, which gives you 5 extra SI points, a bit of extra money. Great. However, it's not as consequential as, well, we just want to make it to the major. That's kind of the biggest priority there.
Yeah, definitely. That's where you get the most SI points, the more credibility, the more experience also for the team. Most of these teams, they have made changes. They are looking towards this to grow and qualify to SI.
Teams plan their whole years basically off the back of, we need to make this major and we need to make this major, because that will qualify us ultimately for 6th Invitational. And that's the biggest goal for everybody. And that's why it's so important for these teams.
Yeah, the point system basically recognizes and rewards consistency. If you make it to events, especially through the actual league qualification directly into stage 2, then you're pretty much golden at that point.
Yeah, especially when 2 of these 4 teams didn't qualify to Manchester Major.
Yeah, that's
huge for them. And G2 had an early exit, so even if they go through the LCQ, they need these points for qualification to ESI.
And with how things have been shaping up all over the world, it actually looks like every region is going to be sending different teams that they'd sent back in Manchester. So those SI points, even 5 of them, are going to count immensely, because only 16 will make it to SI, and 4 other teams will be joining through the open qualifications of the bigger regions within Siege Esports. So you really have to play your best. You cannot falter at any moment. However, our night is done. Yeah, it's crazy to think about it. Leo, Jack, thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure for this week and throughout this entire stage, because my watch is done in stage 2 and actually for the entirety of 2024. So maybe I'll get to see you next year. It's been wonderful going through it here. So thank you all for watching from home for all of these weeks. And man, I can't wait for it. Next week, we'll be back for more. Those qualifications, those playoffs, they continue. Who will represent EU in the Montreal Major? You'll have to come back next week and watch it with these two and Anne at my place. And I'll take you through all of the action. Until then, I hope you all have a wonderful night and a wonderful week. Take care. We love you so very much. Good night.